The toddler just learned to walk, but he thinks like someone experienced. He worries about competing with talented martial siblings. Despite efforts, he still feels useless, so he seeks a life of comfort without labor. He decides to leave the clan for freedom, praising his own wit. While laughing proudly, he smells something strange. It turns out he wet himself but still feels grand. Then he bursts into loud crying as usual. He is different because he carries memories of a past life. Diso was once the son of a famous southern martial family, but he was talentless and lacked cultivation roots. His clan abandoned him as a useless heir. He later met a strange old man and drank with him. During the drink, the old man spoke mysteriously. The story of time reversal made him doubtful. That night he wandered and met his destined foe. Unluckily, he was stabbed to death in one strike. As he thought of seeing friends in the afterlife, a paper hidden on him suddenly glowed. It was the item the mysterious old man had planted. He woke to find himself turned into a child. Familiar scenes made him realize he'd gone back in time. Time passed. Diso was now 3 years old. He often roamed the hall admiring the family treasures. Greed shone in his eyes at their value. To leave the clan, he secretly saved money. He dreamed of a small thatched home he'd build himself, marry some beauties and live freely, far from martial arts. 2 years later, he secretly pawned his father's prized vase. The maid thought he was playing and stopped him, but he persuaded her to pawn it for him. He told her not to worry about anything. He said his brothers only cared about training, not such things. Unexpectedly, his father had been secretly watching all along. Soon Diso turned 8 years old. The first part of the story came to an end. The family guards came to take him for evaluation. This was the clan's aptitude test. He planned to act dumb to avoid training. He just needed to prove he had no cultivation roots. Suddenly, his father, the world's strongest, appeared. Fearing exposure for stealing, he trembled. Luckily, his father only spoke briefly then left. His 3 talented brothers were also present. He pretended to be naive and cute. He said he didn't want to compete and wished to stay out. After the banquet, the real test began. It had 3 parts. The first was lifting weights. Diso chose a 5 jin weight to lift. The eldest brother could lift 250 kilograms. The second lifted 200 kilograms. The third reached 150 kilograms, far surpassing the weak boy. He couldn't even lift a small load. Truly frail, people grew bored and mostly walked away. But that was Diso's plan to seem weak for an easy life. Next was the agility test. Walking on wooden stakes, after a few steps he fell flat. Pitifully, the elders shook their heads, unwilling to watch. Finally came the most crucial part, key sensing test. Only siblings and aides stayed. He aimed to appear weakest, but his father was still secretly observing. The elder began channeling inner energy into him to test reaction. To help him control ki through his meridians, he already mastered ki flow thanks to past life memory. 20 years of training made this child's play, but he planned to disrupt the flow and fake an injury. If successful, he could skip martial training for years. So clever. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck him. He gritted his teeth, pretending to collapse in agony. Even if he recovered, his body would never be whole again. His future as a warrior was considered over. He told himself he'd slowly heal and show no interest in martial arts. Suddenly, the clan chief appeared before him. He ordered Diso to be treated immediately. This shocked his elder brothers, who thought their father favored him, but they later realized the boy was too weak to compete anyway. The clan's great physician was invited and recalled the house where Diso had been abandoned. Strangely, the child once presumed dead now lived healthily and was even cared for, perhaps because he was the son of the late lady whom his father once loved most. When he awoke, Diso was surprised to feel no pain. Instead, he was filled with strange vitality. He realized his plan to fake disability had failed. He was supposed to be bedridden for years to avoid training. Now he had to devise a new plan for peace. His father's gaze suddenly turned stern and heavy. He shouted, "My son going astray in Kai training is a disgrace." He recalled that in his past life, had never spoken to this father, and he wasn't even sure had ever been treated as a son. So what caused everything to change so drastically? He felt a powerful current of Kai surge within. The divine doctor revealed his blood energy was abnormally strong, but no matter how he trained, had never surpassed level 3. A single misstep in ki flow could cost his life. Diso froze. He had nearly died indeed. The old doctor confirmed father and son shared a rare heavenly meridian, like 2 suns shining at once. It was a paradox. It was said to be a supreme martial gift granted by heaven. However, the doctor insisted Diso couldn't fully absorb that power. Once he used Kai force, his meridians would burst apart. Then even a divine healer could do nothing. Hearing that, he feigned frailty, but inside he secretly rejoiced at how things favored him. His father then handed him a simple sword manual. It was just a common book sold in markets. A sword art without inner force. Father must have given up on me. Perfect. Diso returned to his room, eating and resting happily. Before sleeping, he opened the sword book to lull himself. To his surprise, it was filled with strange, mystical words. It described the 3 realms: sword art, heaven, earth, and man beyond belief. Not sleepy, he grabbed a sword and practiced a few moves. His father and the doctor drinking on the roof were alarmed. The boy's sword flow is too fluid. They were stunned as he entered the selfless realm only grandmasters achieve. Some reach enlightenment, others forge new paths. Only his father realized his son was truly stepping onto the martial way. In his past life, hard training barely made him level 3. now was completely different. He felt light and ecstatic as the sword swung. The next day, Dr. Lane came to recheck his wound. Amazingly, and it completely healed in just a week, perhaps due to that miraculous sword practice. After that, Diso went to the clan's training grounds, where the achievements of his outstanding brothers were recorded. They had passed 30, 60, and 90-day training trials. There were two ways to overcome the challenge. One was through official evaluation. The second way was non-stop combat in the arena. Seeing the geniuses train made him shiver. Some could meditate while standing still asleep. Others boasted of swinging swords 100,000 times a night. All were terrifyingly diligent monsters. Diso swore revenge for his past life, but would feign total defeat in the next test. A week passed. His inner power grew slowly. At this rate, it takes centuries to build enough strength. He laughed. Exactly as he wanted. That day, Deputy Strategist NamGung Jikin came to see him. The 8-year-old prodigy once held the youngest champion title, sent by strategist Ilosu Ai for field inspection. He bragged about living luxuriously without training. Then, eyes gleaming, he asked if Diso wished to unite the martial world. Clearly a madman, making Diso want to flee. He had invited the older brothers but, rejected, turned to Diso instead. They both entered the training hall. The white-haired boy declared he'd crush all weaklings of the clan, making Diso secretly curse at his delusions. He arrogantly introduced himself as future heir of the NamGung family. Diso said nothing and punched him out of the hall, then had to carry him to the infirmary for treatment. When he awoke, the white-haired boy babbled nonstop. After the blow, his mind seemed worse, yet he thought had achieved enlightenment. He shouted had found one who could change this foolish clan. Dr. Lee could only sigh, helpless before such madness. Diso returned to training. Everyone was curious about his power, but they were soon disappointed seeing only basic moves. His plan of feigned weakness was progressing smoothly. He was about to go home for a feast when stopped. Was that annoying Jikin again? He declared he'd leave the NamGung clan, asking not to be disturbed, but the boy laughed, claiming they shared the same ambition. He shouted this small clan was unworthy of a talent like Diso. Diso could only sigh at such foolishness. Still, in wartime, that madman might become a hero, but in peaceful times, he was just a troublemaking lunatic. He kept following, trying to drag Diso into his crazy plots. No matter how Diso refused, he kept calling him commander. Finally, Diso told him to wait 1 year to shake him off. 4 months passed. Diso improved slightly from trash to advanced trash. He had spent all that time practicing only 3 basic moves. People mocked him as a fool, while Jikin still called him leader. That madman stayed absolutely loyal, never wavering. He threatened anyone who dared insult his commander, making them turn pale and run away. He even brought a box of rare fruits as a gift. Diso bit one and found it was a glowing spiritual fruit. He panicked, asking where Jikin got it. The boy claimed it was a gift from the Shaolin abbot and invited the maid to eat. Diso suspected theft. Soon after, his inner Kai suddenly weakened, yet he stayed calm. The white-haired boy grinned strangely, eyes gleaming. The next day was the annual evaluation. Everyone trained hard. Only Diso sat relaxed, sipping tea without concern. Everything had gone exactly as had planned. Our commander is great. Now we'll destroy this foolish NamGung clan, Jikin shouted, while Diso could only smile wryly. The final exam day finally arrived. All clan leaders and disciples gathered together, seeing his brothers and tutors present. Diso grew uneasy. It was just an annual test, why so grand? Jikin even brought giant flags and banners. His loud cheers made Diso want to disappear. He shouted, Diso the light and hope of the NamGung clan, making Diso blush, wondering if this was a prank. Then the elder began announcing the competition rules. There were 2 types of ability tests. One was to choose any opponent for direct combat. The other was to join a special team and fight only once. Losing meant retesting next year. The second round required 5 consecutive wins. Results depended not on victory but endurance to the end. Once the rules were read, the exam officially began. A bold disciple stepped forward to challenge a clan master. The opponent was vice captain of the NamGung Sword Corps, NamGung Yun. The challenger, NamGung Hyun, stirred the whole arena. In his past life, he had slain 100 foes alone. His title was 100 Slayer Nambing Hyun, a legendary swordsman. The vice captain declared that lasting 10 seconds would earn him entry, but enduring 10 seconds under him was pure torment. In a flash, the vice captain attacked so swiftly the match ended instantly. Then he followed with a fierce, storm-like strike. NamGung Hyun countered with the triple stance move but failed. His sword shattered instantly, unable to defend. Even so, the vice captain passed him, seeing potential. With proper training, he could become a great sword master. Next, it was Diso's turn to step into the ring. He chose a small, weak opponent, but his fight was so sloppy it looked ridiculous. The whole arena burst into laughter at his obvious act, making Jikin below fume with rage. Some disciples whispered, calling him the lunatic prodigy. Angering Jikin, he turned and beat them up as punishment, shouting that they had insulted Lord Diso, yelling how dare they mock the commander before him. At that moment, Diso's father appeared, radiating overwhelming aura. He scolded the youngsters for such dull battles, unworthy to watch. He lamented how they could call themselves the strongest clan. The deputy strategist then smirked with a cunning look. He suggested Diso should duel his own brothers. The entire arena erupted in shock. Diso turned pale, recalling his Danshin shattering in his past life. His third brother immediately stepped down to face him. He planned to fake a fall but couldn't under his father's gaze. Seeing his father's stern face, he had no choice but to fight seriously. To be fair, the third brother agreed not to use inner power. The deputy strategist cheered wildly. He had secretly given Diso a great elixir containing 10 years of Ki. Yet after absorbing it, Diso felt no change. They believed only one person could withstand that. That was the NamGung clan chief, his father. On the stage, Diso spoke to his third brother, Nint, for the first time, but Nint said nothing and attacked immediately. The clash roared, shaking the entire arena. The floor cracked open, a deadly blow indeed. Luckily, Diso dodged in time or he'd be dead. After the match, the third brother sighed that Diso truly had no interest in martial arts. Diso only smiled awkwardly, both praising and trembling. He thought his brother would go easy, but the blows got harsher. Too fast, Diso barely used the three-talent sword art to block. Though overwhelmed, he still parried that heavy strike. The sight stunned the entire audience. The third brother grew furious for having his move broken. His ultimate technique was countered by Diso's basic sword form. He roared and launched a frenzied assault. At this rate, Diso was about to take a brutal hit. He reused the weak moves from that common sword art. He slashed at his brother's joints, draining his strength. But as the brother countered, Diso faked a fall to the ground. He tried to surrender, but was stopped immediately. "You think I don't know your tricks?" the third brother said coldly. He demanded a rematch with his younger brother. Their father asked if the youngest could still endure. Diso played the weakling, pretending to faint. He claimed he had no strength to hold the sword, but that only made his brother angrier. He declared that if Diso withdrew, they'd be eternal enemies. Diso despaired he wasn't even allowed to surrender. This time they used real swords with 3 parts of inner power allowed. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and face it. The brother even threatened to cut off his hands if he didn't fight seriously. The crowd cheered wildly, but Diso felt only emptiness. The third brother unleashed the Heart-Shatter sword. A deadly strike filled with killing intent came rushing in. Even though not too fast, he couldn't dodge it. He used the earth stance of the three-talent sword art to block. Against the fierce assault, he could only counter with all his strength. Uniting Heaven Earth Man, he struck his final counterattack. The collision caused a massive shockwave, shaking the arena. Diso recalled his past death when his Danshin shattered. He thought if his arms broke now, it would all end again. He forced himself, unleashing an unexpected burst of power. In the end, it was he who collapsed. The atmosphere turned solemn throughout the arena. The third brother snapped his broken sword in half. He admitted he had used 5 parts of inner force to block Diso's strike. The blood spilled was his, not Diso's, so he conceded defeat. After being bandaged, Diso slowly woke up. Seeing both arms intact, he was overjoyed. The tutor beside him urged him to lie down. His wounds weren't healed. Seeing the tutor's face, Diso grew irritated. If not for that cursed pill, he would have been hurt so badly. The tutor then revealed that Diso was the actual winner. And after the match, the third brother went into seclusion to recover. Diso still couldn't believe he had truly defeated his brother. The tutor handed him a reward from his father. It was a pass to the 10,000 scroll library for 3 days, a place storing 10,000 rare martial manuals, including supreme-level secret techniques. Many who left there became top masters, but some crippled themselves by learning demonic arts. Diso calmly said he didn't need to go. The white-haired boy froze like stone. Everyone dreamed of entering, yet the youngest refused outright. He mocked, asking if Diso planned to live forever as a cowardly rat. Though provoking, he laughed loudly, declaring that times had changed. After the duel, even if he wanted to stay hidden, the world would still notice him, and once noticed, the strong would strike. Only power ensured survival. He had only 2 choices: submit or resist, either join them or destroy them. Diso fumed as the fool ruined his plan to stay low. Worse, the idiot was completely right, and his dumb face made Diso want to punch him. In the end, he had to beat the guy just to vent. At this point, only the martial path could keep him alive. He recalled when the eldest brother took the clan leader's seat. At that time, the second and third brothers were praised as peerless geniuses. Diso decided to take the next succession trial seriously. Even losing could still bring him fame and opportunity. To face them, he had to reach the initial supreme realm. Jikin said he had only 2 years before the second brother's seclusion ended. He must grow strong enough to counter. So Diso entered the 10,000 scroll library. He remembered his eldest brother had trained here and became a monster after mastering the Taiji converging sword, one of the clan's 3 supreme arts. Now the third brother was in seclusion, serving as temporary corpse leader. That meant both elder brothers' power now focused on Diso. If he could enter the imperial palace, he might make the 2 factions fight each other. As he stepped into the library, he realized he was being watched. The gaze of his brothers monitored him everywhere. News of this quickly spread among clan factions. Jikin received the signal and began his move. The vast library was filled with ancient martial scriptures. He looked around greedily, thinking he could sell a few for money. His second brother once said had studied the last book on the shelf. That was the dual polarity heart art, a secret method that split the mind, allowing dual cultivation of 2 martial arts, but it remained theory. No one in the NamGung clan had ever mastered it. Diso had tried it in his past life and failed. To face his brothers, he now had to uncover its true secret. He swore to find every hidden clue in the library. The second young master, NamGung, known as the Knight of NamGung, That title earned him great respect for his skill and righteousness. But close ones called him the strategist, a schemer like a devil. To him, the most dangerous man was the deputy strategist, so he ordered 5 spies to surround the strategist's hall, and 5 more elite masters to monitor the library. Reporting regularly, the crazy anks of Diso and Jikin clearly pressured him. As expected, Diso studied endlessly but couldn't comprehend the technique. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp the dual polarity heart art's mystery. He summarized that from the origin. A miniature cosmos was born, from primal chaos arose order and law, 2 opposing forces emerged, the great ultimate split into yin and yang to form dual polarity. Diso sat down and began channeling the grand technique. The heart art activated, making his inner ki circulate violently. Forcing it to stop would cause his meridians to explode. Only by using the dual polarity mind method could he balance yin and yang. He completed it easily, proudly thinking himself a genius. His body showed anomalies half freezing cold, half burning hot. Intense pain spread through his body. As his consciousness faded, he recklessly continued. Diso blended the 2 ki streams, releasing a terrible scream, but soon after, his whole body no longer felt pain. He thought he was paralyzed, then sensed a strange energy within. The spirit that created the cultivation technique was stunned by his rapid progress. The 5 elements circulated on their own in his body, an unbelievable phenomenon. Among all yin-yang cultivation methods, none had ever shown such paradox, but if the process went astray, the consequences would be disastrous. When energy reverses its flow, the body will be permanently crippled. 2 energy currents surged to his head, beyond control. It was like an explosion inside his brain. He fainted instantly. When he woke up again, 3 full days had passed. The efforts of 3 days of training were wasted. He noticed the energy inside him had changed. At his navel appeared a moving energy core. The 5 elements now flowed smoothly and naturally. The observers noticed his extraordinary potential. They expected he could rival his father, grandfather, past masters. Diso felt lost as no one welcomed him upon waking. Suddenly, his second senior brother appeared. He was slightly confused, realizing the brother came to check his results. The second brother invited him to a grand feast. 3 days without food left him starving. He devoured everything, joking that hopefully it wasn't poisoned. The second brother was shocked seeing him eat like a long-starved man. No one understood why the deputy strategist paid attention to the youngest. They just thought he was an innocent, immature boy. Suddenly, the second brother became unusually serious. When he was about to speak seriously, Diso asked for more food, leaving him speechless. The second brother scolded him for overeating. He suddenly realizes Diso's way of picking food uses the dual polarity heart technique he never knew. For now, the youngest poses no threat. Diso is confused why his senior treats him kindly. This man was known for being cold and emotionless. The second brother reveals that Akshuan also practiced the dual polarity heart technique at the One Shu archives. Succeeding just a year ago, he reassures him it's just an ordinary martial skill. Nothing worth concern. Diso finds it strange that it expanded his danchan. A vibrant energy seed forms within his danchan. It feels like standing in a fresh meadow, but it doesn't stop there. His vision becomes incredibly sharp. This sight makes the second brother shudder in fear. Those eyes resemble the senior brother's contemplative gaze, together with the vice strategist's knowing smile. The second brother decides to uncover the true source within him. At that moment, Diso runs to see his father for answers. He believes his senior learned something from their father that made him powerful, so he wants to witness it himself. Unexpectedly, his father is already waiting. As he enters the main hall, his father's aura chills him. He knew his father was formidable, but this level is terrifying. It feels like being completely seen through. He once thought hard work could catch up to his elder brother, but now sees it's impossible. He cannot comprehend anything. The NamGung family is frightening. To survive, he must leave. His father recalls witnessing the ancestor mastering the dual polarity heart technique. At that time, a golden dragon appeared. When NamGung Day observed him, he saw a giant sword instead. The desire for power is the instinct of a martial artist. Then he asked Diso what he truly desires. Diso decides to risk telling the truth to test his father's reaction. He only wants a peaceful rural life raising fish and growing vegetables. He admits he has no talent for martial arts and even reading gives him headaches. He believes the elder brother deserves to inherit the family head position. He has no ambition for that title. His father laughs so loudly it terrifies him. The father says there was once someone like that in the NamGung clan. That man never suffered even a single wound in his life. Diso assumes he was some wealthy young master, a man who lived comfortably without needing to work. The father points to the sky, saying that man is now above, meaning he has passed away and returned to heaven. After hearing this, Diso feels disheartened, his simple dream now distant. He doesn't realize his father is talking about his grandfather, the former NamGung patriarch. The father falls silent for a long while, has surprised that father and son share the same mindset. Though sensing the boy hides something, he silently prays the ancestors will let him learn that peaceful living is never easy. Suddenly the door bursts open. NamGung Jin storms in angrily. He bows and asks his father to let him test his younger brother's strength. Diso is stunned by those words. NamGung Jin smiles contentedly at his 2 sons. As Diso approaches Jin, their father asks why he wants to fight. Jen firmly says he feels suspicious. He wants to see his brother's true intentions. The father calmly says it's already clear who would win, so the duel is unnecessary. Jisoo exhales in relief, glad his father sides with him, but Jen refuses to stop, insisting Hair must prove his martial prowess. NamGung coldly asks, "And then what?" Jin earnestly begs his father to allow the duel. Jisoo is shocked, his face pale and speechless. Jane declares that if he loses, he'll obey all of Jisoo's orders and publicly acknowledge him as Hair. He smiles confidently, eyes bright, seeing it as a golden chance. Jisoo feels anger, refusing to believe his senior could ever lose. NamGung finally nods and grants permission. He asks the youngest's opinion. Jisoo calms himself and covers his face to regain composure. He reminds himself to handle this wisely and end the issue. After taking a deep breath, he explains that if they are equally strong, the duel would cause injury and be meaningless, so representatives should fight on their behalf instead. The elder brother's representatives are all skilled masters, while his side only has maidservants doing kitchen work. He insists the duel is unreasonable and urges his father to reconsider. Inwardly, he feels proud of his flawless reasoning, but NamGung coldly says he still has someone who can represent him. Jisoo panics, wondering if he must send a maid to fight. Jane pretends to ponder, then reveals, "Perhaps you don't know the vice strategist built a faction for you 3 days ago." Jisoo becomes utterly furious. He roars curses, hating a foolish ally more than a strong enemy. He clenches his fists, vowing revenge on whoever caused this mess. The scene shifts 3 days earlier. NamGung sighs, feeling years older from managing the young master's faction. He angrily throws a book, complaining that he even has to sweep, clean, and fix the roof himself. Zian resents his master NamGung for dumping all the work on him. Cursing that his teacher must be enjoying himself, he keeps studying despite cleaning 100 stairs daily, exhausted watching students rush by. Suddenly, Zian's gaze freezes on a strange page, and he shouts in shock. He frantically flips back and forth as if searching for something vital. Then he grows unnaturally calm, letting go of anger and devouring the text. Afterward, Zion laughs maniacally, a sound that chills anyone who hears it. His face distorts, eyes losing all humanity. His gaze radiates demonic energy, endurance beyond normal limits. The NamGung servants are famed across the world, leaving no place for the weak. Enlightened, Zion slams the table in excitement. He vows to make everyone support the young master before the boy even appears. Yet he struggles to find a way to win their loyalty, for they are mere workers hoping to train in martial arts through labor. They carry old wounds once glorious, now forgotten. Zion concludes this group is the perfect neutral force for the young master. He grows weary from arranging such complex plans. As he ponders deeply, a rustling noise catches his attention. Realizing hunger hinders thinking, Zion decides to eat first. He unlocks the dining hall door eagerly. Standing before the dark room, he hesitates, hearing singing and wondering what dishes the sisters made. He remembers to bring gifts for the kitchen ladies. Zion grins slyly, true to a NamGung vice strategist. The fragrant aroma reaches him from outside. "Boiled chicken tonight," he exclaims, pushing the door open and calling, "Sisters, I'm here." But the sight before him leaves him speechless. A crowded eatery filled with diners eating the sisters' food all turn to stare at him. Their eyes are full of malice, cold and emotionless. Everyone looks at him as if facing a lifelong enemy. NamGung nearly drops his gift, stammering at why they gathered in the young master's hall. Suddenly, a beautiful sister runs up, warmly taking his hand and inviting him to sit. He nervously asks, "Sister Shuangyan, what's happening?" She smiles and explains they are hard workers, rarely eating well, and tonight is a special treat. Is pushed into a corner seat and told to wait quietly for the dishes. The food keeps coming. The maids chat cheerfully, saying hard labor needs good meals. The youths thank them, and the girl just smiles kindly. Lian appears, carrying a fruit box, happily announcing more snacks for everyone. People eat and praise Lian, Shuangyan, and the managers, saying their cooking beats the head chefs. NamGung thinks it's impressive they gathered so many unseen servants like this. A large man suddenly sits beside him, grumbling but smiling politely. Seeing Jihan, the man greets him joyfully, honored to meet the vice strategist here. Zian narrows his eyes, then realizes the man's true identity. It's the legendary master, the former Shaolin abbot, Beizun, the boundary breaker monk. After losing an arm, he left the temple in despair and vanished from the martial world. He once slaughtered all who opposed him, then disappeared without a trace. Now he calmly sweeps courtyards at the NamGung estate as if never been stained by blood. Jihan politely says he only came to eat, and the monk laughs, praising the food and bowing. Suddenly, Shuangyan approaches, face full of anger. She scolds, "Lord Glutton, you've eaten 3 bowls yet pretend to starve, making others wait." NamGung startles and tries to stop her. He warns, "Don't anger him, this man's rage is terrifying." But the old monk just laughs, denying being Lord Glutton, while Shuangyan teases him, promising another meal if he eats more. Jian freezes, realizing this place is full of formidable people. Shuangyan whispers, "The manager wants to see you," and he nervously asks what's going on. She explains the feast thanks him for saving Lian from thugs at the market and praises his great strength. He blushes, loudly affirms, then asks if she has more to say. The crowd eagerly watches, murmuring with amusement. Shuangyan giggles, winking mischievously that the rest is a secret. The monk bows in disappointment as everyone bursts out laughing at his foolish hope. Someone shouts teasingly, "You got rejected." The mighty martial master is mocked, and his face darkens. His face reddens, aura flaring as he grits his teeth in anger. Fury erupts. He yells that they're mocking a cripple. At that moment, the manager appears behind him, speaking calmly. She soothes the crowd, restores order, and kindly gives him another chicken leg to appease him. The vice strategist sitting aside feels utterly amazed. He realizes these servants are hidden martial masters, obedient yet powerful enough to make his teacher faint if he saw them. NamGung suddenly realizes this is a rare golden opportunity. Among them was once one called the Lineage, another once bore the title the Demon. Some had been called the King, and even the Venerables who once ruled the martial world, over 50 gathered here. Enough for a mighty army. He worries since such people couldn't normally coexist. Yet thanks to the sisters, they now dine peacefully together. The atmosphere grows lively, laughter fills the hall as all praise the food while the manager smiles kindly. Feeling the time right, NamGung clenches fists, unwilling to miss the chance. He imagines leading this powerful force before the young master and solemnly swearing loyalty. With that thought, he stands and loudly declares himself the NamGung vice strategist, saying he knows their pasts. Bei Zun, the one-armed monk, eyes him warily. Realizing this visitor has a deeper agenda, Jen bows respectfully, humble in tone but firm in gaze. He seriously invites everyone to pledge allegiance to the young master. Bei Zun sighs softly, refusing, saying they've found the wrong person. He turns and snaps his fingers, coldly stating they no longer care for the martial world, leaving NamGung utterly stunned. After a moment, laughter erupts. Someone calmly says he sought the wrong people and should just leave. The vice strategist instantly changes tactics, smirking and mocking that if they truly abandon the martial world, why still serve at NamGung as workers? His words make several veterans uneasy, their eyes wavering. One loses composure, shouting that they have indeed lost. The mood sinks as everyone lowers their heads, faces heavy with defeat. NamGung is stunned, never expecting such a simple reason. Bei Tun recalls his battle with NamGung, the sound of that sword still echoing in his mind. He admits his haunted, trapped within the sword aura of that fight. NamGung sighs, sympathizing though not fully understanding. He remembers his master, who once feared and despaired under his own teacher's overwhelming shadow. He sincerely advises them to break free from inner fear, the only path to liberation. Jian bows to Bei Zun, apologizes, then takes his leave. He picks up his gift box and walks away with his head high. Inwardly he vows, NamGung will not give up. He'll find another way. Seeing him leave sadly, Lian hurriedly calls after him. As soon as she speaks, Xian conceives a new plan, pretending weakness with teary eyes, saying he must leave urgently. His gaze flashes cold and calculating. He'll exploit the sisters' emotions to win their support. Lian watches sadly, scolding that he hasn't even finished his meal. Xian smiles, presses his gift into her hand, saying it's a small token of gratitude. Before she can reply, he turns away, looking sorrowful and burdened. Lian watches him go, sensing something strange in his eyes. Growing more uneasy, she rushes to ask Bei Tun, still gnawing a chicken leg, what happened, but he just shrugs, saying nothing besides their refusal. But suddenly, a chilling killing aura surges from behind, startling Bei Tun as the bowl on the table lifts violently. Lian's expression hardens, her entire body radiating a different aura. She steps coldly toward Bei Tun, making him tremble and stammer speechlessly. When the mysterious box opens, everyone gasps at countless golden glowing pearls inside the special gift the vice strategist always carried to meals. Bei Tun's eyes shine brightly, glued to the treasure in her hands. Lian exhales, saying the vice strategist's request must be simple. Bei Tun keeps apologizing non-stop. Soon, the shimmering light in Bei Tun's hands draws everyone's attention. They are captivated by the mysterious object. The knowledgeable ones shout in joy, recognizing it as the Kingya pill. The curious ask what's so terrifying about it. The learned scold them, saying it's an extremely rare elixir crafted by an immortal over a lifetime. This pill purifies the body without needing a high cultivation realm. After hearing that, the crowd erupts, calling it a heaven-sent treasure. Yang Yan steps forward calmly, saying she still has 20 more of those in her room to share. Everyone freezes, shocked that Kingya pills are so common here. Hoya passes by, casually saying she's bored of them and prefers tastier ones. Before she finishes, the crowd panics at hearing mention of the Xiaohun pill that boosts inner strength. The appearance of such treasures makes the atmosphere tense. People whisper in awe of the NamGung vice strategist's power as rumors spread quickly. NamGung secretly peeks through the door, smiling wickedly. Certain the vice strategist has secured victory, he thinks he can now relax and must find a way to befriend them. 3 days later, Diso walked leisurely, relieved that his brother's proposal was postponed. He angrily went to find NamGung to teach him a lasting lesson. Suddenly, a noise in the forest made him turn alertly. Diso stopped and noticed someone hiding behind a tree. An old man suddenly dashed out swiftly. His rapid slashes made the tree trunk shake violently. His speed was so fast it was almost invisible. Each sword move was flexible and incredibly sharp. In a flash, 3 trees were trimmed neatly and precisely. The old man landed behind Diso as Meng Kang, the gardener of the manor. Diso widened his eyes, asking if trimming trees required such force. Meng Kang turned back silently, making Diso realize he knew martial arts. He calmly replied, Of course he did. Diso laughed, saying the old man's skills weren't refined. Kang froze, then angrily questioned in protest. Diso held a watermelon, laughing that his moves resembled Wuding style but lacked mastery. Kang suppressed his anger, his sword trembling slightly with rage. He stepped forward, eyes burning, questioning Diso's arrogance. The Taiji Sword King once led Wuding, senior brother of the current head. After losing to NamGung Han, he left the sect. In truth, he was expelled for drunkenly wrecking the ancestral hall and swore not to fight easily again. Kang sighed that if they were in Wuding, everyone would have beaten the boy. Diso clasped his hands into a blade, calmly advising him not to use clumsy swordplay and to cut only what's needed. Quoting Dujia's words, Kang ignored it, coldly saying he couldn't cause chaos here, assuming he was from the NamGung family. After a moment, Diso bid farewell, saying he was tired and reminded him not to get hurt. Kang suddenly called him to stop. He asked, "What makes you say my swordsmanship is clumsy?" Diso sighed, replying he could tell at a glance. Kang angrily pointed at the trimmed trees. He asked where it was clumsy when the row was perfectly cut. It looked neat overall, yet he still doubted that judgment. Diso nodded, saying it was not only clumsy but inefficient, making Kang's face turn purple with restrained anger. He repeated inwardly, "Endure, endure." Endure, frustrated that his deeper intent was misunderstood. He explained that swords have life and death. He pursued the living sword to save lives, but the youth didn't grasp Wuding's spirit. Diso looked at the tree, musing that even NamGung elders might not comprehend the truth. He casually broke a small branch before him. He remarked pruning should remove excess, but the old man kept everything. He lightly shook it, and the weak branch fell apart, proving the perfection was fake. Kang objected, saying letting trees live was good, but Diso smiled, saying that was true in nature. He pointed at a nearby bird, saying it could use weak branches to nest, but in the NamGung estate, no creatures existed, so humans must remove the weak for the strong to thrive. Kang stood dazed, thoughts flowing like a muddled stream. He silently realized the law of the strong ruling the weak. Diso smiled, asking what if everything were equal, and Kang said that would be wonderful. Diso held back a laugh, saying then a new order would arise with endless competition, and that reordering process would cost countless lives. Kang wavered, surprised by the boy's deep thoughts. Diso calmly explained that removing weakness maintains order and growth. He said every move has an essence. The rest are just steps toward it. If all moves contained mysticism, the technique would become chaotic. Kang replied after thinking that then moves would lose value, becoming meaningless repetition. Diso nodded, performing soft motions, refining techniques into one unity. He moved like flowing water and drifting clouds, seeking natural perfection in his art. Hot energy spread, and bright light filled the garden. Kang froze, drawn into Diso's aura. He felt small before the radiant presence of the youth, like facing a deity. Kang suddenly grasped the mystery he had long sought. He could sense the Taiji breath from the trimmed branches. Diso watched the trees, realizing the old man would soon collapse if he continued. Kang gasped, eyes wide in shock. He recalled 10 years ago when NamGung Han had said the same thing. It took him a decade to understand those words. Now hearing them from a child, he wondered if the answer he sought lay within this boy. Kang muttered in confusion, unsure what to do. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. "Found you, kid." He turned angrily toward the newcomer. Looking closely, he recognized Lihan, the divine physician, approaching in anger. He shouted, asking Diso if he knew how long he'd been searching for him. Lihan grabbed Diso and dragged him away, yelling he needed to check his pulse. Diso yawned lazily, saying he was just sleepy, while Kang stood silently watching. He turned to gaze at the neatly trimmed trees, murmuring self-reproach. He admitted it had been too extreme, but Tun suddenly appeared, asking what he was doing there. Kang replied that the man earlier was the divine Dr. Lihan unexpectedly met here. Then he smiled softly, saying he'd finally found what he'd always sought. Tun froze, confused by his old friend's words. At that moment, Diso had returned home and slept deeply. Lihan sat beside him, smiling with satisfaction as the boy's body recovered. He could now live like a normal, healthy person, free from illness. Yet Lihan secretly worried if he had known of past blood damage. Even he wouldn't have noticed that the heavenly martial physique was now complete. Lianin entered anxiously asking about Diso's condition, while Lihan calmly performed acupuncture, saying all was fine. Suddenly, a strange fragrance filled the room. Lihan sniffed and instantly recognized the scent of King Yadan. He realized such a pill didn't suit a maid's status. The name NamGung Jian flashed in his mind. It must belong to the NamGung clan. After hesitating, he left the room, telling himself he might be overthinking. Soon after, Yang Nahan leisurely took a King Yadan and gave Lei and Niven another, saying they should ask vice strategists for more as they were almost out. That night, Diso woke up and wandered the estate, complaining tiredly that even after 2 days of sleep, he was still exhausted. Passing through the bamboo grove, he tried to relax but heard a strange sound behind a rock and alertly demanded who was hiding there. Tun stepped out, praising him for detecting his presence. Diso shivered, joking that meeting like this at midnight felt unnatural, but Tun explained had asked the maids and waited 2 days to see him since he slept too long. Diso widened his eyes, shocked that it had been waited on for 2 full days. He squinted, asking, "Waited for me?" then pointed at Tun, asking if he was a martial artist. Tun laughed, confirming it and saying that even though he hid his aura carefully, he was still found out. Diso stepped back cautiously, suspecting him of being a thief, but Batun denied it, saying not to compare him to common folk. Diso sighed in relief, sat on a wooden chair, and said whoever he was didn't matter, he wouldn't tell anyone. He patted the chair, inviting Batun to sit and rest. Batun lowered his voice to threaten, asking if he wasn't afraid of being assassinated. But Diso laughed, saying if he were dangerous, the maids wouldn't have guided him here. Batun burst out laughing, sat beside him, and curiously observed the strange youth. They both sat in silence, watching the night sky as a gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo, creating peace. Batun softly spoke, then lay down laughing that the place was as pleasant as rumored, making Diso remind him he never gave permission to lie down. Batun looked displeased, coughed, and admitted he was once a famed martial master. Diso excitedly asked who was stronger, him or his father, angering Batun, who scolded him, while Diso laughed, saying he was only joking. Batun sternly said he once fought his father and lost miserably, even losing an arm. Diso grew emotional, tears welling up without knowing why. Batun was surprised, asking if he pitied his missing arm, but Diso wiped his tears and shook his head. He lowered his gaze, emotions tangled beyond words. He softly said the man must have suffered greatly, and Batun forced a smile, nodding, when Diso suddenly grabbed his hand. Batun's mind flashed with suspicion that he might be hiding to seek revenge. Diso confessed his father was a rigid man who knew only martial arts, making Batun blush and look away. Diso suddenly asked if he wanted revenge and whether he'd like to hear the only way to achieve it. Batun curiously asked what way. He teased that living to 130 would guarantee victory since no one beats time. Leaving Batun speechless, Diso looked to the sky, advising him to let go of hatred to find peace. He reflected that even if he reincarnated endlessly, pain would repeat, making revenge meaningless. Diso sighed, advising him to return to pruning trees, while Batun hurried off, mind in turmoil, but suddenly he stopped, aura erupting, flames rising as he roared that it took him 10 years to grasp such a simple truth. Diso panicked, nearly running from the overwhelming energy. Batun's rage turned to enlightenment, his body glowing like a burning flame, his eyes shone brilliantly, appearing like a mighty god filling the space. Diso hid aside, admiring the sight and realizing he had misjudged the man. He recognized Batun as a kind soul with the heart of a righteous grand master. Batun clasped his hands in prayer. Diso asked if he practiced Shaolin Buddhist arts, and he smiled, saying Amitabha. He told him to send word to the vice strategist that if he returned alive, he would accept the offer of cooperation. After speaking, Batun draped his robe over himself and turned away, leaving the place. Diso called after him, asking if he truly meant to avenge his father and why he couldn't just live peacefully. Batun looked back calmly, saying it was Diso himself who said only by letting go comes freedom. He smiled faintly, saying he'd go experience that feeling, then vanished into the night. Diso scratched his head awkwardly, muttering that he didn't mean giving up one's life. Before he could say more, Batun had disappeared, leaving only his echoing voice promising to meet again. Diso looked up at the sky, sighing, wondering if that day would truly come. Then he drifted into thought, puzzled about what the vice strategist was planning next. Batun arrived at NamGung Han's estate, standing before the gate and gazing at the large signboard. He thought quietly that next time they met, he would face him and demand justice. In his heart arose curiosity about the world NamGung had built. Mengkang appeared beside him, softly asking if meeting the young master had changed him. Batun laughed, admitting it had. The two walked together, calmly entering the hall of their enemy. Mengkang said, "Let's go, face it together." Invisible chains still bound NamGung Han to his past. Those very chains had tied them all for 10 long years. As Mengkang and Batun entered, they met NamGung Han. Batun clasped his hands, chanting Amitabha, declaring his challenge, while Mengkang urged they both fight together. NamGung Han stood calmly, voice cold as steel, saying they were indeed worthy to face him. He stepped forward proudly, pressure radiating, asking what this battle meant to them. Mengkang stood firm, saying that even as a gardener he was still a martial man who must fight. Batun echoed his resolve. NamGung Han's gaze swept over them, noticing they had changed, and he asked why. Batun calmly said if they won, they would tell him the reason. NamGung Han laughed heartily, clearly intrigued. The three clashed instantly, aura erupting, light and killing intent intertwining through the hall. A thunderous explosion resounded, flames soaring and the ground trembling. When the smoke cleared, Mengkang and Batun were gone, leaving only 2 charred craters outside the corridor. NamGung Han looked on with interest, murmuring, "One strike is enough." The 2 challengers lay gravely injured, unable to move. NamGung Han coldly asked, "What is the reason?" Mengkang laughed loudly, saying that he himself had changed. NamGung Han frowned, not understanding why. Batun replied softly, "Look into our eyes, you'll see it. For that reason, you're just like us." NamGung Han froze, thinking of his son Diso, then muttered, "So I've changed too." Mengkang and Batun, unable to endure their wounds, collapsed unconscious. NamGung Han prepared to finish them, killing intent rising, but in that instant, his gaze softened. He lowered his hand, realizing he had truly changed, his heart no longer thirsting for blood. Looking at the two unconscious men, he smiled faintly, thinking things were about to get more interesting. The next morning, in a small room behind the menor, Diso quietly entered, curiously asking what the sisters were doing. Lianin, startled, turned and asked why he came. Diso handed them a few pills, smiling innocently, saying they'd helped him much and he wanted to thank and greet them. Lianin was moved to tears. Diso approached the sick bed, eyes widening at the sight of two familiar faces. He exclaimed in shock, asking why the two of them were lying there. Mengkang and Batun quickly covered their faces, sighing in frustration. NamGung chuckled beside them, saying it was lucky they survived, which made Mengkang grumble as it sounded like a eulogy. Diso stepped back nervously, asking if they had gone seeking death. Both muttered that they had nearly died indeed. Lianin approached in surprise, asking if the young master knew them. Diso nodded, saying something like that. He quietly told Lianin to leave, wanting to speak privately with the two stubborn old men. Once the maid left, Mengkang and Baitun painfully sat up. Diso immediately asked why they were still here, and Mengkang stammered that he barely remembered. Diso's smile turned cold as he said he'd make them remember. He brought up the past, mentioning when the Wuding sect leader appeared at Shaolin Temple. At that, both instantly turned pale with fear. Diso whistled and calmly declared that two rats were hiding inside NamGung Manor. Mengkang jumped up while Baitun nearly cried, quickly promising to confess everything. Mengkang's heart filled with bitterness, recalling how he was defeated by NamGung Han, lost his position as sect leader, and became a servant in his rival's home. Looking at Baitun trembling beside him, he softly warned him not to get his teeth knocked out. Baitun choked with emotion, unable to speak, only sighing in despair. Diso continued interrogating, asking what happened after leaving Shaolin. Did they destroy the ancestral temple again? Baitun admitted it was his fault, saying his master was so furious he crushed his disciple token. He gloomily said being scolded would have been easier than that sight. His eyes burning with anger, Diso gradually understood, inwardly confirming his suspicions were right. He suspected the two had stolen martial arts and fled from Shaolin and Wuding to hide within the NamGung clan. He demanded they answer every question truthfully. Mengkang leaned toward Batun, whispering if he could smell the spiritual aura coming from the boy. Batun nodded, saying if it was truly him, he might surpass even the one they once despaired against. Both looked at Diso with mixed fear and hope. At that moment, Diso casually remarked that the weather was nice today, perfect for going home. Then he said sternly, "You two once challenged my father, lost, then caused trouble in Wudang and were expelled, right?" Both nodded without hesitation. Diso continued, asking if besides his father they fought over 50 NamGung members. They nodded again. He raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking why they stuck together like glue. The words made both embarrassed, scratching their heads awkwardly. Mengkang whispered they had nowhere else to go, so they relied on each other. Diso smirked, reminding them they once challenged his father, lost, and were expelled from their sects. He shrugged mockingly, asking if they'd come to make him take responsibility for his father's actions. Cornered, Mengkang saltly said Diso must stay calm when facing two great powers. He boasted that his subordinates wanted to follow him and said he needed money to maintain power, asking if they had funds. Mengkang glanced at Batun, who laughed that had spent everything on wine. They both treated money as nothing. Diso grew annoyed, thinking since they weren't from noble clans, no aid could be expected. He suddenly spoke seriously, demanding a payment of 100 silver taels to join. He even promised monthly rewards for followers. Mengkang sternly said Diso misunderstood, the fee wasn't meant for them to pay. Diso was surprised and asked again. Compared to his father, the two shook their heads in denial. Diso coughed lightly and smiled, saying he still had a conscience. He said as long as they had money, he would help improve their martial arts, exciting them both. Outside, three people were eavesdropping. Lianin realized the situation was getting more tangled. Her stomach growled, and she asked if she was hungry. The other two noticed the same. Lianin took out her medicine pouch, revealing some glittering pills that made Hoana anxious. She reassured them, saying just eat, it could be replenished later. It was a long story. Song Nan comforted Hoana, saying rest would restore her health. Calming her down, all three simultaneously picked up the pills, preparing to eat them. Just then, a loud shout stopped them immediately. Lihan rushed in, face flushed red, ordering them to stop. The three panicked as he snatched the pills, recognizing them as King Yadan. Lianin innocently replied they were a gift from someone else. Shocking him, suddenly, footsteps approached. A cheerful voice sounded. NamGung Jiahan appeared holding a pill box. Lihan grabbed the box, pained to see only one pill left. He demanded to know where the rest went. Jiahan casually replied had eaten them all. Lihan grew furious, glaring and asking if he knew the true value of that medicine. NamGung Jiahan laughed loudly, pointing at the box saying the name was written clearly, mocking Lihan's aging eyes. Lihan was choked with rage, looking to the sky and roaring furiously. He turned and shouted at NamGung, aura flaring, demanding how many pills they had swallowed. NamGung stammered excuses, misunderstanding that Lihan wanted one too and offered to share a pill. Mocked in return, Lihan exploded with anger, crushing the box, making NamGung panic and flee crying for help. The noise drew attention from the room. Diso opened the door, asking what happened and saw NamGung appear. NamGung Jihan, tearful, ran over begging the young master for help. Diso, who had been planning to find him, angrily asked why he was there. NamGung hid behind Diso, trembling in fear, leaving him even more confused. Lian checked on the two elders, seeing they were awake but advised more rest, which they refused due to urgent matters. NamGung still clung to Diso, pleading, while he just wanted to teach him a lesson. Lian glared at him with icy eyes, saying he too had business to settle. Diso smiled, declaring he understood everything now. He handed NamGung over to Lian, saying he could deal with him as he wished, which was accepted. Lian grabbed his collar and dragged him away as NamGung cried and begged in vain. Diso ignored it, telling the maids to go ahead while he spoke further with the two men. The three went to the bamboo forest behind the manor, a place Diso knew well. He told them to demonstrate their martial arts so he could observe and correct mistakes. NamGung immediately drew his sword. The blade rose high, shining with cold light. A deadly aura spread throughout as NamGung focused. Merging with his sword, he swung gracefully, each move soft yet powerful. A surge of fierce energy burst out. Diso clearly felt the killing intent and stepped back. A gust brushed his face, shocking him with its overwhelming strength. Baitun exclaimed, asking if he was really using his full power. NamGung entered a trance with his sword, his whole body flowing with its rhythm. Each stroke followed the wind, fluid and natural. He was performing a style harmonizing with nature, rooted in balance. At last, NamGung's swordsmanship reached its peak realm. Sweating and breathing lightly, he asked Diso what he thought. Diso clapped politely, leaving NamGung unsure if it was praise or sarcasm. Both grew annoyed at being belittled, accusing Diso of insincerity and telling him to speak plainly if arrogant. Diso panicked, trying to explain, since he truly meant what he said. To prove his honesty, he took NamGung's sword, saying he would try it himself. He stepped forward while NamGung called out that he could, if capable. NamGung laughed confidently, thinking no one could easily grasp the secret he had trained a lifetime for. Diso closed his eyes, feeling the sword's spiritual energy. He recalled each move and form NamGung had just displayed. Then he swung the sword, perfectly mimicking the technique he'd seen. NamGung stared in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Diso's movements mirrored his own youth, smooth and full of power. Every slash left and right was impossibly precise. Baitun patted his friend's shoulder, laughing that the boy actually looked impressive. Diso remained focused, completing the first form of the sword style. As he gripped the hilt firmly, he sensed the art grew deeper and more unpredictable. He smiled to himself, deciding to test a few more forms, but Tun suddenly felt something strange was about to happen. NamGung was stunned, watching his life's mastery flawlessly replicated by the young man. The blade lightly pierced a falling leaf. Spiritual energy burst forth, signaling the unlocking of the second form. Diso's sword dancing around his body. His swift, precise moves flowed with his breath, leaves swirling with his motion. While moving, he thought he couldn't stop now. He urged himself to train further to earn their full respect. Within Diso, two streams of energy slowly merged. Blue light spread from his body, bursting with immense power. Baitun gasped, fearing that once he mastered this, they have to steal their sex manuals back. Diso stopped, saying that was enough. He couldn't think of new forms. He advised training by instinct, explaining this sword art was about lightness, not theft. His words left NamGung stunned, heart pounding as if suddenly enlightened. NamGung suddenly shouted, proposing they and Diso create the strongest sect in the world, his face glowing with excitement. He grasped Diso's hand, promising to make him sect leader. Baitun chimed in, asking if he'd join forces to make Shaolin the #1 Buddhist school. Diso laughed coldly, demanding they prove their strength, but they refused. He turned away, saying to bring 200 taels of silver if they wanted more instruction, and to find him at the hall. After Diso left, Baitun stood deep in thought. NamGung hesitated, suspecting the energy within Diso bore the mark of Master Damo. As they walked, he muttered about the 200 taels, making Baitun nervously ask where he was going. NamGung replied grimly that he'd go to Wuding to steal money, only 200 taels needed. Baitun panicked, calling him mad, then consoled him that being surpassed by a genius was rare but not hopeless. NamGung just shook his head sadly, saying no one understood his heart. He remembered his master's words long ago when he was a young disciple learning the King Hui sword. That boy had bowed in remorse, promising to stop being hot-headed and troublesome. His master called his name in a somber tone, and he respectfully answered, "Under the sunset." His teacher's words echoed, teaching that a true martial artist never uses violence to prove strength. The master handed over the sword, saying he would tell a secret legend meant only for the azure sword hair. He demonstrated a move, creating a fierce whirlwind around himself. NamGung was stunned and frightened by its power. The master said that when the sword no longer creates wind, the world will submit to martial doctrine. The young student still couldn't grasp its deep meaning. The master smiled kindly, saying that was what made the legend. Back to the present, Diso walked on, lost in thought. He mused that the world would bow to the NamGung name, not martial doctrine, whistling as he left NamGung, regretting his low offer. NamGung angrily watched Diso leave, feeling helpless and frustrated. Baitun pulled NamGung back, advising against robbery since the money equaled 10 years of work and could only be earned through another plan. NamGung agreed and went to find Diso. A Ho-Jin pavilion, a fierce quarrel was about to erupt. A loud shout broke the silence. The deputy hall master was furious over bookkeeping errors and demanded the writer be called. An old voice answered the call. The deputy hall master scolded harshly, threatening dismissal without higher orders. That man, Jiang Mei, calmly turned to leave, prompting the deputy hall master to roar for him to stop. Jiang Mei turned back, silently gazing at him. That gaze made the deputy tremble and soften his tone, saying the records had to be redone because of him. Jiang Mei calmly apologized, which enraged the deputy more, who slammed the table and expelled him from the pavilion. Jiang Mei asked in surprise whether the hall master had approved it. The deputy hastily claimed had convinced him and urged Jiang Mei to leave at once. Jiang Mei asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. The deputy replied his only regret was his wife's betrayal, making the old man laugh mockingly and lose control. Jiang Mei's face hardened, killing intent rising, declaring he'd help him take revenge since money could do anything. The deputy flushed with anger, shouting that he had no place left here and must go immediately. Jiang Mei turned away with venomous words, saying if his son were older, he'd see his father fall because of him, leaving the man choked with rage. The taunt sent the deputy into convulsions. Servants panicked and called for help. The attendants rushed to find a doctor, shouting to save him. When all left, Jiang Mei grinned wickedly, placing a paper on the table, saying it was his final gift. The paper listed the address of the cheating wife, the third house on the outskirts of Kuaoshan. Done. He calmly left, muttering that his debt to the hall master was now settled. Ahead, Meng Kang and Bei Tun appeared, stopping Jiang Mei. Bei Tun reached out politely, asking to borrow 200 taels of silver. He sneered, saying he thought they were beggars but only asked for a bit of money. Jiang Mei squinted, realizing they weren't truly poor. He stroked his beard, grinning slyly, sensing money in the air. Jiang Mei sternly asked if they needed that silver to follow young master NamGung. Meng Kang impatiently held out his hand, urging him to lend it quickly and be repaid later. He laughed wickedly, guessing that if they joined, over 50 subordinates would follow too, making Bei Tun sweat. He recalled Jiang Mei's past, once called the Gold King, willing to sell anything for money. Jiang Mei mocked, saying 200 taels weren't worth his effort. Bring more people and raise the amount. The two stared in confusion, not understanding his meaning. Jiang Mei declared boldly that whether 10,000 or 100,000 taels, had negotiate when meeting the young master. In Diso's manner, the sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. He practiced intently in the courtyard, admired by the watching girls. Ho-na and Song-han chatted while eating, discussing his training and outside troubles. Ho-na said martial arts were usually fierce and seemed unfit for women, but watching Diso move, she strangely felt peace. Lian Nian curiously asked the housekeeper if martial arts were always this graceful. The woman replied between bites that she had never seen swordplay like this. She said she had seen many sects, but the young master style was unique, even making her want to learn. She glanced toward the door, sensing trouble, whispering that guests might be coming. As expected, several burly men burst in, terrifying everyone. Ho-na and Lian Nian were confused, recognizing them as men assigned elsewhere. Song-nan stepped up to stop them, asking why they came so urgently. Meng Kang seriously said they came for an important matter that the young master surely foresaw. Song-han softly replied that they should wait until he finished training. The noise irritated Diso in meditation. Wondering why it was so chaotic outside, the blue energy in him surged and began to glow. He breathed deeply, saying too many eyes were watching, so he must restrain his power. Sword energy merged with his muscles, flowing gently through his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shouted softly. In that instant, he clearly sensed every sword line. Realizing his past blockage was cleared, freed from it, Diso joyfully sought freedom. Realizing he must channel inner strength, energy flared within him as the green core turned crimson. He laughed excitedly, naming the new move Cloud Sword. Suddenly, Diso gasped, seeing the crowd surrounding him, standing in the courtyard under many gazes. He asked why they gathered. Everyone froze, mouths agape in disbelief at the scene. Diso calmly questioned them, while Meng Kang angrily demanded an explanation for the phenomenon. The elder questioned rapidly, saying buyers came one after another. Realizing it was the familiar Hojin curious about the sword move, Jiang Man pushed him aside, warning not to cause trouble. His eyes gleamed with greed as he introduced himself as Jiang Man to Diso, heir of Enlightenment. Surprised by the grand introduction, Diso asked who that was. The question silenced him. Fowler left then returned to ask Song-han, who replied they had an appointment with the young master. Diso grew furious, denying any such meeting. Bei Tun intervened, apologizing for the sudden visit but insisting they indeed had discussed membership fees. Stunned, Diso repeated membership fees, guessing 100 taels. Bei Tun confirmed, and he calculated 5,000 in total. Some doubted the beggars could afford such payment. Jiang Man approached Diso calmly, saying he had enough money. Diso, not recognizing him, angrily asked why he meddled. Jiang Man calmly mentioned the name Jiangxi estate, shocking Diso and Gung. He revealed he was the owner of that merchant guild, which had handled Diso's shipments for years. Diso recalled as a child he had his sister send gifts to that estate. Jiang Man smiled, assuring that the estate always kept secrets and could prove its trustworthiness. He pulled out a stack of gold notes, asking if that was sufficient. The crowd gawked at the vast fortune, each note worth 10,000 taels, 5 in total. The words left Diso stunned and speechless. He instantly changed demeanor, smiling warmly and inviting the honored guest inside. His sudden shift made Song-han and Lian Nian whisper that he had long been addicted to money. Jiang Man laughed, saying they'd enter first but might not hand over the money yet. Diso quietly asked what he wanted. Jiang Man mentioned NamGung, shocking Diso, who didn't understand the reason. Jiang Man sternly said he wanted revenge on Ein. Startling Diso, he declared he wished to see Ein defeated and would give full support and wealth if Diso helped. Diso hastily gestured for silence. Glancing around nervously, he wondered if everyone here had gathered to avenge against the NamGung clan. The air grew tense, eyes burning with hatred. Facing the scene, Diso turned pale and sighed helplessly. Someone suddenly questioned him, making Diso cover his mouth in fear, blaming himself for misspeaking. But then he thought, why should he fear them? He immediately shouted, calling the crowd insane and demanding answers. He mocked Batun and Menkang, saying they were all failures. Instead of anger, everyone burst out laughing, admitting they truly were crazy. Diso stared in confusion, asking if they'd all lost their minds. They laughed to tears, saying it was the most honest thing they'd ever heard. They said it freed them after years of resentment and asked for his understanding. One man stepped forward, praising Diso for his sword spirit. They lauded him for breaking tradition and creating beauty unseen for 50 years. That man bowed respectfully to Jiang Man. Jiang Man responded by asking them to gift Diso 100 taels of silver. Everyone complied, introducing themselves as famed masters. Diso sweated in shock, unable to grasp what was happening. Bei Tun clasped his hands, respectfully introducing himself. Menkang solemnly declared himself the Taiji Sword King. All bowed to Jiang Man and presented Diso 100 taels as a sign of respect. Diso felt dizzy and overwhelmed by the bizarre event. Jiang Man turned around. He clasped his hands and asked Diso if the third NamGung son permitted them to stay together. Diso nervously explained he had no intention of revenge or power, but they protested, saying his sword dance had clearly shown true energy. Menkang stepped forward, confirming it. He said what Diso performed wasn't a dance but the true Taiji sword union. Making the others nod in agreement, Diso stood stunned, asking if the ultimate technique was really what he'd just used. While he was still confused, Bei Tun made his move. He sidestepped and launched a powerful punch. The gust from it whipped Diso's hair wildly. The elder asked sternly if he could counter with inner force. Diso didn't hesitate and focused his energy. He gathered power and released a fierce punch. The wall before him exploded into fragments. Diso froze, unable to believe his strength. Staring at the debris, he asked what move that was. Bei Tun praised him, saying it was the 100-step divine fist. While Diso stood puzzled, Diso pointed at a man with a sword, telling him to demonstrate. The man nodded and drew his blade instantly. The sword's wind lifted him high into the air. Diso immediately responded. He drew his sword and soared upward, body light as a leaf in the wind. The crowd clapped and cheered as he landed safely. Though dizzy from drained energy, he was happy to have succeeded. Bei Tun laughed and praised him as a rare genius. Diso looked at the sword patterns had made, thinking he'd only grasped the basics. His eyes widened as a sense of enlightenment surged within. A voice in his mind spoke of the three great sword arts and their unity, making him feel he'd grasped the truth. Jiang Man clapped joyfully, saying such a fine day deserved a drink. Servants quickly brought food, and the air turned festive. Only Diso waved his hand, saying he was too young to drink. The feast burst into laughter and liveliness. Everyone ate and drank happily, cherishing the rare peace. Diso's voice called out old uncle. Drawing everyone's attention, he respectfully poured wine for Jiang Man, thanking him for bringing joy. He then asked why the old man wanted revenge on the NamGung elder. The old man asked back if he had ever possessed so much money he couldn't count it. Jiang Man said one day he woke to find endless gold and silver, and life became meaningless. When he was a merchant, had been bullied by martial clans, so he spent money like water to retaliate. Stunning Diso, he continued, saying he bought countless treasures, armors, swords, and legendary weapons until his wealth was gone. The crowd around the table curiously asked what happened next. He said old memories returned how he once drew his sword and defeated every challenger. At first, they were weak third-rate fighters he easily beat within a few moves. He explained that only second-rate and higher were true martial artists. The rest couldn't even pierce dragon armor. Then a first-rate master appeared, whose sword's gleam terrified him. In desperation, a Kushin poison pearl worth 10 million taels saved him and let him win. As he spoke, Jiang Man's eyes shone with awe. Reliving the memory, he realized that no matter how strong a fighter was, once poisoned, they fell like anyone else, and he always prevailed. He drained his wine, voice low, saying, "That's all there is." Then he mentioned the name Tenk, stirring a vague memory. In that recollection, under the evening light, a figure leaned against a wall. That man radiated chilling aura, making him tremble and call him a monster. Jiang Man recalled meeting NamGung. Back when he was naive, thinking martial arts were nothing special, he was confident his dragon armor made him untouchable. Laughing arrogantly, he thought of challenging the strongest sect in the world. A stranger appeared leaning against the wall, catching his attention. Realizing it was NamGung, he saw the man exude killing intent and wondered why he blocked his way. Jiang Man shouted for him to move aside, his harsh tone enraging the other. NamGung growled, calling him a bastard. Jiang Man, surprised, pointed at himself and asked if the insult was meant for him. The man unleashed inner power, roaring that Jiang Man had caused his failure, preventing him from ever reaching the transformation realm. NamGung's face burned red with fury, saying enlightenment was destroyed by him. At that time, Jiang Man didn't know his true power and mocked him as a mad beggar. Without another word, NamGung struck. The old man's eyes widened. Unable to react in time, a violent crash erupted. Jiang Man's hat was struck off and crushed on the ground. He stood stunned as NamGung sneered that it was just a light hit. Furious, Jiang Man pulled a bomb from his robe. Mocking his opponent, he lit the fuse, launching a swarm of poison needles at him. NamGung raised his hand to block. Unsure what it was, Jiang Man proudly said that even one soft demon needle could kill within half a minute. Describing its agonizing stages, the man stood still, staring at the needles embedded in his body. Jiang Man approached with an antidote vial, saying he didn't wish to kill a stranger by chance. He offered the antidote, believing the man regretted his anger, but NamGung burst into laughter, startling Jiang Man, who shouted for him to drink it. He calmly spat all the poison from his body onto a roadside rock. The rock instantly vaporized, making Jiang Man cry out in horror. NamGung merely grunted, veins bulging across his face. He focused his ki, forcing all the poison needles out of his flesh. Jiang Man gaped in disbelief, screaming that he had neutralized the soft demon needles, something even divine healers couldn't do. NamGung stared at him with a cruel grin, saying he had tensed his muscles to reduce the poison's effect. He added that any ordinary man would have died instantly, while Jiang Man could only tremble in fear. Suddenly, he grabbed Jiang Man's armor, called it interesting, then tore off a piece. The old man trembled, choking as he cried out the name of his treasure, dragon armor. NamGung excitedly crushed the armor in his hand, mocking him for relying on worthless trinkets. The old man stayed silent, heart aching at the loss. His life's prized possession was ripped apart mercilessly. The man wiped his sweat, remarking how long it had been since his body felt this alive. Waving a hand as he left, he coldly said it'd spare his life, leaving Jiang Man trembling and exposed. Before he left, the old man hurriedly asked his name. NamGung turned with a sinister smile, asking if it was to seek revenge. He introduced himself as belonging to the NamGung clan. As the story ended, Jiang Man drank again, moving everyone around him, including Diso, to tears. One man said had once been hailed a military genius until meeting NamGung. Realizing his own insignificance, another said he was deceived by an old man's fake martial training, thinking he was invincible. They each told their stories like a tragic confession. One said had found a supreme manual, trained 10 years, only to learn it was a fraud. Hearing them, Diso fell into deep thought. He realized the 50 people here were all former masters defeated by the NamGung clan, now united in resentment. Staring into his wine, he sadly thought they were like him, unable to stop even in defeat. Suddenly, a shout shattered the heavy silence. Diso slammed the table and boldly declared it was no difficult task. He vowed to avenge them all. The crowd roared with excitement. They lifted him up, shouting in unison, "Long life Commander Diso." The next morning, sunlight filled every corner. Diso awoke with a headache, groaning from last night's drinking. Before he could recover, Lihan sat waiting with a stern face, coldly asking if he was awake. Lihan folded his arms and said seriously that there was an important matter to report. Diso asked in surprise what was wrong, and Lihan grabbed his hand, pleading for help convincing the maids to become his disciples. He said he'd asked them what NamGung once gifted besides the elixir. He was amazed they could identify herbs and ingredients just by smell, saying they could become divine healers with training. Lihan admitted had invited them before but was refused, so he asked Diso to persuade them gently. He patted his chest, swearing he'd join Diso's faction if they agreed. As they walked, Diso reminded him to respect their wishes. Lihan gratefully said Diso was worthier than his own father. Suddenly, Diso shouted when he saw people drunk and collapsed over the banquet table. Lihan assured him they were alive. Diso wondered why that person was here. He saw NamGung struggling to lift a fat man lying on the floor. He loudly asked what was happening, startling Jun, who gasped that the young master had finally arrived. Jun complained of exhaustion from cleaning up drunkards, arms nearly falling off. Diso chuckled, praising him for working hard. He pushed the door open and left, ignoring Jin's tired grumbling. When he entered, Song Nan and Ho No were cooking and greeted him cheerfully, smelling fragrant soup. He asked to taste it, and Li and Nian invited him to try. He tasted a spoonful, praised it, and asked if they truly didn't want to become healers. The three girls said in unison they wanted to serve the young master forever. The answer embarrassed Diso, so he turned to Lihan for advice. Lihan sighed, saying they refused because of him, but the three kept cooking. Unfazed, Diso doubted it, asking if it was really because of him. His eyes widened emotionally as he said he was no longer a child needing protection. Suddenly, the kitchen door burst open. NamGung appeared with Jiang Man, loudly saying they also wanted to take the three as disciples. The already tense situation grew worse. Diso angrily shouted what trick they were pulling. Jiang Man laughed, saying he'd observed yesterday that the girls had extraordinary eyes for treasures. The unexpected praise made Song Nan slightly flustered. NamGung stepped closer and called Lian Nian's name. His sharp, cold gaze came with a short compliment. Lian Nian grew nervous, sweating but trying to focus. Suddenly, he declared her his personal strategist. He clearly explained her abilities and status justified the position. The three began fiercely arguing, each demanding their pick with harsh words. Diso, caught in the shouting, held his head in frustration. losing patience. He drove all three out to calm things down, when only his close aides remained. Diso spoke seriously about their future. Song Nahan admitted feeling both regret and curiosity about change. Lai and Nian gratefully recalled her life-saving debt and unwavering loyalty. Hoa declared she would obey only one master. Diso pondered, then firmly made his final decision. He assigned Song Han to study medicine. Lai and Nian was appointed assistant to the deputy strategist. Hoa was chosen to become Jiang Man's disciple. Everyone bowed and accepted his orders. Diso told them his door would always be open for their return. His heartfelt words moved the three to tears. Then he joked that their privileges still belongs to him. The three blushed awkwardly at his overbold humor, smiling uneasily. Realizing his slip, Diso quickly added that he only wished everyone happiness and progress together. The three answered in unison, showing understanding and unity. He led them out to meet the others and announced the assignments. His playful grin made the three uneasy, but they obeyed. Lihan told Song Han to rest before starting her new work. Suddenly someone shouted "Commander," and the group gathered, awaiting orders. They looked at each other excitedly, eager for their first initiation. Diso joked that he was the one who needed to learn, not them, but Tun teased that everyone knew he was close to reaching third rank. He quickly denied being a genius. A deep voice interrupted the atmosphere. Meng Kang said if he wanted to learn beyond third rank, he needed a worthy opponent. He added that the masters here were in no way inferior to the NamGung clan. Bei Tun advised that one's training method determined their unique strength. He emphasized that only real combat could bring rapid progress. Suddenly, Bei Tun laughed and lunged to attack Diso. He chanted a Buddha verse and delivered a crushing blow that hurt Diso badly. He followed with lightning-fast, cunning strikes. Diso panicked, shouting for him to stop, but Batun kept attacking, punching him hard and sending him flying. He gasped for breath, his body aching from the relentless assault. The elder didn't relent, closing in with more aggressive moves. A thunderous kick struck Diso's chin. The elder followed with a barrage of rapid punches, forcing him to defend. When the dust settled, Bei Tun sneered, asking how long he planned to endure. Diso, enraged, cursed and counterattacked fiercely. He mimicked the elder's moves, but Batun dodged skillfully. Diso launched the Dragonhorn Tiger Kick, forcing the elder back and teasing him. The crowd applauded, praising his impressive fighting. Everyone cheered together, calling him a true genius. He blushed, embarrassed by the praise. Seizing the opening, Batun punched him straight in the face, knocking him down. The elder laughed heartily, recalling his glorious past, ignoring Diso's plea to stop. He kicked again, sending Diso soaring into the air. Bei Tun roared in ecstasy, feeling alive after years of humiliation. Diso roared back in fury, countering with the Tiger Ultimate Fist. Batun grew more frenzied, refusing to stop. He countered, vowing to show the power of true Tiger Fist. They struck simultaneously, creating a fierce clash. Diso realized his punching force was still weaker. He was hurled high, crashing down battered and torn. Bei Tun sneered, asking how long he wished to be beaten. Badly hurt, Diso mocked that if they shared the same style, why was he the only one falling? The elder replied sarcastically that a lifetime of training couldn't compare to one day's learning. Diso grew furious, recalling how his father once cut off Batun's hand. Now understanding why, he swore to turn the old man's head into a wooden gong. Imagining his mocking laughter, consumed by rage, he unleashed a furious Tiger Fist assault. The spectators murmured that if he kept fighting recklessly, he would lose again. He softly named a new move, self-control, reminding himself to stay calm. He launched a reverse Tiger Armor kick straight at Batun. The elder immediately blocked and retreated to dodge the relentless attacks. Diso lifted his leg, aiming a direct kick to the opponent's face. He calculated, using leg strength to make up for short reach, applying a locking stance. An idea flashed: Tiger Fist wasn't limited to punches alone. Batun laughed in approval, praising that his strikes weren't bad, but the elder easily caught his kick, throwing him off balance. Diso shouted in disbelief. The old man countered with a tiger kick. He was shocked that the old man used Tiger Fist with his leg and called it full. The blow knocked him unconscious. Meng Kang informed everyone that the young master had fainted. Bazin asked the witness for his opinion. The man praised him as a rare talent who grasped martial arts by instinct. All the fighters around admired his gift. Meng Kang laughed, saying the young master would be busy training non-stop. Light shone down, and a gentle voice echoed across the yard. Diso awoke, rubbing his neck, confused about how long had been out. Before him, everyone was fiercely sparring. Still dizzy, he exclaimed in surprise. He asked if they were all training together. He observed the chaotic fight, some with weapons, some barehanded. Suddenly a figure rushed at him, making him dodge in shock. That person rejoiced at his awakening, saying a guest had come but was driven off. Diso pointed to himself, asking if they had really met him. Two others mocked that the guest was just a rough man from the mountains. The insult enraged the other, leading to a fierce brawl. Diso sighed, wondering why they were so eager to fight. From afar, Bazin and Meng Kang arrived, saying to let them be since everyone now fought for rank. Bazun added that they already had ranks, so they didn't need to join. Diso admired the power and technique of each fighter. Meng Kang encouraged him, saying with effort he could surpass them. Bazin added he could even surpass the two elders through blood and sweat. The elder said that if he trained to madness, he might surpass even gods and demons. Diso placed his hand on his chest, felt his inner energy, and vowed to begin training immediately. His face flushed, eyes blazing with determination. He declared his resolve. He kept watching, silently ranking everyone by strength. He muttered it was too crowded to remember, then randomly called a scar-faced man the eldest. Next, he nicknamed 3 men in orange and purple, making others sigh at his casual naming. Suddenly the main door slammed open loudly. A man strode quickly toward Diso. He stopped, shocked to see it was his second brother. NamGung smiled, saying he had accepted his challenge. Diso froze, not understanding what his brother meant. NamGung reminded him of his declaration of challenge yesterday. Surprised yet intrigued, hearing this, Diso glared at the gossipers, anger surging. The second brother patted his shoulder, amused, calling him a true NamGung heir. His eyes turned cold, saying he would await their real duel in 2 years. Diso's face went pale, heart racing in shock. NamGung turned away, leaving only the promise of a duel in 2 years. The door closed loudly, echoing through the hall. The air buzzed as everyone discussed the exciting challenge. Diso angrily shouted, demanding who set the 2-year limit. From the crowd, Bazin laughed and raised his hand, claiming it. Realizing the culprit, Diso went mad. Yelling had crushed the old man's head. Bazin laughed heartily, aura flaring, while Menkang shook his head, saying it was killing intent, not fighting spirit. He calmed himself, told everyone to train. Still secretly thinking of Nangon, he asked Bazin how to begin, and the old man said to fight 50 brothers first. Hearing that, everyone warmed up, making Diso tremble and beg to stop in vain. His screams echoed through the hall, chilling all who heard. Elsewhere, Lihan threw a thick book on the table, asking if Suinian was studying it for the first time. She opened the book, and the divine doctor gently said few had ever read such texts. She calmly replied she already knew it all, shocking the teacher, who asked when she learned it. He clicked his tongue, saying mastering those herbs would take at least 5 years. Lian flipped to a random page, asked about astragalus, and she answered smoothly without pause. She described in detail its traits, habitat, and healing uses from detoxifying to strengthening tendons. Her precise answer astonished the divine doctor, who asked what she had done before to know so much. Suiniang honestly said she had helped her father in a small pharmacy called Cainhuafang. He was startled, repeating the name with nostalgic disbelief. He recalled that though small, the shop's fame was great before it mysteriously vanished years ago. Moved, the divine doctor held her hand, praising her hardships. She smiled, saying she was happy to meet the young master. Meanwhile, Diso was still being beaten until he spat blood. Heavy footsteps sounded. It was Nangonglin arriving. He pushed open Nanganjian's door, asking if he truly intended to stay with the young master. After asking, he warned that the road ahead was full of danger and trials. Jian put down his pen, calmly replying that such hardship made the journey exciting. He affirmed that an easy life wasn't what a Nangong disciple desired. Jian said only those who endured hardship could see truth. His eyes blazing with faith in the young master, the strategist witnessed his resolve and felt deep admiration. Jian added he wanted to recommend another person, surprising his master, who asked if it was a new strategist. He laughed, saying no, it was an assistant for the deputy strategist, so he could stay closer to the young master. The strategist's face darkened, letting out a cold snort. Jian peeked out the door, cheering as Lianian arrived, introducing her to his master. The girl bowed politely, graceful despite her servant background. Jian explained that from now on she was no longer a maid but his student, meaning she must call his master grandmaster. Nangonglin looked her over, his voice trembling as he asked her name. She gently replied she was Lianian, eldest daughter of Li Shaming. She then saluted, requesting to greet her grandmaster. Hearing the name, the strategist was shocked and emotional, unable to believe it. He recalled Li Shaming, a genius destroyed by the court, his family scattered. He said the rumor of his brilliant daughter was true. Sighing that heaven was fair, he then laughed heartily, calling it a day to celebrate and demanded a wine feast. Nanganjian grimaced, lamenting that his master had taken the person he needed most. The strategist laughed, patted Lianian's shoulder, told her to call him master, then dragged her away, vowing not to let her near Diso. Nanganjian ran after them, crying that his master had stolen the disciple he had just found. At Hujinj, the peaceful morning was suddenly broken by a solemn aura. Nanganjian, the master of this place, sat solemnly, coldly asking Huania if she could endure life here. She looked at Jiangming opposite her, thinking she felt no fear speaking to the elder. Observing Nanganjiang, she realized he controlled all fate within Hujinj. She thought everyone feared his gaze, but she did not. Huania confidently declared she would make Hujinj bow to her will. In her heart, she remembered Diso, feeling she still had a home to return to. Nanganjiang smiled, praising Jiangming for bringing such an interesting girl. Jiangming said she should stay and train here for 2 years. He narrowed his eyes, warning that those 2 years might change her forever. Huania replied proudly, showing unshakable confidence. 6 months later, in Diso's hall, the clash of weapons marked the start of training. He held the advantage, shouting with fiery spirit. Diso struck hard with a wooden sword on his opponent's head. The hit sent the man flying. He laughed joyfully, pleased with victory. The opponent stood stunned, wondering when he had grown so strong. Diso raised his sword, taunting and calling for the next challenger. Menkang stepped forward, saying he was now strong enough to fight them. He stated the match would be fought with the Hoi sword. Diso agreed briefly and readied his stance. He dashed forward like the wind, stunning the spectators with his speed. NamGung unleashed the Sun Sword, a secret art said to split the sun at its peak. Diso quickly analyzed that the Hoi Sword's power lay in its spiral inner energy. He decided to seize initiative to escape that orbit. NamGung smiled approvingly, praising his sharp reaction. He stood firm, blocking with his sword, forcing Diso back several steps. Looking down, he saw his feet caught in a swirling flow of energy. He was shocked, not understanding what was happening. NamGung laughed smugly, saying with one move he was trapped and the match was decided. But Diso refused to surrender. He recalled the hard training days, beaten countless times but never giving up. He unleashed the Swallow Twin Flight Strike, attacking fiercely. NamGung was stunned to see him using beggar sect techniques. In a flash, Diso closed in, forcing him to retreat. NamGung countered with a thrust, but he leapt up to evade. The first strike was a feint, the second was real. Diso smiled, spinning to attack from behind. The brothers cheered, shouting that the hit landed. NamGung stayed calm, smirking, saying he hadn't expected him to master arts from both 5 great and 9 renowned sects. NamGung turned and slashed straight at Diso's face. Before he could react, the thought of Wuding's dual polarity mind technique flashed in his mind. After the fight, Diso bitterly admitted defeat, saying his foe's Wuding roots explained his mastery. He realized the Hoi Sword was only a facade hiding deeper power. Unwilling to yield, he launched whirlwind kicks and returning fist kicks in succession. Even so, NamGung easily dodged every blow. Diso told himself to flow with the energy, redirecting the spiral toward him. NamGung stood relaxed, blocking with one hand, smiling arrogantly. Suddenly, Diso countered swiftly, stabbing and forcing him to bend back to dodge. NamGung was stunned, realizing he had grasped the Sun Sword technique. Seeing an opening, Diso leapt up and kicked with full force. The man blocked his chest, unsure if it was a whirlwind or returning kick. The blow forced him back several steps, his breath unsteady. Before he could recover, NamGung was overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks. He had to defend with his wooden sword. Stuck on the defensive, Diso sneered, believing his strikes were working. NamGung grew suspicious, sensing something like hidden weapons as Diso charged in. A cloud of smoke spread, blinding NamGung's sight. Diso smirked, mocking him with his own words. Winning is all that matters. Making him flush with anger, NamGung shouted furiously, calling him an insolent brat. He lunged, swinging his sword hard at Diso's head. Diso narrowed his eyes, seeing the old man's rhythm break in rage. He rushed forward, aiming 2 fingers at a weak point. Suddenly NamGung said coldly, 100 years is still far away, making him freeze. Instantly, a surge of inner energy engulfed Diso in invisible pressure. He struggled in shock, not understanding what was happening. This technique was unlike any martial art he'd ever seen. Before him, NamGung raised his sword, his moves unreadable. He swung a decisive slash. The strike landed, leaving Diso dizzy and reeling. A bump rose on his forehead before he collapsed. Mumbling about the head, NamGung sighed in relief, admiring his sword, admitting he had to use his ultimate move earlier than planned. Looking at the unconscious Diso, he couldn't hide his admiration for the youth's half-year progress. Even if he couldn't hear it, everyone knew Diso was unpredictable, and the next 2 years would be terrifying. Meanwhile, his maid stayed focused. Huanya handled accounts and records. Suiniang diligently studied medicine, refining herbs with care. Lianian focused on assisting Nanganjian with paperwork. Diso alone trained relentlessly, unfazed by harsh weather. In the Grand Fortress, a deep voice echoed, 2 years have passed at last. I've awaited this battle long enough. It was Nanganjian. The heavy doors swung open. He entered, bowing before the dignified man seated inside. He respectfully requested permission to begin the destined duel. The man opposite was Nangang and resting his chin. He replied, I agreed long ago, didn't I? Nangang mentioned that just as the younger brother ended seclusion, someone rushed in with news. Nangang cheerfully said he had expected his brother's arrival. It turned out the visitor was Nangang Suo, his younger brother. The 2 brothers chatted, Duan laughing that his elder had guessed his intent. Nangang Suo teased him, noting his training had clearly improved. Jian whispered provocatively that he was becoming fiercer and stronger. The comment left Su stunned and stammering. Jian continued, saying that was exactly what a brother should be. Su was mocked yet remained calm. He restrained himself from drawing his sword and withdrew quietly. Duan laughed, thanking his elder for arriving early. He proposed they watch the match between the 2 brothers, and Duan agreed. Nangang also requested to join, raising his hand to speak. Both were surprised, and Duan thought it was for the younger brother's sake. He agreed to invite more clan members to attend. Duan said the noble families all loved to witness such duels. In his heart, he was eager to prove his superiority. Su reminded him not to underestimate his opponent. Duan replied coldly, eyes full of provocation. He walked away, throwing harsh words before leaving. Su watched silently, filled with irritation. He thought that if he used a blade instead of a sword, things would be different. Outside, a voice announced their arrival. The scholar stood, amazed at the grand palace hall. Suiniang met Lianian and greeted her warmly. Lianian replied kindly, mentioning Huanya. Suiniang said Huanya had left the clan for her own wish. A young man opened the door, inviting them in. Both saw everyone training hard inside. They were surprised that the diligence hadn't faded. Jiao noticed them and happily greeted. The 2 girls smiled back, While chatting, someone suddenly attacked, reminding him not to lose focus. He dodged by ducking low, startling the attacker. Two others joined in, determined to land even one hit. He flipped out of their encirclement. Dressing as he joked about food, he urged everyone to come eat since the meal was ready. The two girls eagerly approached the table. Amazed by the delicious spread, the steward greeted them cheerfully, recalling old times as they enjoyed the meal. Diso quietly thought today's meal should include beef. Suinian called him, praising that he looked more mature now. He replied proudly. They both laughed, remembering their tough training days. A man rushed in, reporting the young master must go out immediately. The message said the second young master wished to meet. Hearing that name, Diso smiled darkly, saying it was perfect timing. The two girls exchanged worried looks, unsure what he had been through. NamGung waited outside, silently judging his brother's progress over 2 years. He thought the opponent weak, expecting a dull match. Diso came out smiling, asking what his brother was thinking. Jian trembled slightly, surprised to see his brother taller and more composed. Diso grabbed his hand, inviting him aside for a private talk. Duan felt uneasy, suspicious at being held. He released a faint fighting aura, making the other alert with just a gesture. Contrary to expectation, Diso cheerfully invited him to eat, acting carefree. He chewed and joked that meals weren't good without meat. Duan observed, thinking his brother was still naive and unguarded. He sternly called his name, startling Diso. Jian warned that in life one must be cautious. Even with kin, he stressed that the NamGung family was among the most powerful clans. Jian frowned, asking if he wasn't afraid of being poisoned in his food. Diso kept eating calmly, eyes bright with innocence. He smiled, saying he trusted his brother, who had never treated him badly. His words embarrassed Duan, though he still warned him to stay alert. Diso laughed easily, saying it was fine as long as his brother was there. Duan seriously said today's purpose was to set the duel's time. Diso asked when. Jian narrowed his eyes and firmly said it would be tomorrow. Diso exclaimed in shock, barely covering his mouth. Duan explained the rule: whoever yielded first would end the fight to keep it fair. Diso asked if his brother would participate, and Jian nodded. He emphasized this was a duel between the two, not a minor spar. Diso was puzzled, not yet understanding his brother's intent. Jian said that if he won, he would ask for his brother's help in something important. He mentioned rumors about the talents of Diso's maids. He set a condition that if the younger lost, one maid must follow him. Diso grew furious, slamming the table and shouting in protest. He flung the door open, aura blazing. Seeing this, Bazin laughed, saying they were just chatting happily. Diso asked where the girls were. NamGung said they'd gone to rest and had called them back. Diso cut him off, announcing the duel would be tomorrow afternoon. Stunning them both, he declared they must prepare immediately and were not allowed to lose. He set down the chessboard, repeating the duel's rules. He guessed his brother would mobilize the Great Xuan Sword Corps. Diso asked if they could win. Bazin pondered that 2 years ago, they surely could. He gripped his fist, affirming they were stronger now and strategy mattered most. Hearing that, NamGung joined in with further analysis. He pointed out that NamGung, elder of the Great Xuan Sword Corps, must be stopped or they'd lose. Both fell silent, deep in thought. Diso suddenly mocked, asking if they were afraid. He continued provoking, saying they only knew how to talk. Bazin, angered, struck out, but Diso dodged and glared challengingly. NamGung sternly explained that not all cultivators were the same. Some evolve only after failure, learning their limits. Others progress smoothly, never meeting obstacles. Both are strong, but those who suffer tire faster. The ones who've endured hardship may stop, while the untouched rise higher. NamGung was the second type of born genius with unmatched strength. Diso raised an eyebrow, teasing if they were scared now. The two elders laughed, joking that he jumped to conclusions too fast. Bazin said in a duel, they had a 50-50 chance to win. NamGung confidently claimed he was slightly stronger, so his odds were better. Diso nodded, leaning on the table, asserting they'd proceed exactly that way. The next afternoon, the arena was packed, noise roaring everywhere. The crowd buzzed with excitement for the duel between the two NamGung princes. Then someone shouted, pointing afar. When all turned, they were shocked to see the strategist appear, looking healthy and assuring them the martial world was safe. The deputy strategist was also present, young yet commanding great respect. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed, silencing the stands. The audience froze, recognizing the newcomer. It was the martial god, head of the world's foremost clan, walking calmly to his seat with regal authority. The crowd gasped in awe at his presence. The martial god's arrival made the air heavy, pressure spreading everywhere. A man stepped onto the arena, loudly greeting the audience. He declared the battle between the second and third young masters officially begun. The spectators roared endlessly, excitement erupting. Jiang Ming was thrilled as the fight commenced. Huani clasped her hands in prayer. Worried for her master, the doors burst open, and a towering figure appeared, sending the crowd in a frenzy. It was the Sword Corps leader, the elite force of the NamGung clan. The people scrambled to bet, throwing gold into chests to support their side. One man asked Jiang Ming whom he would bet on. Jiang Ming drew a large silver pouch, boldly declaring he'd wager everything on the fourth young master. The bookmaker was stunned, and Jiang Ming smirked, saying no one else dared bet on that side but him. De Soto entered, his cold gaze sweeping over the mocking crowd. Some taunted, calling the NamGung corpse disappointing. De Soto ignored them, walking straight to face NamGung. He spoke first, mentioning the imbalance in troop numbers and suggesting new rules. NamGung growled in response. De Soto proposed a mass battle between the two major corps. NamGung sneered, saying if he was scared, he could just refuse. The taunt enraged Jian, killing intent flaring. His men drew their swords simultaneously. Ready to fight, De Soto acted innocent, joking that he might have gone too far. Laughter broke out. Easing the tension, NamGung stood up, agreeing with the young lord's idea and adding a new proposal. De Soto suspiciously asked what it was. NamGung arrogantly said, "Two sides fight in teams, each with a leader sounds fun, right?" The new rule required both sides to fight while protecting their leader and try to defeat the enemies. The audience cheered in agreement. De Soto quietly suspected a scheme, but still accepted and added a rule allowing them to pick the opponent's leader. NamGung grinned, saying, "The leader we choose is..." He pointed directly at De Soto. De Soto froze slightly, realizing that being leader put him at a disadvantage. Defeating him would instantly end the match. On the stands, NamGung laughed darkly, saying he had fallen into the second young master's trap. If he withdrew, his honor would be ruined, so he had to prove he could overcome their plot. De Soto adjusted his cloak, calmly announcing his own team's choice. He pointed Ixuan, a small but promising recruit, as the opponent's leader. De Soto asked his comrades about the plan. All shouted in fair unison. The referee cried out, marking the official start of the match. NamGung smirked, eyes flashing, and charged forward. His soldiers surged, fiercely attacking De Soto. He was caught off guard, stepping back in alarm. A powerful strike with golden light came from behind. It was Bazin. De Soto turned. The old man mocked him, making his allies burst into laughter. One teased about old stories, and De Soto angrily shouted for focus and discipline. The enemies rushed again, allies panicking and calling for orders. De Soto raised his hand, shouting something that froze the foes. From the rear, warriors bearing the emblem Zun appeared in unison. De Soto's forces suddenly surrounded the enemy, stunning the arena. Some gasped, recognizing Shaolin monks among them. A spectator exclaimed that it was Master Bazin, the rarely seen Shaolin abbot. Another monk in the stands clasped his hands, chanting that Bazin was safe and sound. NamGung narrowed his eyes, realizing the Great Xuan Sword Corps had split into 3 divisions. They had even positioned the center as the main pivot, maintaining a solid formation. De Soto smiled, declaring that NamGung had miscalculated. The enemy, enraged, swung his sword directly at him. The slash missed, and he realized the foe was reusing the old 5-element sword style. He kept changing techniques but still couldn't break the formation. Then the 7-star sword technique was unleashed. The formation made the enemy stagger, nearly unable to counterattack. It was the perfected Tai Chi sword formation. De Soto smiled calmly, saying the enemy could never break it. He added it was a special gift prepared for the elder. NamGung sneered coldly, saying he was reckless to think he could endure. He channeled inner energy, his sword blazing with dazzling light. His face darkened with killing intent as he declared that even without him, the Great Yuan Sword Corps would never fall. Menkang sneers, recalling his master's warning to beware of that monster. NamGung raises his sword to block, choosing to trust that person. Both sides clash fiercely, neither willing to retreat. DxO commands from afar, ordering a full-scale attack. The team immediately continues the brutal battle. The formation shifts rapidly, front and rear units constantly switching. The vice captain worries, sensing his strength fading amid the changing encirclement. De Soto clenches his fist, ordering a fierce offensive to crush the enemy. The battlefield turns chaotic as NamGung warns of critical danger. Sang Huanghu panics for advice but is reassured that the commander still trusts them. NamGung observes the battle seriously from afar. NamGung plans to protect Haiyan, exciting others who ask about his strategy. He stays calm, saying that though risky, this is the best option. He raises his sword, golden light enveloping his body. The team watches in awe, deeply impressed. Bei Tun is shocked, thinking he intends to sacrifice himself. Fury surging, NamGung unleashes his full power, aura soaring though only a captain, not an elder. Bei Tun decisively calms everyone. The team responds in unity. Powerful killing intent suddenly surges from afar. NamGung turns around in alarm. With a thunderous shout, NamGung appears, his fury declaring the clan's prestige. His confidence inspires the team, filling them with courage. NamGung rallies everyone to counterattack, proving the NamGung spirit. NamGung smiles, admiring the elder. He shouts forbidding anyone to hide behind him, and the team answers in unison. He charges forward, the team's momentum exploding fiercely. Their powerful assault forces the enemies to retreat repeatedly. NamGung believes the enemies can no longer withstand them. DxO struggles to command, trying to hold the fragile formation. He signals Bei Tun and the middle-aged warriors to advance. The army moves as directed while Dixuo shouts, asking how long they can endure. Menkang strains his body to withstand the fierce blows. He roars that he can't last more than 2 rounds. Cursing Desalquad in anger, Dixu grows solemn, determined to win within the last 2 rounds. He raises his hand to activate the first battle formation. The team quickly disperses, leaving the vice captain confused and unprepared. He panics, asking what's happening. As NamGung shouts, he orders an immediate attack on the young master. The enemies notice Dixuo is alone and rush to capture him. Sweat drips down Dixuo's face as he thinks the chance has come. He points his sword, ordering 13 men minus 5 uncles to strike the rear. The ordered soldiers leap and launch their weapons to attack. One performs the Moon Sword technique, Moon Descent Strike. Another unleashes the Thousand Hands combo. The rest use Flaming Feather Slash to strike fiercely. The 3 combined attacks shatter the enemy ranks, causing chaotic retreat. The vice captain shouts not to turn back and to keep advancing. The enemies raise their swords, aiming straight at Dixuo. The onlookers sneer, thinking he is still inexperienced, but Dixuo dodges every strike gracefully, stunning the foes. As they thrust together, he leaps high into the air. Many chase after, determined not to let him escape. Dixuo moves fluidly, vanishing amid their attacks. The group shouts in shock, vowing to capture him alive. One approaches but is struck away by Dixuo instantly. He turns pale, spits blood, cursing his own exhaustion. The vice captain seizes the moment and lunges with his sword. He speaks coldly, mocking that even the main bloodline can't escape. Dixuo's body stiffens, barely able to move. The vice captain arrogantly declares he will end the match with this strike. NamGung steps down, smiling triumphantly and declaring victory. The crowd erupts in cheers, believing the battle is over. A dissenting voice rings out, making NamGung turn in surprise. Dixuo still stands, having dodged the blow completely, shocking everyone. NamGung angrily urges the vice captain to attack again. The vice captain roars and charges with full force for the finishing move. Dixuo panics as the sword tip nears him. Baitun appears just in time to block the strike. He disperses the attack effortlessly and praises his opponent's skill. Baitun clenches his fist, energy gathering around his hand. His powerful punch sends the vice captain flying away. Dixuo clutches his shoulder, complaining about nearly dying, but Baitun coldly says he just saved him. A violent explosion echoes through the arena. NamGung appears, shouting a warning about exceeding limits. NamGung steps forward, eyes full of determination. Dixuo sighs, realizing the turmoil isn't over. NamGung emerges from the smoke, holding a team member's head mockingly. He sneers and throws the person hard away. The thrown man crashes before Dixuo, scattering dirt and stones. NamGung coldly lists all the martial arts Dixuo used, praising his skill yet mocking that has about to from key-eye deviation. He steps closer, curiously asking how a monster like him was created. NamGung raises his sword, replying that it's naturally born. NamGung laughs loudly, saying the young master will truly become a monster. NamGung joins in, mocking Dixuo as a mere kid, enraging him. NamGung waves his hand, ordering the whole team to retreat. Dixuo watches his comrades fall back. Confused by the action, he thinks it's the perfect time to counterattack and suggests joining forces. NamGung suddenly shouts, telling him to move aside. Dixuo is bewildered, while Baitun sighs, explaining they are about to witness a duel between 2 masters and advises him to observe carefully. The ground cracks beneath them as both fall into the arena, beginning the legendary battle Dixuo must remember. NamGung grins slyly, advising his opponent to surrender to avoid humiliation. NamGung firmly replies, willing to test his strength once. NamGung immediately attacks, declaring he'll defeat him and handle the rest later. NamGung blocks the strike neatly with his sword. He flawlessly deflects every move from NamGung. NamGung turns back, reminding Dixuo to watch every movement carefully, although unsure why. Dixuo focuses intently. NamGung fights while teaching the basic techniques of wooing. NamGung strikes relentlessly. Mocking as he fights, he channels all his fury into a thunderous punch. Daring his foe to counter, NamGung grips his sword tightly, eyes locked in full concentration. He closes his eyes, sensing the rhythm of the battle through falling water drops. The air around him swirls violently like a storm. Dixuo is terrified to see him neutralizing every frenzied move. The fight pauses as NamGung smiles, admitting his opponent is indeed formidable. He sighs, showing both admiration and envy for such innate power. NamGung rages, veins bulging, claiming his superior by birth. NamGung laughs, admitting he too is born strong. With no need for excuses, NamGung grits his teeth in furious anger. Dixuo panics and scolds Baitun for provoking the foe, but the elder explains this to let the young master witness both their true strengths. In the arena, NamGung's fury flares violently while NamGung stands calmly. Dixuo asks what to watch, and Baitun replies that once they fight at full power, he'll understand his goal. NamGung releases terrifying aura, mocking that the weak always excuse their failures. The pressure makes NamGung feel the rising rage within. He shouts that no one understands his hard training and vows to crush his foe today. NamGung dashes forward, shaking the ground. NamGung raises his sword to block but is pushed back by the overwhelming force. He shifts to counterattack, yet the fury weighs heavy, making his hands tremble. Dixuo panics, unable to see NamGung, and Baitun reminds him to use his 5 senses. He raises his hand, focusing all his perception. With eyes closed, he senses every air current around the arena. Suddenly he opens his eyes and shouts that he sees it. NamGung appears, unleashing a thunderous strike on Meng Kang. The punch descends with tremendous power. Meng Kang swings his sword in a fierce counter. The clash explodes in blinding light across the arena. Dixuo is terrified as NamGung spins for a final blow. Each punch that follows is blocked by Meng Kang's lightning-fast sword. Light flashes endlessly between them. Even with eyes closed, Meng Kang reacts perfectly, astonishing Dixuo. He senses every movement of NamGung precisely. Every action remains under his full control. No matter how fast the attacks, all are stopped cold. NamGung is knocked back but quickly stands to continue. He leaps high, preparing a deadly strike from above. Water around the arena rises and surges violently. Dixuo is stunned. The pressure blurs all visible energy flows. Meng Kang recalls Dixuo's question about fighting without sensing aura. He had only said there was nothing to fear, because one can generate new inner energy to guide their strikes. He realizes the Taiji Ho sword is a technique based on the opponent's aura. NamGung remains arrogant, unaware he is being closely studied. Above, lightning tears through the sky, striking the arena. Dixuo cries out in panic, shocked real thunder is falling. Meng Kang smiles softly, saying without this child had never surpassed his limits. He begins feeling the vibrations around him, beyond normal energy control. His sword swings, forming a brand new stream of inner force. Each slash flows with his spirit, utterly free and unrestrained. NamGung dives down, murderous intent surging. Meng Kang opens his eyes and calmly swings one decisive sword. The slash sends NamGung flying, and he thinks this is the unmatched technique. NamGung, wounded yet excited, marvels at the unseen martial art. Meng Kang pants and smiles, praising his foe's thunder energy for broadening his view. He loudly asks what title his opponent wishes to bear. NamGung coldly tells him to step back. He laughs, admiring the title Thunder Emperor, calling it perfect. He spreads his arms, gathering fury into his palms to strike back. Lightning wraps around his fist, shining like divine thunder. The flashes turn purple, covering his entire body. Meng Kang shivers, realizing his foe will unleash all his rage, yet mocks that he wants to witness it firsthand. NamGung laughs wildly, thrilled by his fearless opponent. He shouts and unleashes a deadly punch named Shizi. Meng Kang channels all his inner force into his sword to face it head-on. As the strike nears, he counters with the move Endless Flow. The two forces collide, creating a massive explosion in a cloud of dust. Dixuo squints to see, as shouts rise asking who won. He opens his eyes wide, heart pounding in fear. A shadowy figure appears through the smoke, making him hold his breath. When the smoke clears, NamGung still stands firm. His subordinates cheer loudly, believing the elder unbeatable. Dixuo and his team turn pale, realizing the grave danger. Suddenly, NamGung's body wavers and collapses. His body slams heavily onto the arena floor. Meng Kang emerges from the smoke, sighing in relief for surviving. The crowd erupts, cheering for the victory of the big-nosed old man. NamGung mutters in disbelief at the outcome. His team is horrified, unable to accept their elder's defeat. Dixuo runs to Meng Kang, excitedly asking about the final move, but he frowns, exhausted nearly to fainting, noticing the enemy still glaring with battle intent. He mutters that they won't stop yet. Dixuo laughs, saying to wait, for he has a way to end this match. He steps into the center, eyes cold but full of confidence. His voice echoes, declaring he has a special proposal for the sword captains. The vice captain roars angrily, thinking is forcing them to surrender. Dixuo doesn't answer, only whispers to Jiang Niao that their leader might want to end like the elder did. His words cut deep, making NamGung pale and sweat coldly. He calmly surveys the battle-scarred arena, saying anyone who's seen such top-tier duels must yearn to fight. He shrugs, saying if they wish to battle, they should seek that old master, for he's just a junior. Bei Tun lifts his head, eyes turning icy. Dixuo looks straight at NamGung, suggesting if he stops here, he'll arrange a proper duel later. He turns to Meng Kang's team, smiling kindly yet hinting that refusal would make the fight dull. NamGung hesitates, torn between two hard choices. At last, he steps forward, bowing and apologizing to NamGung, taking all responsibility. NamGung stands stunned, not understanding what just happened. NamGung quietly leaves the arena as the referee declares him disqualified. Dixuo smiles in satisfaction, saying for the NamGung clan, growth matters more than victory, then asks if everyone agrees. The audience exchanges uncertain glances. Dixuo stirs them again, promising to help find worthy opponents if they seize now. Silence falls. No one speaks. One by one, swords are laid down, the entire team bowing respectfully. NamGung grits his teeth in fury, calling them fools inside. The host loudly announces the winner is Dixuo. He jumps joyfully as his team cheers. Chants echo everywhere as the King Long team is officially crowned champion. Bei Tun and Meng Kang both smile proudly. The stands erupt with shouts of Jumo, then resound with cries of Ji Long. Endlessly. Amid the crowd, Dixuo murmurs that perhaps only he still doesn't understand everything. Suddenly someone shouts his name, make him turn curiously. On the second-floor balcony, NamGung waves a flag and yells, "Fourth young master, over here." Dixuo turns away in embarrassment as someone nearby teases that he was just called out publicly. He only shakes his head, denying acquaintance. Yang Han, Yuan Ya, and Lian Nian rush over worriedly, calling young master. Dixuo smiles softly, Relieved that the three still remain by his side, they scold him affectionately, patting his head and pinching his pale cheeks. A stranger's hand suddenly appears before DxO. He looks up to see NamGung smiling. Offering a handshake and praise, DxO scratches his head shyly, saying it was just luck and had lose in a rematch. NamGung laughs, calling him too modest, then leaves to honor the victor. As he turns away, NamGung suddenly senses something strange. He glances back, meeting Shuanghan's gaze. She bows slightly with a gentle smile like the wind. DxO stands beside them, puzzled by the odd atmosphere between the two. At that moment, a large money pouch flies westward like the start of a new tale. He quickly catches the flying pouch. From afar, Zhang Meng appears, carrying a chest full of silver, laughing proudly over his winnings. DxO bursts out laughing, realizing the old man bet on him. Both laugh alike, making Huanya exclaim they look like twins. NamGung approaches cheerfully, saying it would be a waste not to enjoy such a fine day. DxO raises his hand to the sky, declaring he'll treat everyone, making the crowd cheer wildly. Zhang Ying steps up, saying food, wine, and drinks are ready. DxO smugly replies money is no issue. The group shouts long live the old servant, making him yell angrily that he's the one paying. Meanwhile, the elders sit in silence, eyes deep in thought. One frowns, muttering that this is no ordinary event. He looks to the captain, saying Elder NamGung has fallen. Even the great Xuan sword team must admit defeat. The NamGung clan has always been seen as the sky of the martial world. He clenches his fist grimly, saying that today, that sky is cracked. Another crosses his arms coldly, remarking that ancient monsters have returned, led by the fourth young master. DxO leads the group while others follow quietly. Some affirm he is the future heir of the NamGung family. News of the King Long team defeating the Great Yan team spreads across the martial world, and everyone leaving can't stop talking about the earth-shaking duel. On the road, praise echoes everywhere, catching the attention of a beggar. He startles, shouting, "Chief Long, big news!" He rushes back to a ruined house, breathlessly calling for the gang leader. He bursts through the door yelling, "Boss, huge news! Wake up!" The man lying on a tattered mat yawns and grumbles, "Is it mealtime already?" The beggar answers sternly that their master is at the NamGung clan. The boss freezes and asks, "What did you say?" At the Wuding sect, the same news reaches the elders. One exclaims that Meng Kang is still alive and even defeated Elder NamGung Zheng. Another confirms it's true their martial uncle is now at the NamGung clan. A disciple panics, urging to fetch him at once. But the sect leader frowns, saying NamGung is dangerous and they must wait for the right time. At Shaolin Temple, Minji storms off angrily with his staff, and Mingshan rushes to stop him. He shouts how he can stay calm knowing their master lives peacefully in NamGung while the temple lies empty. Mingshan hesitates, saying perhaps it's a blessing for the martial world since Bei Tun still lives. Hearing that, Mingji gradually softens. He turns to ask, the child master chose, "DxO, how old is he now?" Mingshan replies, "About 13. He laughs, deciding to meet the child chosen by his master out of curiosity. Their master cheerfully pours more wine for DxO, his face full of joy. DxO looks around in confusion at the chaotic scene. Not understanding what's happening, he glances about and notices members of the Dijun division are present. On the other side sits the group from the medical hall. In front of him appear people from Huijin Sand, make him even more bewildered. Lai pats his shoulder happily, saying it's a day for joy and everyone should enjoy since the young master is treating. DxO fumes, thinking he never invited anyone, then shouts that they must be related to his senior sisters. He points to another table, puzzled why his second senior brother and the Great Yuan sword team are there too. NamGung teases that Captain NamGung Pile invited them, smirking arrogantly to provoke DxO. DxO thinks anyone can see that man is venting anger on the loser. NamGung Dion drunkenly interjects, saying if it were him, he'd bring all the fighters for fun. DxO clenches his fists in anger, glaring at the one fanning the flames. The man keeps provoking, making DxO freeze and suppress his rage. The atmosphere grows lively as everyone laughs, forgetting old grudges. NamGung Zheng and Meng Kang also chat cheerfully despite crossing swords before. DxO watches them happily and thinks it makes sense after all. He asks NamGung about his winnings and learns he earned 200,000 taels. DxO grins, saying everyone should eat and drink to their heart's content. The whole table shouts drink and keeps drinking endlessly. Someone excitedly dances on the table, unable to sit still amid the joy. Applause bursts out praising the graceful dance. NamGung, blushing, demands to spar with Batun but is pulled back since it's not his turn. NamGung calmly keeps drinking despite the noise, reminded that the captain is already drunk. The three maids chatter excitedly, recounting how the young master dodged attacks so nimbly. Footsteps outside the gate draw everyone's attention. NamGung enters, stunning the whole hall. DxO spits out his wine in shock at seeing him. He stammers father, not understanding why his father is here. NamGung, drunk, also freezes upon seeing him. In his drunken daze, he loudly asks without recognizing the clan head. Everyone glares at him angrily, silently cursing him to shut up. He boldly slings an arm around NamGung Han, joking, making all pray he stops. DxO panics, thinking this could end terribly, and he needs a way out. NamGung Lin suddenly stands amid the crowd, mocking that the elder is unworthy of respect. He calmly raises his hand, using illness as an excuse to leave the banquet. NamGung stares after him, too stunned to react. Jiang Meng and others hurriedly find excuses to retreat, citing patience or meetings. The vice captain asks Jiang Yao about training, and he simply nods in confirmation. Disu glares angrily, despising those who only care for themselves. NamGung approaches calling his father, and Dixu secretly feels relieved, but he merely bows politely and withdraws. Dixu is stunned, unable to believe such indifference. The banquet now has only Meng Kang lying drunk on the floor. NamGung lifts the wine jar, praising its fine taste. He channels his inner power, gathering all remaining wine. He turns and orders Dixuo to follow him. Dixuo trembles, wanting to refuse but obeys in fear. Father and son sit together on the rooftop, sipping wine to the night sky. Dixuo astonished to sit atop the palace roof, emotions surging. He notices the fleeing guests now regrouping, angrily calling them ungrateful. Nangon gazes into the distance, sighing for the innocent ones dragged into his fate. He drank it all in one gulp, his face heavy with sorrow. Daiso curiously noticed his father looked different. Lonelier than usual, he gently poured wine to honor his father. Thank you everyone for following the story. Daiso smiled, saying he wanted his father to teach him how to drink. The man stared silently at the cup, giving no reply. The silence made Daiso uneasy, fearing he had said something wrong. He scratched his head awkwardly and sat quietly. He forced a smile, hoping to ease his father's loneliness. That innocent smile moved the father deeply. Nangon suddenly recalled his late wife. In his memory, she smiled gently with tender eyes. He asked if she found him ridiculous. She softly said no, only felt pity and regret for him. She wished to replace his empty gaze with a smile. He didn't understand why she said that. She said she wanted him happy even without her. She wished their son would live strongly for his sake. Daiso's smile stiffened, carrying hidden sadness. He looked at the cup and smiled faintly, slightly forced. He sipped and joked that no rule said fathers must teach sons to drink. Daiso was surprised, realizing his strict father truly smiled. Lihan was confused, while Daiso happily poured more wine. He laughed heartily, amazed such a moment could happen. After the feast, everyone lay asleep across the yard. Daiso woke with a headache and asked Genji how much he drank. Someone brought a hangover soup and urged him to drink it. Daiso gratefully accepted it like finding salvation. After drinking, he smiled and praised the soup's effect. Looking closer, he realized it was his third senior brother. He panicked, grabbed his robe, and asked when he had arrived. Nangon sternly said news of the celebration had spread widely. He explained he would enter seclusion to prepare for the Four Kings tournament, where Daiso would compete too. He stared at Daiso, declaring he would win and become heir. Daiso repeated vaguely, the Four Kings tournament. Nangong's son turned away, telling Daiso to cherish his coming days. Before leaving, he laughed, saying second senior brother's losing face was amusing. Daiso muttered, slowly grasping the meaning of the Four Kings event. He slapped his head lightly, suddenly feeling excited. In his mind appeared the Grand Martial Tournament of Young Talents. The contest was divided into 4 titles: Sword, Fist, Blade, and Shadow King. The 4 winners would fight to find the strongest one. That person would become the legendary successor. Daiso recalled in his past life the eldest brother once joined and challenged their father. The second brother also won once, earning martial secrets. He jumped up excitedly, shouting he would join this time. He clapped his shoulder, confidently claiming he was stronger now. He vowed to train hard for 2 years to escape the Nangong family's shadow. Filled with determination, Daiso ran out shouting to wake everyone. He declared the start of special training for the Four Kings tournament. The sleepy group was confused, only hearing his urging voice. Daiso shouted again, pushing everyone to wake up. He stood tall, signaling the team to plan their 2-year training. One person timidly raised a hand to speak, holding his stomach pale. He complained of pain and asked for hangover soup, making Daiso snap and tell him to get it himself. Bazun stepped in to calm him, saying he understood the young master's impatience. He guessed the cause was slow progress, making Daiso uneasy. Bazun cheerfully patted his shoulder, saying every martial artist faces limits. Everyone agreed, advising only oneself can break that wall. Daiso angrily said he must bear everything alone, frustrating those around him. Meng Kang calmly suggested relearning all old techniques. Surprising him, he held his head complaining of pain, but Meng Kang softly comforted him. He said to truly understand martial arts, one must grasp each move's origin, from ranged attacks to close combat and assassination. He explained thoroughly. He clarified the difference between offensive and supportive techniques. One must know when to strike openly or stay hidden. He sighed that Daiso trained the wrong way. Forgetting understanding is the core, though this was the right path. Daiso clapped his hands, realizing the issue. Meng Kang asked how many moves he had learned, and Daiso began counting. He listed 30 sword, 15 spell, 25 fist, 10 kick, 6 stealth, 9 poison, 5 terrain, 7 concealment, 29 step, plus 18 basic weapons, total 154. Meng Kang was shocked, saying relearning basics would take at least 10 years. Daiso turned pale, stammering in despair. Meng Kang comforted him, saying persistence would make him a top master in 10 years. Daiso shouted in protest. He had only 2 years to win the Four Kings. Everyone looked at him admiringly, feeling his fierce determination. Dizo trembled, imagining losing to third brother and getting badly beaten. Beizun stroked his chin, saying perhaps there was another path. Dizo was startled, but Beizun waved, warned it was extremely dangerous. Dizo threatened to forbid him from meeting the chief steward unless he spoke. He turned to call someone, forcing Beizun to stop him, scolding not to mix personal affairs. Dizo ignored him and walked away firmly, making Beizun give in. Beizun sighed warily, clutching his chest, and asked if he knew of the Wanderers. Dizo wondered if they were roaming fighters. Beizun nodded, saying they had no masters and relied on real battle experience. He advised Dizo to fight in real life like them to train and awaken martial insight. Dizo suddenly understood that only real combat brings progress. He pointed back, saying he could no longer train with NamGung people. Beizun waved, saying he should find equal-minded rivals since they couldn't fight the hare. Dizo silently watched everyone leave, feeling indescribable sadness. He looked to the sky, thinking of freedom and wondering where worthy opponents were, then looked at his hands in despair. Memories of victory with comrades against second brother flooded back. He clenched his fists, eyes shining, declaring he couldn't give up. Beizun smiled and nodded in agreement. Dizo vowed to find his own path and focus on training for now. He walked around the training yard, biting his nails nervously. A month passed, his strength stagnant, leaving him discouraged. Fear grew as he thought of third brother's closed-door cultivation and rising power. He recalled Beizun's advice to take a walk, but the more he walked, the more lost he felt. Suddenly he stopped, realizing he had reached the strategist hall and planned to visit Huayaji. He gently opened the door and called, "Sister," but inside he only saw NamGung dozing off. Dizo frowned, wondering if this was truly the deputy strategist. NamGung woke suddenly and straightened up seriously. Seeing Dizo, he jokingly asked why he came. Dizo calmly said he was strolling, then curiously asked about the thing on his mouth. NamGung removed the paper, looking shocked. He explained he was compiling records of top performers in the Four Kings tournament. Dizo curiously picked up the file to read. His eyes lit up when he saw his own image inside. He cheered as if discovering treasure. He immediately ran out, leaving NamGung bewildered. Jun hurried after him, asking where he was going. Dizo replied he was heading to second brother. He ran shouting that he had finally found his own path. In NamGung's residence, he looked up from his tea and asked what Dizo just said. Dizo excitedly expressed his wish to borrow the Shaolin secret manual. He pleaded, reminding Don of the promise to help if he won a duel. Don nodded but posed one question. Don's sharp gaze questioned what Dizo was plotting for the Four Kings, making him sweat. Dizo chose honesty, declaring his goal was to become the champion. NamGung smirked coldly, asking if Dizo truly meant to defeat third brother. Dizo nodded firmly, answering boldly that he did. NamGung slammed the table, eagerly agreeing to help him achieve it. NamGung followed Dizo, carrying a thick bundle of books. He clapped to gather everyone's attention. Dizo announced their destination was Shaolin Temple and picked 3 companions. NamGung jumped excitedly, volunteering, but Dizo frowned and refused. Beizun asked why the young master wanted to go to Shaolin Temple. Dizo firmly replied he needed real combat experience, making Beizun nod in approval. NamGung agreed but warned Shaolin Temple was hard to approach and wary of outsiders. Dizo grinned slyly, saying he'd fish lure them so they couldn't refuse. NamGung laughed, wanting to join, while Beizun sighed, realizing he couldn't avoid the trip. Dizo joyfully declared immediate departure, ordering everyone to prepare. NamGung nervously asked if he had gotten the Patriarch's permission, making Dizo freeze momentarily. Seeing everyone cheerfully packing, he sighed in relief that things were going smoothly. He recalled his father's request to buy fine wine and laughed at being sent on such an errand. Seeing 2 elders carrying bulky luggage, he asked if they were moving house. NamGung joked they hadn't traveled the Jianghu in ages and must prepare well. A strange smell wafted up, making Dizo wrinkle his nose. He found NamGung holding a large bag of herbs and pressed him, making the boy shout it was his tonic. Dizo asked to see it, but Jian refused, threatening to go alone if touched. From afar came horse hooves, a trade caravan to Henan. Jian cheered they could hitch a ride. Dizo shook his head, saying they must hide their NamGung identities for safety. He pointed at the map, showing a shortcut from Enhui to Henan. NamGung exclaimed the route looked unreasonable. Dizo smiled, saying if no road existed, they would make one. Jian remained puzzled by his words. As the group climbed a cliff, Jian clung to his luggage screaming, while NamGung warned not to look down or fall to pieces. The 4 kept crossing dangerous mountains as Jin gasped for breath, begging them to wait. He tripped on vines and nearly fell, while NamGung urged him to hurry, climb faster or be left behind. Beizun laughed, while Dizo shook his head helplessly. Jian cried in frustration, lamenting being stuck with a group of martial monsters. Finally he climbed up and sat gasping for breath. Seeing the crowded market, Jian asked if this was Henan and why so many warriors were here. He marveled that compared to the NamGung clan, this place was a true sanctuary for martial artists. NamGung laughed, warning that causing trouble here meant big problems. Dizo agreed, while Jin slumped down, saying he couldn't walk another step. NamGung panicked, complaining he couldn't move anymore. Beizun gently advised him to train regularly. Dizo smiled, saying they'd stop by a nearby inn to eat and bathe. Hearing that, Jian jumped up excitedly. He cheerfully claimed to know a perfect inn and urged everyone to follow. The two elders angrily knocked his head, scolding him for pretending to be weak. Jian entered the shabby inn, sighing about his declining fate. Dizo laughed, asking if he thought himself so noble. Recalling being kicked out of a fancy inn, Jian fumed over being despised as a low-ranked fighter and vowed to change that. Dizo set the pile of books on the table and smiled, saying it was time to discuss business. Meng Kang was shocked by the stack of books, while Bazun frowned, saying all were NamGung property, then assigned Jun to investigate finances around Shaolin. Jun smugly repeated that they wanted secret info without exposing identity. Right? Dizo nodded, confirming, and Jin grinned slyly, saying the beggar sect could help fast but risk leaks. He added only the Hangwu sect was reliable, though it required much silver to persuade. Dizo confidently pulled something from his robe, saying money was no issue. He raised a gold token, saying Jiang Mang had lent him a pass from the Tianxia Merchant Guild. Jin admired Jiang Mang's generosity, and Dezo tasked him to investigate the black market on the road to Wu's sect, where martial secrets were traded. He assigned the rest, the big-nosed elder to assist Jin when needed, and the bald one to watch Shaolin Temple. Both answered in unison. Beizun suspiciously asked the true purpose of this journey. Dizo only shrugged. After a pause, he grinned mischievously, making a money sign, saying they would rob Shaolin's treasury. In Shaolin's courtyard, shouts of training echoed as disciples practiced under the abbot's stern gaze. Mingshan clasped his hands, bowing to Mingji as he arrived. Mingji nodded approvingly, asking about preparations for the Four Kings. Mingshan replied the young trainees showed great promise. He pointed toward an outstanding disciple among them. The boy launched a punch so powerful the air around him trembled. The fierce blow made nearby disciples step back in shock. Mingshan introduced him as Li Quan, a third-generation disciple expected to win the title of Little Fist King and reclaim the Zhenlong taken by the NamGung clan. The boy devoted full focus to his personal training. Mingshan happily agreed, saying if it were Li Quan, there was no worry. With diligence, the boy would surpass even the abbot. He then realized he had spoken carelessly. Turning back, he saw Mingji furious, veins bulging, angry that Di still relied on intuition. Thinking Shaolin's hardship meant nothing to him, Mingshan folded his hands, chanting Buddha's name and admitting his shallow thought. The abbot advised not to overthink but focus on training the third generation the future of Shaolin. Mingshan replied, Amitabha. Suddenly, Mingxin rushed in shouting an emergency alert. The two quickly asked what happened as the young monk gasped from running. He said the demon-suppressing 10 techniques had appeared in the black market, shocking the abbot. A junior monk confirmed in panic it was the lost manual from the demonic invasion and asked if he was sure. The disciple placed his hand on his chest, swearing he saw it himself. The abbot immediately ordered all elders to assemble. A senior monk pondered that the 10 techniques rivaled the 72 supreme arts. Once taught only to true disciples, when the demonic sect ravaged them, all who knew it perished, but perhaps survivors passed the secrets on. He vowed to retrieve it before anyone else could. Many monks departed instantly at great speed. None noticed a mysterious old man spying on them. He returned to report that the 4 Diamond Kings had left the mountain, making his master laugh and say, "The fish has taken the bait." Then ask his lieutenant. It turned out the plan was devised by the young strategist. They explained the manual was bought from the Hangwu sect at the black market, each volume priced at 50,000 taels. Profits split. Black market 20 each, then 20k. Hangwu sect 10k. The man slammed the table, tossing out 2 checks of 20 key taels, declaring them their share. Greed glimmered in his eyes. The 2 elders, long used to it, asked about the next step. The vice strategist calmly said everything was proceeding as planned. At Shaolin, Abbot Duanji held the Great Force Triple Technique Manual. The group rejoiced, having spent 100k taels for 2 volumes. At that moment, another disciple ran in with new news. Minji interrupted, thinking it old, saying the manual was already in their hands. But the disciple quickly corrected him. 8 remaining parts of the 10 techniques were scattered across the market. Minji was so shocked his eyes shrank smaller than earrings. Mingshan calmly said this was too strange. Coincidence may happen once, not repeatedly. Clearly someone was plotting. Minji solemnly nodded, agreeing with that assessment. Seeing consensus, they prepared to discuss more, but Mingji interrupted, mentioned the plan once proposed by Pinyas. He said gravely that whoever was behind it, the situation was absurd. Retrieving the 10 techniques was vital if malice was found. Even originals would be discarded, for Shaolin's safety outweighed value. Minji asked about remaining funds. Mingshan reported only 200k taels left and 400k more needed for 8 volumes. Suggesting support from secular disciples in Hinan, Minji decisively ordered to buy all 10 techniques. Disciples obeyed and left, while Mingshan suspected someone exploiting their spending limits but brushed it off as paranoia. That person clearly understood Shaolin's inner workings and planned meticulously. Could an outsider truly be capable of this? Elsewhere, Beizun turned pale, questioning if his actions were right. Diso held his hat with a faint grin, teasing what was there to fear. It was a mutually beneficial trade. He said, "We have money, and Shaolin regains what they desire." NamGung Xian eagerly agreed, urging them to begin. The trap was ready where the prey gathered. He meant the Shaolin disciples struggling to collect manuals. Exactly as planned, Diso lifted his bag with a sinister smile, preparing to release a new bait. Mingzhi's voice trembled with emotion as he said the final 10 technique had returned to the sect. He received the manual from Mingxin, who was exhausted from travel. Mingzhi praised his disciples' efforts, instructing that they would now be busy preparing to choose the heir of the 10 techniques. He said if timely, in 2 years at the Four Kings tournament, Shaolin would shine again. The disciples shouted in unison. Suddenly, a figure wearing a wide hat appeared. Breathing heavily, he patted his back, complaining of exhaustion, teased by his companion, and the two joked noisily. The lively scene surprised Mingzhi. A disciple greeted them with Amitabha, guiding them toward the pilgrimage gate. Diso lifted his hat slightly, smiling that he wished to meet the abbot. Mingzhi stepped forward, introducing himself as the abbot and asking the visitor's purpose. Diso smiled, unwrapping a bundle, saying he came to return something important. Mingzhi froze, frowning warily. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. In Diso's hands was a torn manual, Great Monk Brahma Prajna Heart Technique. Hearing the name, Mingzhi dropped all his books in shock, heart trembling. He remembered it as Shaolin's supreme art, equal to the muscle tendon classic and marrow-cleansing scripture, passed down by Bodhidharma's first disciple. Diso smiled triumphantly. Believing the prey was caught, the disciples whispered, warning their master to stay calm since many fake versions had appeared. The real one was currently kept by the NamGung clan. Mingzhi calmly said the visitor must be joking. Normally this insult to Shaolin deserved punishment, but today he would let it go. Diso then tossed the manual toward Mingzhi. He said it was only the first half of a handwritten copy and invited him to verify it. If, after reading, he wished to punish him, he would accept it. Mingxin opened the book immediately, warning that if it was fake, Diso would not leave alive. Some disciples behind looked bored, thinking their senior too gullible. Meanwhile, Mingzhi held the manual, his hands trembling non-stop. After reading carefully, he exclaimed it was genuine, shocking the two disciples. Diso calmly said, now they could speak frankly. He pointed at the book and arrogantly demanded 500,000 taels of silver. Mingxian cautiously asked who he was. At that moment, Nangongxian stepped out from behind. He bowed, smiling and greeting the abbot. Mingzhi recognized him and whispered that everything was part of the vice strategist's plan. Nangongxian laughed madly, shouting this is the first steps to conquer the world starting with Shaolin. Diso angrily slapped him, yelling what nonsense he was spouting. Mingzhi trembled, realizing anyone who dared strike the vice strategist must hold power within the Nangong clan. Diso removed his hat, coldly saying it seemed money couldn't buy Shaolin's loyalty. He proposed a duel against all third-generation disciples, wagering the manual. Smiling brightly, he said it was a far better deal than 500,000 taels. Mingzhi froze, realizing the man was the famous young master. Understanding the old talkative one had leaked everything. Beizun, watching from afar, was shaken. Diso ignored them and asked the abbot directly whether he accepted or had lost interest in the manual. With that, he turned to leave, saying he would head to Mount Hua instead. Mingzhi quickly called out, bitterly realizing he had fallen into the youth's trap. He blamed himself for risking Shaolin's wealth and honor, blinded by greed. At last, he took a deep breath, reflecting and renewing his resolve. He yanked his prayer beads hard, snapping them apart. The act stunned everyone, leaving them speechless. Beizun shouted from afar, trying to intervene, but Meng Kang quickly stopped him, saying it was not yet time to act. Diso heard noise behind him, frowned irritably, and cursed what the others were doing. He turned back, disappointed that he thought things would go easily, only for the abbot to abdicate to quench the greed surrounding the manual. Mingzhi stood tall, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, ready for battle. Mingxin and Mingxian cried out in protest, saying he shouldn't bear the burden alone, but Mingzhi gently raised his hand to stop them. He firmly declared he was now just a wanderer, no longer Shaolin's abbot. Mingzhi smirked, saying they wanted to negotiate with him. Didn't they? Diso sensed the shift in atmosphere and calmly asked his true intention. Mingzhi pointed to his disciples, saying he would negotiate on their behalf. Surprising Diso, he analyzed the situation, realizing the balance had reversed with that single act. The one who thought to control now stood at a disadvantage. Mingzhi stood like an iron statue, making Diso feel utterly suppressed. After a brief silence, Diso regained composure and nodded in agreement. Mingzhi waved his hand, opening the gate wide, inviting him into Shaolin. Diso glanced left, muttering, if you said it, then do it. Don't hesitate. Turning right, he saw Beizun and Mingzhi arguing fiercely. Beizun scolded while Mingzhi accused him of betrayal. A nearby monk helplessly watched the chaos, sighing to the heavens. He gripped his prayer beads tightly, wondering if he too should cast them off like Mingzhi. Diso clapped and laughed to ease the tension, saying the duel would follow the old rules. Mingzhi replied yes, one battle would suffice to resolve things. Diso added that the bald old man didn't want to be beaten, making Beizun nod in agreement. He raised a finger, saying the manual would be wagered with the third-generation disciples, while the other two could settle their matters alone. He announced both were now no longer tied to Shaolin, shocking them. Ming Shan frowned, asking in confusion. Minji calmly said after the duel, "Hand that old man over to him, he only needed 1 day." Diso gladly agreed, while Bazun roared in protest. Outside in the yard, disciples continued training diligently. One suddenly stopped, gazing into the distance, sensing something unusual. Mingxin also turned to follow his fellow's gaze. Diso, Minji, and Bazun were walking toward them together. The crowd murmured, realizing the abbot was still there, and the hatted man was the famed young master of the NamGung clan. Diso faced Mingxin coldly, declaring he wanted to spar immediately. The martial pavilion chief responsible for the 3rd generation happily agreed, saying it was a rare chance to fight someone from the NamGung family. He hoped the challenger would offer guidance to his disciples. Diso clasped his hands, confirming that all moves in the duel were unrestricted, and the chief nodded. He stood before a tall disciple, mockingly asking if his master was that skilled. Smirking, he thought to himself who was the true teacher here. The disciple calmly asked if he was the one who caused the abbot to break his vows. Diso paused briefly, then casually replied, "Let's say yes." The veins on his opponent's forehead bulged as rage ignited. He lunged forward, punching straight at Diso's face. The surrounding disciples laughed, saying he was doomed. The distance was too close, but Diso moved like an illusion, leaving the opponent unable to react. Without hesitation, he struck directly at the man's head. The opponent collapsed unconscious, face hitting the ground. Diso burst out laughing. The witnesses were horrified by the sight. Another disciple stepped forward and loudly challenged. Holding a wooden staff, he declared even NamGung Gongzi couldn't look down on Shaolin. Diso smirked with interest, inviting him to strike. The disciple swung repeatedly, but Diso dodged easily. He praised the footwork but claimed he wouldn't be fooled. Diso laughed and rushed forward. He said his master once taught him formidable steps. The opponent countered with the ultimate skill 4 C's flying wind. Attacking relentlessly to test his evasion, the staff nearly hit its mark. Diso braced on the ground and blocked the kick. The disciple was shocked he could neutralize the iron staff move. Diso kept his stance, then leaped high. He shouted the move, returning arrow layer, attacking like mountain waves. The staff broke in half, stunning his foe. Diso delivered another punch, knocking him out instantly. The crowd roared in excitement. Many disciples surrounded him, determined to avenge their comrade. Diso laughed, saying he'd never felt this thrilled. Soon all Shaolin disciples lay defeated on the ground. One cried out in shock. He used the Diamond Heavenly Emperor diagram. Diso frowned, realizing his move was more refined than expected. The last opponent rushed up, vowing to prove his kicks were no weaker. The disciples cheered wildly, but Diso calmly dodged again. The opponent froze. Unable to believe he dodged once more, Diso leaped up and kicked his chin, flashing the Diamond Lotus Phantom kick. The triple kick struck, sending the foe flying. Eyes wide unconscious, Shaolin disciples whispered in fear. Ashamed their 3rd generation lost 7 times straight. A calming voice rose. A tall master stepped out, lifting their spirits. Then Li Quan advanced, showing strength, saying it was his turn. Diso watched him, still smiling confidently. Minji thought silently, surprised to see the legendary heavenly martial physique. Standing in the yard, Diso toyed with his weapon, pondering switching to a sword. Unaware of being watched, the master observed, remarking his body was born for martial arts. Lips curling slightly, but recalling Li Quan glowing with golden light, he knew it was too soon for them to duel. At least 2 more years needed. He waved his hand, declaring today's match over. Li Quan knelt and begged to continue sparring with his master. The master was surprised. It was his first time asking, wanting to fight NamGung Gongzi. Seeing Li Quan's resolve, he hesitated uncertainly. NamGung appeared, laughing and asking if they weren't entertained. He excitedly said one side held the heavenly martial body, the other the diamond body. An epic duel. He eagerly wished to witness the fight. Minji calmly nodded permission. NamGung Xian joyfully proposed it be the day's final match. Mingxin agreed. Xian cheered while Meng Kang eagerly bet on the young lord. Angering Bazun, Li Quan stood, hands clasped before his chest. Diso asked if he was ready. Li Quan calmly replied, "Of course." Diso frowned. Surprised by such composure, Li Quan said he was only 17. Diso just smiled helplessly, murmuring, "As you wish." Powerful pressure radiated from Li Quan. The airwave pushed Diso back several steps. Shocking him, Li Quan coldly said, "If you want strike, I will." He rushed forward at a blinding speed. Diso swung his sword in panic at that speed. His wooden staff struck straight at Li Quan's face. He growled, "Good, take another blow." Li Quan calmly clenched his fist, ready to counter. As they neared, the air seemed to freeze. Diso blocked with the wooden sword, thinking it was an ordinary hit, but the wooden sword snapped in half. Diso widened his eyes as fragments exploded. He quickly dodged the flying splinters. He wondered how such hard wood broke so easily. Li Quan coolly said he should choose another sword. Diso frowned, thinking he was being mocked. Deciding to fight bare-handed, he tossed the broken sword aside. Li Quan reminded him to take it back, offering a spare. Diso mocked him, repeating his words sarcastically. Then he smiled arrogantly, saying his fists and kicks were enough. His body moved fluidly, attacks shifting swiftly. Diso jabbed 2 fingers toward his opponent's face, then swiftly changed direction. kicking at his leg, but Li Quan stood firm, unmoved, stunning Diso. His body seemed forged of steel. He calmly said that's why he advised using a sword. Li Quan leaped up, forming seals. Chanting Amitabha, preparing a finishing move, Diso realized he couldn't evade and wondered if he could survive it. He risked everything, clenching his fists for a final strike. He gathered inner force and steadied his stance. He challenged his foe to believe in absolute strength, then shouted his move, 100-step divine fist. Their punches collided thunderously like thunderclaps. He clutched his burning arm, grimacing in pain. Everyone was amazed he still stood after the fatal blow. Li Quan grew angry, calling his foe a monster. The opponent grew excited. Finally, someone endured his full power. Ming-Ji noted Diso's talent surpassed Shaolin and ordered him treated. NamGung Xian bitterly paid his loss. Min-Ji stayed silent while Li Quan followed Diso, irritating him. The royal physician gently checked his wound, teasing he nearly broke a bone. Asking if he was enduring pain, Diso frowned irritably. Li Quan comforted him, saying it was just minor. Diso stayed silent, head lowered in gloom. He suddenly shouted at Li Quan for talking too much. Li Quan calmly said he only cared. Li Quan vowed to stay and care until recovery, frustrating Diso, whose bones nearly shattered. Li Quan firmly said his bones were fine, and this was her first time meeting such a tough foe. Diso held his anger, silently cursing that strange man. To Diso, Li Quan was an unbreakable wall named Chosvold. The closer he got, the clearer he felt it. That wall wasn't formed overnight. It was forged from talent and grueling training, creating a diamond-like body. Touching his wound, Diso thought such a foundation took years, but he didn't need that now. His gaze fixed on Li Quan glowing in the diamond physique. Diso suddenly realized what he lacked. What he desired was such a powerful body. He wondered if with a body like Li Quan's, he could fully control his own power. Then his power would surely soar. With that, the obstructing wall would no longer limit him. Without hesitation, Diso rose, deciding to stay longer at Shaolin. Li Quan gladly agreed while an old man slowly descended the mountain. The old man stopped upon seeing a strange sight. At the mountain's foot, Diso carried a massive rock. Stepping heavily upward, the old man muttered, like a turtle. But Diso ignored it, climbing steadily. He recalled his martial training starting from horse stance, increasing difficulty, and perfecting the knee bend. He trained how to advance while easing the leg strain. Though the mountains stretched endlessly, he never stopped. Climbing the most perilous peak of Zongyuan was arduous, making the old man rub his eyes in disbelief. Before he recovered, he saw lines of Shaolin disciples also carrying stones behind. They shouted as they climbed, their training spirit blazing. Hearing the calls, Diso turned, surprised at the sight. Li Quan led the disciples, training their bodies alongside him. Diso sighed and asked why. Li Quan smiled, saying it was great lower body training, then passed him easily. While walking, Li Quan teased he was too slow and made him sleepy, telling him to follow. Diso fumed, wanting to teach him a lesson but couldn't win. Muttering angrily, Li Quan then praised his posture as excellent. The disciples behind lagged far, finally deciding to move at their own pace. On the cliff, two monks watched everything. Mingshan smiled in satisfaction. Minji felt pleased, then recalled the plan to select 10 new top students. Mingshan nodded. Finding the idea sound, he agreed to follow his junior's suggestion. Another monk mocked him, reminding he hadn't swept the yard, hinting that more pilgrims meant more cleaning. His face paled, upset remembering he was once the abbot. The other smirked half mockingly, half pitying, saying he'd lost rank and must do chores again. He reluctantly turned away, muttering while searching for a broom in frustration. The rock was set down, marking the end of training. He wiped his sweat, realizing 3 months had passed. While in stance, he felt hardened muscles and speed exceeding many masters. Yet no matter the progress, he still couldn't match Li Quan. Thinking of that, he angrily realized the gap stayed because Li Quan purposely kept ahead. He continued wooden sword practice, sighing that at this rate he'd never catch up. He swung the sword, sensing Kai flow with eyes closed, feeling serene through the 3 talents sword art. Suddenly he paused, sensing something unusual. He wondered why separate training from daily life would have both merged. Though unlike inner cultivation, training while recovering would yield greater results. He finally grasped the key. An idea flashed worth testing immediately. He realized the 3 talents sword art opened heaven, earth, and human convergence, merging with world energy, boosting inner power. Humans in the universe were one, existing in invisible energy flow. Thus, heaven wasn't just the sky. Head symbolized heaven, body human, legs earth. He drew his real sword, using it as the bridge linking the 3 forces, but he understood the true goal was to unite them without the sword. He scratched his head, sighing in frustration, unsure how to proceed. Finally, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. He stood still, practicing breathing for a long while. His complexion brightened, eyes glowing. He realized the key breathing itself. Bei Zun panicked and pointed afar. "Look there, old man." Meng Kang followed his gaze and froze at the sight. Diso's whole body was wrapped in a shimmering vortex of energy. Spiritual Kai rose from the ground, blending with his breath in sync with heaven and earth. Even the Kai within plants was drawn toward him. Bei Zun explained he was entering a vital stage to reach rebirth. Kai and 3 flowers converging, he must endure heavenly unification. If he couldn't withstand it, had never reached the martial peak. The 2 immediately sat in meditation to assist. Powerful inner force spread from them, enveloping all 3. Diso kept his eyes shut, guiding Kai, murmuring hum. One elder warned to stay fully focused, for this chance came once in a lifetime. At that moment, NamGung rushed in, shouting and breaking the silence. Making the elders roar in anger, he grinned cluelessly, boasting he'd found a way to take over Shaolin quickly. Before reaching them, he hit an invisible energy wall and screamed, then a stone flew from nowhere, striking his head directly. Xian screamed in pain, head swollen, rolling on the ground, almost making the elders lose composure. They turned back, relieved. Diso remained meditating, heavenly unification intact. The noise made him open his eyes slightly, muttering, confused by their antics. Seeing them guarding solemnly, he was only puzzled, thinking he'd just been resting after sword practice. Noticing Xian's miserable state, he felt pity and decided to train him from tomorrow, unaware it began his hellish days. At the mountain's base, pilgrims looked up, laughing and admiring Shaolin's daily harsh training. Liquan led the disciples, carrying stones up steep steps. Watching his back, Diso clenched his fists, determined to close the gap today, whispering, "Let's go." Seeing the two as examples, the disciples eagerly pushed forward. NamGung lagged behind, panting, muttering, "I must try to keep up." Drenched in sweat, he gasped and groaned at the exhausting pace. Gazing at the endless stairs, he despaired. One step drained him, let alone the summit. Recalling Diso's warning, he dared not slack, fearing the dire consequence of quitting. Tears rolled as he lamented his suffering fate. Two pilgrims passing by mocked him, calling him a fat turtle and laughing at his heavy steps. He bit his lip, swallowing the insult, vowing to overturn it one day. Overhead, Diso pushed harder, but his body weakened. Breathing rapidly, he gritted his teeth to endure. He remembered days ago he could sustain this pace. He recalled yesterday's breathing method and decided to try again. He inhaled deeply, drawing spiritual ki inside. The energy gathered and spread around him like mist. Heaven and earth's force fused into his body. He opened his eyes, amazed and joyful at the clear effect. Energized, he dashed faster, silently praising himself. The surging Kai helped him quickly catch up with Liquan. Liquan glanced back, smiling. "Yo, you've made it here too," he praised sincerely yet challengingly. But this race shows no mercy. He was shocked by his opponent's sudden burst of speed and refused to lose. He realized the boy had been hiding his true strength. Furious, he shouted, "You're still holding back moves." Liquan calmly replied, "Nope, you're just slow. Should I slow down for you?" The words made him fume, grinding his teeth. "If you dare hold back, don't blame me." Liquan kept teasing as he ran, enraging him to chase closer. His strength waned, mumbling incoherently. His vision blurred, the world spinning around. His chest ached, breath uneven, face pale with exhaustion. He closed his eyes and relaxed his body. A light flared within his mind. Spiritual Kai rose from his feet, merging with his awareness. The surging energy renewed his legs. He realized he had grasped the rhythm of that connection. Kwai from everywhere poured in, wrapping him in wonder. He opened his eyes, feeling the solid ground, realizing the right rhythm lessened gravity's pull. Discovering the key, he sped up to catch his rival. Liquan turned, startled to see him right behind. He grinned excitedly, still hiding strength. He didn't answer, focusing all power as both raced neck and neck. Both gazed forward for a brief moment. There, strong Kai radiated from a huge boulder. The first to touch it would win. Without cue, both dove downhill toward it. Diso shouted, "This victory is mine," unleashing Diamond immovable body technique. Liquan refused to lose, leaping after him with lightning speed. They stomped the rock floor, Kwai swirling around their feet. They shot forth like arrows, crossing half the slope in an instant. The summit appeared. The moment of decision had come. Diso leaped ahead but soon collapsed in exhaustion, while Liquan lay beside him, both unable to claim victory. Liquan smiled kindly, congratulating him on realizing immovable. He sat silent, bewildered. Seeing that, Liquan chuckled softly. He explained had just opened the immovable state, the base for learning Diamond one step. He admitted ignorance. Earning sincere admiration, he assumed horse stance, explaining, immovable means standing firm in stillness to form unshakable movement. When asked if wavering meant failure, he nodded in confirmation. He added that motion and stillness oppose yet unite to form Diamond immovable. He pondered, realizing he acted on instinct without grasping the essence of the three talents sword. Liquan seemed to read his thoughts, assuring him he was on the right path. Liquan clasped his hands, golden light radiating, voice firm, "Young master, fear not, this path is right." The glow made him squint. He further affirmed every effort held meaning and could grow stronger still. He stood frozen, moved, while Liquan's eyes also moistened. Liquan joyfully said, "You felt true heart," eagerly teaching how to sense immovable through the earth. He praised him, but Diso's legs ached, frowning, asking him to stop. Liquan kept lecturing, saying to feel the earth's breath and rhythm, then stomped hard, shaking the ground. The tremor made him dizzy, muttering, "Please stop shaking." Yet Liquan continued. Liquan struck his back, saying the earth would guide him, leaving him dazed and nearly fainting. He screamed and collapsed unconscious, while Liquan still didn't realize he caused it. In the medicine hall, the old physician admired his solid physique, saying had never seen such muscles in 60 years. Liquan stood proudly beside him, claiming he brought the young master here. Diso only thought, "It's all your fault I'm suffering like this." He pointed to the next bed, saying another person had just been brought in. Liquan looked and saw NamGung Xion lying unconscious, remembering forcing him to train. Diso chuckled awkwardly, then frowned at the dirt smell, deciding to bathe immediately. Yet he sensed something ominous coming. Suddenly he lost balance and fell, panicking. "What's happening? I can't move," Liquan calmly said. "Of course, you've just learned one step, like a child learning to walk." Diso grimaced, annoyed by the comparison. Liquan patiently taught, "Focus on the feeling when bending your knees, that's the key." Diso followed and instantly felt powerful energy surge inside. His legs slowly regained sensation. He exclaimed in surprise, "Strange, this feeling is completely new." Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He saw blue kai swirling around Liquan's body, every move flowing like nature itself. Liquan proudly showed his sturdy form, saying Diso could one day wield the blade so fluidly if he kept training, offering to help him reach that physique. Diso imagined his own face on that body, shivering and refusing. "Nope, forget it." Even so, he admitted Liquan wasn't wrong. Clenching his fists, he resolved to move forward, trusting his chosen path. A year later, cold wind howled atop Shaolin Mountain. Diso and Liquan still trained daily, racing with stones on their backs. Liquan half smiled, counting yesterday, "I've lost 45 of 99 matches. If I win today, we're even." He sped up like the wind, forcing Diso to chase. Diso pressed his lips. "Fine, I'll use my own way." He moved nimbly, each step using the ground's rebound, his movement technique flawless. He kicked off a tree trunk ahead, the trunk bent back like a bow, launching him skyward. Hearing the wind whistle, Liquan glanced back, startled. "What the?" Diso stepped on his head, sneering, "Just borrowing some force," then leaped higher, leaving his stunned rival behind. He landed beside an ancient stone stele. His voice deepened. "It's time. I must leave Shaolin." Liquan stayed silent. Diso added, "But before that, let's fight one last time." Liquan clasped his hands, eyes blazing with battle spirit. "So the day has come. I'll hold nothing back." Mingshan reminded from outside. "Everyone is present today, be cautious." The disciples buzzed, excited that real combat techniques were allowed. Diso folded his arms, smiling confidently, ready to face him. Mingshan continued, acknowledging inner force was risky but praising their training beyond ordinary men. He encouraged, "Fight with all your might. Fear nothing." The disciples nodded in unison, eyes burning with resolve. Failure was only a step toward growth. Diso admired how a few words could change the whole atmosphere. He thought Mingshan truly deserved the abbot's seat more than Mingji. The referee signaled, and the fighters stepped into the arena. Cheers erupted as the crowd roared for Liquan #1 Senior. "Go!" He smiled, thinking, "I've changed so much." Diso was surprised when his opponent shouted and charged. He easily knocked the attacker away with one hand. Diso coldly replied that he was the same. Mingshan grew angry, scolding the defeated as fools. The next challenger fell just like the first, one by one. The disciples were beaten by Diso despite Mingshan calling for replacements. The fifth lost morale, doubting their side's strength. Liquan requested to fight Diso on behalf of his peers. Diso calmly greeted him while still holding his opponent's collar. Liquan eagerly declared he would fight with all his might. Diso touched his sword hilt, ready to battle. He suggested using swords from the start. Liquan agreed. NamGung Xion commented that this match would be exciting. He added that watching without betting was boring. He looked around for a betting partner and fixed on Mingji. NamGung Xion began persuading Mingji to join the wager. Mingji refused, saying he wasn't interested. NamGung Xion tempted him by proposing a 600,000 tael bet. Mingji asked what to wager. NamGung Xion suggested betting a rare great elixir pill. Mingji was stunned, wondering how he knew that secret. NamGung Xion pretended to leave to provoke him. Mingji hurriedly bargained, changing the bet to 5 small elixir pills. NamGung Xion secretly rejoiced that was his true goal. Though weaker than the great pill, the small pill still held great value. Mingji confidently believed Liquan would win and mocked his rival. Both sides shook hands to seal the wager. Diso glanced suspiciously at NamGung Xion, sensing a scheme. The referee signaled the official start. Diso leapt forward, ready to strike. He closed in on Liquan, daring him to counter. Liquan instantly took a defensive stance. Diso swung his sword, slashing his opponent's arm. The disciples gasped at the barehanded sword block. Liquan channeled inner force, forming an indestructible diamond defense. Diso charged again. Admitting one strike wasn't enough, he attacked repeatedly, taunting while forcing Liquan to defend. Diso used the 3 Essence Heart method to find the precise strike point. He slashed down hard while Liquan maintained his guard. Liquan blocked easily, smiling in disdain. Diso was stunned that he could withstand it. Liquan focused inner power into his fist, declaring a counterattack. He glared and threw a powerful punch at Diso. Diso sensed the killing intent and prepared to dodge. Liquan seemed to read him, warning not to evade. Diso cursed under his breath. Liquan unleashed a full-force punch into Diso's abdomen. He was blown back by the impact. The watching disciples shuddered at the sight. Diso laughed loudly, showing he was unhurt. He grew furious, shouting in defiance. Diso burst with power, declaring his counterstrike. His sword emitted radiant, multicolored light. The Shaolin disciples were terrified. They had never seen such a thing. Bizun asked NamGung about the strange phenomenon. NamGung replied it likely wasn't normal sword cut. He added that the energy wasn't created from inner force. He praised that only the young lord could gather that power into sword kai. Liquan excitedly dashed forward, intrigued by this new strength, but suddenly he lost control, his movements slowing. He cried out in pain. He quickly retreated, saying he was almost slashed. Minji was surprised by Liquan's reaction. Diso refused to let his opponent escape and immediately pursued. He leaped high, aiming for a steady landing spot. Diso attacked Liquan's supporting leg. He confirmed he had gained a favorable position. Liquan prepared to deliver a decisive punch. Diso tried to counter but was caught and hit hard. He still stood firm, astonishing the audience. Liquan praised him, excited by his resilience. His body changed as he declared he'd fight with full strength. Friend or not, Liquan's hands hardened like diamond as he entered his ultimate state. Lo Bazun was stunned recognizing Liquan's technique. Liquan's upper body turned diamond. Bazun shouted the move's name. Diamond Immortal Art 10 stars. Min Chi stood beside, smiling proudly at the sight. He said this martial art was extremely difficult, requiring great pain and willpower to master. He looked at Liquan with admiration. He believed Liquan had the strongest will in Shaolin, worthy of becoming a centennial legend. NamGung Jihan sneered, mocking the title Centennial Saint. Min Chai angrily asked what he was laughing at. He mocked that dozens in the NamGung clan surpassed such talent. His words shocked the Shaolin disciples, who couldn't believe it. NamGung Jihan secretly rejoiced at shaking their confidence. He thought siding with Dizo would benefit him more. He judged Liquan only had 30% of Dizo's power. Then he pointed at Dizo, declaring him the second strongest in the martial world. Min Chai asked who was first. NamGung Jihan solemnly answered, "Of course, the martial god." Dizo gripped his sword, muttering in frustration at the madness. He admitted that even mastering triple sword technique, he hadn't reached Liquan's level. Liquan charged forward using diamond immovable body art, shouting a challenge. Diso raised his sword to block, responding confidently, but Liquan pierced through the blade with one finger, the move Diamond Finger. Dizo dodged aside, exclaiming in shock. Liquan pressed on, unleashing Diamond Kick. Diso tightened his sword grip, ready to counter fiercely. When they clashed, a thunderous sound echoed. Liquan lifted his hand slightly, shattering Diso's sword in horror. He took a deep breath, preparing his next strike. Diso steadied himself in horse stance. Facing the fearsome foe, Liquan punched, executing 100-step Divine Fist. Diso stomped hard, countering with Heavenly Hammer. He used the same move to clash directly with Liquan. Liquan leaped, dodging and countering with 100-step Divine Fist again. The punch shot straight at Diso, who was guarding. After that blow, Liquan stepped back, readying the next attack. Diso widened his eyes, shocked by such power. Liquan charged again, but Diso blocked with his arm, stunning everyone. He strained under the force, his body trembling violently. In his mind, Diso compared Liquan to a raging bull, not a man. He told himself to relax, or his body would explode. Despite trying, his arm went numb and he had to release. Liquan instantly delivered a fatal strike. Diso closed his eyes in despair, thinking he had lost. The image of NamGung Shan, his elder brother, suddenly appeared in his mind. With the faint words "abandon the Four Kings formation," his body began to change. He realized he was entering the Tai Chi state. Quickly taking stance, he resolved to use all remaining strength. Smirking, Diso accepted the risk and vowed to fight with all he had. Liquan kept advancing relentlessly. The wind from both fighters forced nearby disciples to cover their faces in fear. Meng Kang couldn't believe his eyes. 4 rotating yin-yang rings appeared in the air. It was 4 ounces move 8,000 pounds, a move that uses softness to overcome strength. Bei Zun added that this technique far surpassed common theory. Liquan roared, declaring he would never lose. He unleashed his ultimate art, Diamond Immortal Art, Tire and Emotion. Diso was amazed, feeling himself transcend during battle. He remained alert as Liquan's power grew more terrifying. Diso's eyes flashed. He decided if he struck now, there was still a chance. He activated his right-hand weapon, the Wisdom Sword, then triggered the Cloud Sword in his left hand. The yin and yang forces merged, forming a unified energy flow. The 2 elders watching were stunned since he had never learned the Cloud Sword. Liquan knew that breaking this move meant certain victory. He realized Diso had become far stronger, and enduring it would be dangerous. Diso erupted with aura, shouting Kai Tich. Liquan panicked, realizing the situation was out of control. He was blasted away by the massive energy surge. All the surrounding Shaolin disciples were shaken by the shockwave. When the smoke cleared, Liquan lay motionless in the arena. Ming Chi panicked, ordering people to take Liquan to the infirmary. Diso sighed in relief, glad to have overcome the ordeal. Meng Kang and NamGung Dian approached, cheering long live the young master. They joyfully invited him to drink in celebration. Diso replied with a warning smile. After they left, Diso turned back, teasingly calling out to Bei Zun. His words startled Bei Zun, who didn't understand his intent. Diso told him to check if he wished but calmly advised him to rest. Bei Zun smiled gratefully and left, promising to repay the favor someday. Diso smiled in satisfaction, replying confidently. Suddenly, Mingshan stopped him, ordering him to halt. He said Li Quan would be cared for by Shaolin, and outsiders must not interfere. Bei Zun gently replied that he only wanted to see the boy's condition, but Ming Qi suddenly attacked, striking at Bei Zun. The old man roared in anger at the betrayal. Ming Qi coldly recalled Bei Zun's glorious past in Shaolin. He mentioned that Bei Zun once lost to NamGung Han. Even then, though gravely injured, disciples still believed in his return. Ming Qi furiously asked, and now, he accused the old man of betraying Shaolin, ordering him to leave or be expelled by force. Bei Zun gritted his teeth, took stance, called them foolish disciples, and accepted battle. Ming Qi signaled to open the first Arhat formation. The elders simultaneously launched the following formations to attack. Bei Zun struggled to defend but still maintained composure amid the siege. They realized only the final 6 formation layers could still hold. Ming Qi reminded that in history, only the Demon Lord survived to the 6th layer. He confidently said that with more time, Shaolin would surpass NamGung. Disciples begged Bei Zun to stop, unwilling to see their master hurt. He endured the pain, praising his opponents for their growth. Then he laughed coldly amid the smoke and dust. Bei Zun leapt high, unleashing the move Arhat Grave. The elders shouted to capture him, not letting him escape. The old man gathered his power into both palms, preparing to counterattack. He unleashed Great Strength Diamond Palm, knocking back many disciples. Then he used the move to form his own counter formation. His next strike shot skyward with immense destructive force. Ming Qi adjusted formation, told the rear to lessen power so he could go all out. An elder noticed Bei Zun's strange energy flow and explained it was true demon subduing power. Ming Qi snapped at him to stay silent and fight. He ordered Ming Shan, Ding Su, Ding Niu, and Ming Xin to join in. They surrounded Bei Zun, and Ming Qi shouted he would show no mercy. Bei Zun muttered, saying they had all finally shown up. Ming Qi channeled inner force, declaring he would end this himself. The group charged together, attacking fiercely. Bei Zun was pushed back, roaring in pain. Another disciple struck from above for support. The old man dodged swiftly but was rushed by another from the left. Bei Zun poured all his inner power, preparing a strong counter. He scolded the disciples for being weak, breaking bones with a single hit. Ming Qi sneered, mocking that he still had strength to talk. Bei Zun laughed, admitting age had changed his power. Ming Qi coldly ordered to begin, reminding him to keep a former elder's dignity. The disciples immediately gathered energy, starting the first move. The first executed twin dragons facing tails. The next unleashed white crane spreads wings. Then came others, royal tide, white sandhand seal, golden leopard immobilization, fierce tiger descends mountain. Bei Zun nodded, praising their great improvement. He emotionally admitted their long years of training had paid off. Ming Qi paused, waiting for the opponent's move. Bei Zun attacked while admitting his mistakes, not seeking forgiveness. A surge of energy enveloped him, shining brighter than before. Everyone was shocked it was muscle tendon scripture. First form, great offering rat. The first disciple was blown far away. He then performed pluck stars, shift constellations. The second form, the third, pull 9 oxtails, then spun into claw wheel strike. The fourth form, he felled another with lift ghost, break horse stance. The fifth form, at the sixth, he formed an energy sphere, triple flash lightning, then azure dragon triple claw. The seventh, the monks watched wide-eyed as he used drawing tiger Divar's pre and stretch bow stance. Bei Zun closed his eyes, finishing the final move, tail dance form, leaving all in awe. Ming Qi trembled, recognizing it as the muscle tendon scripture of Patriarch Daimo. Tears falling in emotion, Bei Zun said he bore many sins and deep regret. Ming Qi softly replied, now rest in peace. He handed Bei Zun a prayer bead string, making the old man ask in surprise. Ming Qi bowed apologetically, thanking him on behalf of Shaolin and inviting him back anytime. Bei Zun smiled, wore the beads, and chanted Amitabha. Ming Qi waved farewell, eyes full of respect. Li Quan smiled, promising to be stronger next time they met. Meanwhile, Diso and the NamGung group traveled back. Laughing along the way, he shouted excitedly that their next goal was to conquer the Four Kings formation. The group rode in a carriage, filled with excitement. NamGung Jehan laughed joyfully, hugging a box of precious small elixirs. He looked around and saw everyone seemed asleep. NamGung Dion held one pill, about to taste it. But Diso, Bei Zun, and Meng Kang swiftly snatched it, ate it in front of him, and praised its exquisite flavor while chewing. They casually took the remaining pills. Diso looked at the last one and grinned mischievously. Only one left. Nice. Diso threw the box onto the road, shocking NamGung Dion, mocking him while chewing that he was only good at hunting treasures. The wooden box shattered on the ground. NamGung Dion shouted in rage, cursing them as blockheads. Meng Kang and Bei Zun suppressed him with their aura, coldly warning he'd die if he glared again. NamGung Dion burst into tears, calling them nothing but thieves. Diso calmly replied he was used to eating all kinds of elixirs, making NamGung Dion seethe with doubt and anger. He cursed inwardly, vowing revenge one day. The group continued their journey toward Anhui province. Upon arrival, they marveled at the bustling scene before the upcoming Four Kings formation battle. Someone pushed through the crowd, shouting for space. Another man got angry when Diso accidentally bumped into him. Diso awkwardly apologized, trying to escape the packed crowd. The young man he hit just laughed, saying it was fine. Diso curiously asked about his sword, guessing he was a martial artist. The man confirmed and said he came for the Four Kings formation. He introduced himself as Xiaoting from Nan. Diso was surprised, recalling Nanan as the remote place he once wanted to flee to. He replied he was also here for the Four Kings battle and just returning. Xiaoting nodded in understanding. Xiaoting turned to ask NamGung if he had the same purpose. NamGung smiled proudly, claiming he was a strategist commanding a small squad. Diso cut in, telling him not to brag. Xiaoting asked about the others, and Bazun replied they were guards, making Xiaoting praise them as masters. He said he hoped they wouldn't face each other too soon in the match. At that moment, Bazun transmitted sound asking Diso if he sensed anything strange. Diso nodded, saying he saw 5 hidden figures on the rooftops. Meng Kang added he detected about 10 guards surrounding Xiaoting. He concluded that though Xiaoting acted naive, his power was definitely not ordinary. Bazun suspected they were from Nan and Beast Palace, a place rumored to rival the 9 great sects in power. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers was moving toward the crowd. Diso felt a strong aura approaching and immediately grew alert. He exclaimed in surprise at the immense martial power drawing near. The troops knelt before Diso, respectfully reporting and addressing him as young master. The leader said the clan chief had sent them to protect him. The crowd was astonished, excitement boiling over. All eyes turned to Diso, who blushed from his identity being revealed. Some pointed and shouted his many nicknames. They recounted his agility and evasive feats. Diso grew irritated, and NamGung teased him further, making him angrier. Diso retaliated with a strong punch to NamGung's head. NamGung cried out in pain. Diso turned and politely greeted Xiaoting. He softly bid farewell, then suddenly stopped walking. Xiaoting smiled faintly, eyes filled with thought. He asked the person beside him for their opinion. A voice in the shadows replied, mentioning the 2 old men. The man said they had already been discovered by the enemy. Bazun warned not to cause trouble or invite disaster. Meng Kang remarked the hidden aura technique was unusual. Xiaoting concluded their opponents were strong, then asked further about the young master. The man replied they hadn't met NamGung yet. The most likely candidate was absent. Placed by young master Diso, they believed meeting Diso would bring future benefits. He compared Diso to a weak plant in a garden. He remarked Diso lacked sharpness due to a life of comfort. Xiaoting smiled, saying Diso hadn't yet recognized the talents around him. The man asked Xiaoting if he could defeat Diso in battle. Xiaoting's eyes turned serious, his aura flared, making those nearby shiver. He chuckled softly in response. He teased back that he could never lose to that man. The guards led Diso to the clan chief's chamber and invited him in. Diso felt a powerful pressure emanating from inside. His friends left him behind, making him angrily curse them. He told them to go. Meng Kang casually replied. A voice inside asked if Diso had brought back good wine. He froze, remembering the promise to bring wine upon return. Cold sweat ran down as he thought, "Imdoomed mother, save me." Diso scratched his head with an awkward smile. Nerves tight as strings, he forced a grin to hide his fear, hoping his father would soften. NamGung said he already knew everything and ordered the guards in. The guards acted immediately. Stunning Diso, the father secretly praised his son for detecting hidden men, his training not wasted. NamGung asked what he had learned at Shaolin. Diso confidently replied, ready to share his experience. He said he saw a white tiger guarding a mountain for many years, with a steadfast guardian defending that land. He also met a martial man with a diamond-hard body and limitless potential. NamGung asked how they compared to the NamGung clan. Diso said if only one army came, both sides would suffer great losses. NamGung agreed, saying the assessment was precise. He sat down, inviting his son to have tea and talk. Steam rose thickly, and the mood grew solemn. Diso winced as the hot tea burned his lips. Pressed by his father, he took a sip and noticed something strange. NamGung asked if he truly wanted to join the Four Kings battle. Diso firmly answered that he was completely serious. NamGung said sternly that he could defeat Tam Nai. Diso was shocked as his father continued. He said Tam Ni's seclusion wasn't for the competition but another purpose. Diso remembered NamGung's eyes filled with deep emotion. He affirmed that his elder brother had always looked toward him since that day. Diso clenched his fists. Vowing never to yield, he declared he would defeat third brother in the coming duel. NamGung stood and demanded his son prove his strength. Diso instantly grabbed his sword, saying he would show his true ability. He drew the blade, eager to understand the fear others felt toward his father. NamGung calmly signaled the start of the duel. As soon as he finished speaking, Diso lunged in fierce attack. He shouted loudly as he began his first move. He struck the ground, making his father lose footing. He forced him to shift, learning the lesson of balance. Diso said if there's no opening, one must create it. NamGung countered by stomping hard to regain stability. He laughed, saying it cost 20 taels to repair the floor after this. He emphasized the damaged floor was worth 20 taels of gold. Diso panicked, but before reacting, his father had closed in. With a flick, his sword flew to the ceiling, and his father calmly demanded 10 more taels. The sword wobbled and then fell to the floor. It shattered a precious vase. NamGung coldly added 500 taels to the debt. Diso was horrified, wishing to flee the room and his father. NamGung's killing intent made the air heavy. He He flicked his son's forehead lightly. Diso was thrown back, shocked and terrified by the impact. NamGung remarked his son could still endure enough not to faint. Diso saw the vase before him and began trembling. He shouted a warning that it was worth at least 100 TLs. He gathered inner power, twisting midair to avoid collision. He finally landed safely, body intact. NamGung praised his control while airborne. He laughed, revealing the vase was a fake. He added the damaged floor was worth 40 taels, totaling 570 ode all charged to his son. Meanwhile, Meng Kang saw Beizun bringing wine to the table and teased him. The old man joked that drinking with the madam would be perfect. She politely declined and went to prepare food. The door burst open as NamGung entered carrying Diso. Stunning everyone, he said nothing, only stared at the rare wine bottle. Beizun hurried to stop his actions. Meng Kang grew anxious, warning both would be in danger if they didn't hand it over. Without waiting, Meng Kang snatched the wine bottle despite Beizun's shouts. NamGung glanced over, calmly noting the flavor wasn't bad. He handed Diso to the steward, ordering treatment and stating it was the clan chief's command. The steward bowed and accepted the task. The lady respectfully invited NamGung to rest inside. After he left, Meng Kang suggested entering. Beizun glared at the wine in anger, and the steward agreed. She looked at Diso emotionally, saying it was hard to recognize him after a year apart, as if just yesterday he was still a clumsy child. She smiled, saying the clan chief must truly care for the young master. At that moment, news of the Four Kings tournament from the NamGung clan spread everywhere. The one reading it was Poison King, leader of the Four Heaven Houses, seeking Dangmu. The notice stated, this year's Four Kings tournament would be held at the NamGung estate. The schedule remained the same, with no participant limit. Ages 15-20, those who reached last year's finals would be prioritized. This year, only 2 NamGung representatives, NamGung Shan and Diso. Marshal Saint NamGung made a brief announcement with no extra conditions. He said anyone with questions could meet him directly to settle them. The subordinates grew uneasy, all addressing him as my lord. Dangmu angrily tore the letter. Laughing, interesting, one said this was a rare opportunity. Others agreed. They noted the NamGung clan usually sent 50 disciples, while other sects doubled that. Now with only 2, they'd surely become the center of attention. They discussed that the chance to seize the top position had never been clearer. Dangmu pondered, asking if the Marshal Saint had ever directly intervened. The subordinates bowed, trembling, answering, never. He said coldly that this Marshal Saint seemed unusually interested in the tournament. He implied that if those 2 were defeated right before the Marshal Saint's eyes, then NamGung humiliated expression would be quite a sight. Dangmu slammed the table, declaring he'd personally compete this time. He ordered his disciples to prepare with full strength. All obeyed instantly. The news spread across the martial world, shocking all that only 2 contestants would represent. Some sects began secretly forming alliances. Their scheme was clear to overthrow the NamGung clan together. But one thing was certain, all eyes were on those 2. The names NamGung Shan and Diso echoed everywhere. Both became the main focus of the Four Kings tournament. Diso held his head, lamenting that his father had isolated them. NamGung Jian replied that third young master had foreseen this. He said NamGung Shan only smiled, saying, sounds interesting, making Diso tear up. Diso sprang up, determined not to stay idle any longer. He ordered the entire clan to assemble immediately. He declared that everyone would train harshly for 5 months, resting only when exhausted. 5 months later, contestants gathered for the grand tournament. Elder Lai Rongxiao of Mount Dian Kang sect grumbled about waiting too long. The NamGung representative calmly announced verification was done and invited them to follow. Lai Rongxiao frowned, demanding proper courtesy. A voice from behind questioned Xiao's presence. Xiao was shocked to see the flag behind that person. It seemed royal. The man appeared of royal blood, conversing with NamGung, mentioning thieves before inviting Xiao to follow. Xiao asked his title. The man replied Xiao hadn't heard his introduction yet. Xiao found it odd that a gatekeeper held such a special status. Suddenly he seemed to recall something serious, showing surprise. That man was the one behind the shameful Dian Kang case 5 years ago. The man chuckled, confirming Xiao still remembered. NamGung's sword lowered slightly. Xiao froze, shocked to see a NamGung elder appear and point toward a suspicious group. A stranger arrogantly insulted the NamGung elder, treating him like a mere gatekeeper. The elder grew furious, grabbed his collar, and scolded him for thinking himself a demon king. He easily subdued the man, mocking him as a petty troublemaker. Xiao was horrified to realize the entire group were NamGung elders guarding the gate themselves. Suspicion rose in Xiao's heart, fearing hidden mysteries in the Four Kings battle. Many NamGung members were already lying defeated around, but Diso remained focused on relentless training. The steward approached to report it was time for the Four Kings preliminaries. Diso opened his eyes calmly, saying he was ready. He stood, unleashing powerful energy as wind swirled around him. A satisfied smile formed, showing his confidence before the fight. Diso bid farewell to the steward and left. She smiled, wishing him safe travels. He told her to care for and compensate the injured elders. She respectfully obeyed. He suddenly asked about money, joking about making a fortune, surprising her. As Diso entered the arena, all eyes turned toward him. He was amazed at the massive audience gathered. Everyone recognized him, calling out his nickname. That guy, To them, he was the famous cunning one. While Diso stayed silent, a fierce voice rang out, declaring to crush all opponents. The contestants around were stunned by those words. That man immediately kicked another competitor in the face. It was Li Quan, among the Shaolin disciples. Diso greeted him. They responded warmly, discussing rumors that had taken over Shaolin for justice, rumors he couldn't understand. He grew angry upon hearing the spreading rumors. Diso was irritated, realizing NamGung and Xian were not only talkative but truly annoying. Li Quan asked if they should act immediately, but Diso stopped him and demanded silence. Another person told everyone to stay quiet. He announced the rules: 20 zones, 50 people each. Only one can advance. Once 20 are chosen, they will compete again to select 2 finalists. Diso noticed everyone's anxiety. The host said names would be called, and he awaited the first. As soon as the words ended, Diso dashed to Arena 1, astonishing the crowd with his speed. Diso smiled with inner arrogance. He was pleased to have obtained the secret match list beforehand. Diso glanced challengingly at NamGung Jihan. He swore that if NamGung appeared, he would die. The referee stated that free combat was allowed as long as no one was killed. He declared the preliminaries had begun. Many opponents rushed into attack at once. Someone provoked him, wanting to see the true power of the NamGung clan, contrary to his former weakness. Diso was now full of confidence. He displayed overwhelming strength that dominated all opponents. In a flash, he defeated a famous female warrior without hesitation. Even surrounded, the crowd couldn't harm Diso. He stood alone on the stage, declaring he could take them all. Li Quan leaped forward to attack Diso. He declared he would defeat him. Li Quan threw a powerful punch, but Diso dodged easily. Another person got hit instead of Diso. Li Quan refused to give up, claiming he could predict his moves. He threw another punch. Diso dodged again, making another fighter fly into the air. The remaining 2 were frightened and blamed him for dragging them in. As Diso retreated, those 2 were struck again. While Li Quan kept chasing, Diso noted that Li Quan had nearly mastered the Diamond Undying Divine Art. Li Quan shouted, forcing Diso into direct combat. Diso panicked as a lightning punch struck right behind his neck, but another man took the hit for him. That guy was thrown away while Diso quickly kept running. Surprising the audience, he kept attacking, hitting many nearby people. Some in the face, someone was ambushed from behind and screamed in pain. Another was thrown high and fell hard to the ground. Diso smiled confidently, believing no one could match his speed or martial skill. The entire scene turned utterly chaotic. The brown-haired boy, Xiao Ding, watched the brawl with boredom. He observed that both fighters were about to exhaust themselves. His eyes gleamed, realizing he still had full stamina from avoiding combat. Xiao Ding drew his sword, planning to defeat one more foe to enter the main round. The monk stomped hard in frustration. He gathered power in his left hand and unleashed 100-step divine fist. Diso sighed, admitting that move was nearly impossible to dodge. Suddenly, a swordsman rushed in shouting for him to surrender. Diso reacted fast, drew his sword to block, realizing the man targeted him. Li Quan sensed the looming danger. He hesitated, knowing rushing in now would be suicide. Xiao Ding suddenly struck Diso with a powerful attack, forcing him to defend. As he dodged aside, he calmly said the real fight was just beginning. Xiao Ding immediately used the shadow concealment technique. Vanishing from sight, the audience was stunned, searching for his figure. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding was pleased that he could hide both form and aura. He leapt up swinging his sword at Diso's head, thinking it would hit. Diso sensed a wave of killing intent rushing toward him. He quickly raised his sword to block the strike. Xiao Ding was shocked that his attack direction was detected. Diso calmly said he countered after seeing the movement. Xiao Ding grew angry, reused the shadow concealment technique, denying his foe's skill. Diso smiled and performed the wind point technique. His swordplay graceful, streams of white energy twisted and shot straight toward Xiao Ding. He was stunned as his body became visible again. Diso calmly explained he had studied ways to counter his opponent. Xiao Ding raged, eyes burning with fury. He roared and unleashed the fierce tiger break strike. Diso swiftly took a defensive stance. He used the through technique to nullify all Xiao Ding's attacks. Xiao Ding was hit and screamed in pain. Diso immediately delivered the finishing move, Wind Reinforce. Xiao Ding was blown into the air, his sword flying away. The swirling wind tossed him violently. He turned pale, screaming miserably midair. He finally fell off the arena upside down. Declared defeated and eliminated, the referee announced Diso and Li Quan as the 2 qualifiers. Angering Li Quan for not having fought properly, Diso stayed silent, closing his eyes, wondering if it was enough. In another arena, a NamGung member had just finished his match. Still gripping his sword, his opponent had collapsed unconscious. The referee declared the match over. Surrounded by fallen fighters, he announced the second young master NamGung as the only one advancing. At the medicine hall, Jia Setchuang lay resting on the bed. Her body trembled, murmuring unclear words. In her dream, she saw Diso fiercely attacking her. She sweated, her face tense even in sleep. Suddenly she sat up, clutching her head in pain. She tried to calm herself, telling it was just a nightmare, but fear lingered. A stranger appeared coldly, saying she was chosen by the young master. Mentioning his strange acts, Jia Setchuang sat up, hands trembling, eyes anxious. The man grinned wickedly. He ordered her undress for inspection. Terrified, she heard him sternly explain it was to check for wounds, threatening death if she were a spy or hid poison. Tears fell as she recalled her uncle's warning. regretting coming to NamGung. Suddenly a shout outside startled her. The door burst open as Hoya appeared, accusing her of seducing the young master. Both scolded her, making Jia Setshuang panic and deny repeatedly. Lai and Nian pressed her about her studies. When she nodded, both happily said she passed. Shang Yan softly said it was time to return. Hoya grabbed her hand to pull her along. She panicked and asked if they were going back to Hubei. They firmly replied they were returning to NamGung's Lanlong Hall. Shocking her, they added the young master nicknamed her Big Head No. 1, meaning she officially belonged to NamGung. Hoya smiled, saying that reason alone was enough. Seeing her hesitate, they turned cold, eyes threatening her to comply. Trembling, she gathered courage to ask what if she stayed instead of returning to Hubei. She clenched her fists, determined to ask if she could learn martial arts. Mocking words from the past echoed in her mind that girls shouldn't dream of martial arts. They once told her marrying rich was enough. She closed her eyes expecting scolding, but Li Nian's words stunned her. The woman gently said the young master would help her achieve every wish. Jia Setshuang imagined Diso happily teaching her martial arts. Her eyes shone with hope as she silently apologized to her uncle for choosing her own path. As they returned to NamGung, she told herself she had a reason to stay longer. At the same time, Diso finished his match, stomach growling as he complained about the poor meal. A familiar voice called, making him turn around. He was shocked to see who had appeared. It was Yang, and he jokingly asked if he also joined the tournament, and the boy shyly confirmed. Diso recognized him as Yang and the only close friend from his past life. A disciple of Huoshan, memories flooded back from his mother praying at the temple to Yang and visiting him as a child. He recalled Yang and's father patting his head with a gentle smile. Diso smiled, remembering his friend's mischievous and cheerful nature. He recalled how Yang unexpectedly became sect leader after his master's death, causing internal dissent. But all objections vanished once people saw his extraordinary sword skills. However, soon tragedy struck and everything changed. In one duel, Yangen's opponent was severely injured, bleeding and screaming in agony. Since that day, Yangen quit martial arts and lived in seclusion. Back to the present, Diso asked about his performance in the first 2 rounds. Yangen modestly said it was luck, but Diso smiled knowing his strength remained intact. Suddenly, 3 Hoshan disciples approached with mocking tones. They jeered at Yangen, calling him a useless country cripple unworthy of friendship. Yangen endured silently, but Diso grew furious, ready to teach them a lesson. Yangen quickly stopped him, holding his hand to restrain him. He whispered that they were fellow disciples, not worth fighting. Still, the men insulted him, sneering that he dared speak though soon to be expelled. Diso suppressed his anger, voice low as he asked, "What did you just say?" Yangen froze and repeated the word expelled. Yang Hu sneered, warning that if Yangen failed in the 4 Kings tournament, the sect leader would lose his title and he would take over. Those words stunned Yangen as if doused with cold water. Yang Hu continued arrogantly, daring Yangen to face him in later rounds. He mocked that if Yangen lost badly, all Hoashan sect would be disgraced. Diso spoke sternly, realizing Yangen's situation. He understood that if Yangen failed, the sect leader would be dethroned. Afterward, Yangen's master fell gravely ill and passed away. That death completely changed Yangen's temperament. His fame spread across the martial world, feared by all. People called him the Huoshan Demon Sword. Diso remembered how he could only watch back then. Now he vowed not to let Yangen walk the same path and asked where the old Taoist lived. Yangen was surprised, saying his master was likely in Hoshan residence, but he wasn't sure. Diso nodded, said he understood, and was about to leave when called back. Yangen anxiously asked him to visit the master and check his health. Diso smiled, agreed, bid farewell, and promised to meet again. He thought if his friend worried so much, why not go himself? Then imagined a familiar voice urging him to see the Taoist. At the NamGung estate, a loud shout ordered a search for the old Taoist. Carrying a bundle, Diso grumbled as he walked, complaining the NamGung grounds were too vast to find anyone easily. He stopped when he heard commotion near the Hoashan residence. Suddenly he saw the man he sought standing by the lotus pond and shouted, "Old Taoist." The Taoist turned, puzzled as if something was missing, then sternly asked who he was. Diso recalled the past and introduced himself as Diso, the boy who visited him every year. The old Taoist laughed, recognized him, praised his growth, and asked why he came. He guessed the NamGung young master must be busy. Diso raised a package, saying he came because of it. The aroma from the bundle made the Taoist realize it was roast duck. He smiled, shook his head, saying something was missing. Diso asked what he meant. The Taoist pulled out a wine jug, winking playfully, saying meat must come with wine. Diso panicked, advising him not to drink since he was Hoshan's sect leader. He tilted his head back to drink, solemnly saying a true Taoist must dare taste worldly desires. Images of women and silver crossed his mind as he laughed, saying wine, meat, and women were life's pleasures, urging Diso to bring the duck. Diso frowned, thinking the strongest Taoist of Zongyuan was just a lecherous drunker. After eating, the old man chewed and chatted about Yangen's crook-dimpled smile. Even as Diso passed out drunk, the old man watched him fondly, murmuring how adorable he looked. He irritably woke him, scolding that he claimed important business yet fell asleep midway. Diso drowsily replied, asking for a little more time. Suddenly the Taoist clutched his chest, body trembling with pain. Flushed from wine, Diso turned and saw the cause of the old man's impending death. Moments later, someone in the hall shouted asking for the sect leader's whereabouts. The Taoist appeared calmly, saying he was there, as two elders scolded him for being absent at such a crucial moment. He walked past them, explaining he lost track of time talking to an old friend, then asked why they gathered in his room. One elder sternly demanded confirmation that if Yang An failed, succession would pass to Yang Hu. The Taoist slowly affirmed it. Both bowed, advising him to reconsider carefully before deciding. The door slammed shut as he stood silently in the still room. Pain struck again. He clutched his chest, body shaking violently. He gritted his teeth, trying to hide his illness. Images of the scheming elders and Yang An's gentle smile flashed as he vowed not to collapse if he wished to protect his disciple. His vision blurred. He reached toward the door to lock it and conceal his condition, but the door suddenly burst open. A terrified cry rang out, signaling danger. Lihan rushed in, panting, saying it was lucky he arrived in time. The Taoist collapsed, managing only a few final words. Lihan caught him, voice filled with worry. After checking, he gritted his teeth in anger, vowing Hosham would pay if they caused the injury. Diso rushed in, begging him to save the man. Lihan smiled confidently, assuring that no one he treated ever failed to recover. Diso stepped outside, relieved to have left the master in care, but as he reached the door, NamGung ran up breathlessly calling him. He turned and asked, "What's so urgent, and how did you find me here?" NamGung panted, wiping sweat, saying he had searched everywhere for him. He squinted mischievously, asking if Diso planned to take over Hua Shansek too, making Diso snap and demand he state his purpose. Xian handed him a golden notice, revealing Diso's next opponent in the tournament. Diso unfolded it and read softly. He froze, unable to believe his eyes. Xian saw his trembling hands and teased if the opponent was formidable, while Diso clenched his teeth in anger upon learning it was Yang An. He suddenly recalled Yang An's timid expression when he once came to ask about him. The gentle smile of that old friend resurfaced in his mind. Thinking of Yang An's red eyes gripping the sword, he feared that winning would mean his friend's expulsion and transformation into the demon sword, but if he purposely lost, he would lose his chance to escape NamGung, burying his freedom. He grabbed his hair and shouted in frustration. Conflicted, he wondered what choice to make. At the medical hall, patients screamed in pain as blood kept gushing, alarming the healers. Shang Yan ordered Jia Set Xuan to fetch more medicine and clean bandages. She obeyed immediately. The patient rolled his eyes, biting his lip to endure spasms. Then he sat up and vomited brownish-yellow liquid into the basin Shang Yan had prepared. Seeing the lady herself hold the basin, the healers panicked and offered to do it instead. Shang Yan calmly said a human life mattered most. Rank meant nothing. Jia Setsuang admired how kindly Shang Yan guided the healing, understanding why all revered her. When finished, Shang Yan gently said the wound was properly treated. Jia Setsuang gazed at her as if seeing a celestial maiden descend to earth. She recalled Shang Yan's earlier sternness, but it was cut short as she was called to meet Lian Nin. From the training yard came loud shouts signaling the start of the grand rehearsal. Lian Nin stood before rows of martial artists, announcing the Four Kings' main round would begin soon, ordering absolute precision and inspection of all arenas. Everyone shouted in unison their acknowledgement. She continued, instructing to check every contestant's weapon for strict compliance. The guards echoed their obedience. Jia Set Shuang's eyes shone with admiration at the magnificent sight. She deeply respected Lian Nin, a woman so powerful that one command moved hundreds. Lian Nin noticed Jia Set Shuang's presence and greeted her warmly. She then tossed her a book, saying it was what she had mentioned earlier and she could ask others if confused. Jia Setsuang realized it was her family's secret manual and asked in shock how she obtained it. Lian Nin suddenly snatched it back, teasing that if she didn't want it, she would keep it. She hurriedly held the manual tight, insisting she needed it, making Lian Nin laugh with delight. She clenched her fists, determined to start training immediately. Suddenly Hoya appeared, asking where she was going, and she replied she was off to practice. Hoya invited her to watch the upcoming duel, and she agreed to join. Hoya smiled mysteriously, saying she needed her help with something. She whispered cryptically that they were about to witness a rare exchange of silver. The scene shifted to the arena packed with roaring spectators. Many chatted excitedly about the coming Four Kings tournament. All eyes turned toward the Hall of Prestige. There gathered the most renowned figures of the martial world. From great sect leaders to family elders, everyone was present. Even minor sects took the chance to display their strength. NamGung Lin appeared with majestic presence, and people whispered about his great deeds saving the martial world. Beside him stood NamGung Han, stern and imposing, his presence igniting the crowd's excitement. Someone curiously asked why people were gathering ahead. A man holding a red banner shouted that this was a chance to change their fortunes. Rasiak stood on stage introducing the betting arena between the NamGung clan and Qin Shang Guild. The sound of coins and silver rang everywhere as people placed bets on both sides. She was astonished seeing piles of money after just a short incense's time. Hoya cuffed lightly to signal Jiatak Sang to focus, startling her into replying quickly. A man pushed through the crowd, shouting invitations for the last chance to get rich. He complained of back pain, asking to give up his spot, making others question him in surprise. Jiang appeared, holding a gleaming gold banknote, loudly betting 10,000 taels on the white side. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the rare golden note, whispering nonstop about the old man's identity. Hoya was shocked to realize the newcomer was a major figure. The old man raised the note, recalling Dizo's order to bet, hoping for a share of the winnings. Hoya could only shake her head, sighing that the young master always left others speechless. Jia Sidaxing lifted the note high, shouting excitedly, urging everyone not to miss the chance. The crowd erupted, shoving and shouting as betting reached chaos and fever pitch. Dizo looked up, spotting her on the stand, wondering what she was doing. His gaze shifted to Yang, trembling as he stepped out, and he sighed helplessly. Yang told himself he must win this match to stay with his master. Even if his opponent was Dizo, the audience jeered, mocking him for trembling before the fight. Yang felt dizzy under the insults, ashamed to be called Hoa Shan's disgrace. The relentless shouting drove him to panic, despair engulfing him. He trembled, muttering he could no longer fight. A familiar voice called out, making him lift his head abruptly. He was stunned to see his master seated behind Dezo. Crying out emotionally, the old Taoist smiled kindly, telling him to do as he wished, that no matter the result, he would remain by his side. Yang bit his lip, answering tearfully with emotion. He drew his sword as Dezo looked back, relieved to see the man had recovered. Yang raised his sword and declared boldly he would surpass Dezo to prove himself in Hoa Shan's honor. His red eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. The referee announced the Four Kings final between Dezo and Yang officially began. Jia Siexing shouted loudly to cheer the young master, forcing Hoya to pull her down for being too excited. Dezo focused on his opponent, realizing Yang was completely different now. He secretly rejoiced seeing Yang finally had true determination. Yang glared coldly. Dezo's face changed as he charged in fiercely. Powerful wave of sword energy slashed down, but Yang agilely dodged. He counterattacked, aiming his sword confidently at his foe. Yang kicked the sword tip, springing back, shocking Dezo, who quickly retaliated with another strike. He realized Yang's true talent was finally showing. A flash of light frightened Yang, his face turning pale, as Dezo's sword lifted high. Yang swiftly calculated his defense. Their internal energies clashed violently as he poured all strength into resistance. Sweat poured down as Yang was stunned by Dezo's current power. He recalled his brother once greedy and lazy, now overwhelmingly strong. Dezo shouted excitedly, challenging Yang to withstand an even stronger strike. Yang successfully blocked it, making Dezo laugh joyfully. Pleased by his opponent's progress, he said he would raise the difficulty to make the match more thrilling. Immediately, Dezo gathered all his inner power, generating an immense energy force. Yang realized it was thunder energy. Dezo smirked, daring him to block the next strike. With a manic grin, he unleashed the great Qin Gang sword art, while Yang told himself to endure. As the blade slashed down, light flashed brilliantly. Yang tilted aside, sliding from momentum. He flipped gracefully and landed lightly. Dezo sneered, mocking that Hoa Shan's techniques were nothing to fear. On the stands, King He was shocked recognizing the opponent using Zhongnan Sect's swordplay. He studied closely, confirming the man combined Great Qin Gang with the Heavenly Thunder Emperor mechanism. He pointed out he was using the most stable method to control chaotic thunder energy. King He sweated, thinking he faced a monstrous genius far beyond rumors. Dezo roared, declaring he would crush all martial artists in the world. King He frowned in doubt, sensing Dezo's mind becoming unstable. Elsewhere, Haiming Hoa Shan's great elder coldly scoffed, dismissing the match. He stated Yang was unworthy of being a successor, voice dripping with disdain. He turned to Jiang Liang, saying it would have been better if he had once defeated Yang. Zhang Liang replied regretfully, his eyes firm, still burdened by past resentment. He angrily vowed to defeat whoever beat Yang and to prove himself worthy, earning Haiming's approving nod. A man sitting on the upper row silently listened to their entire conversation. He clenched his robe, suppressing anger, eyes fixed on Yang with hidden intent. Dezo shouted, challenging Yang to take another strike if he wished to live. Yang gathered strength and counterattacked with his sword. The crowd erupted. It was their first time seeing him strike back successfully. He choked out an apology, saying he couldn't afford to lose. Dezo roared, demanding he attack instead of only defending. Their blades clashed, sparking fire, and the audience exploded with excitement. Cheers roared like thunder, people shouting for Hoa Shan and Yang. Yang suddenly kicked at his opponent's leg, but Dezo dodged cleanly. They faced each other, eyes blazing with tension. Jealousy surged in Dezo's mind. Thinking this man was stealing his place, he decided to use his full power, raising his sword to end the match. Yang knew he had to seize the initiative before it was too late. Dezo stepped forward, lips curling as his sword descended with might. At that moment, a vision of a giant golden cocoon appeared before Yang. Dezo widened his eyes, feeling like he was witnessing an awakening. Yang dodged in a flash. The sudden movement made Dezo freeze. The sword tip grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. He was momentarily stunned, realizing his opponent had completely changed. In Dezo's mind echoed the thought that the once timid boy had truly transformed. He burst out laughing, feeling the battle had finally become worthy, but before him, Yang was trembling, face pale and drained. Dizo glanced at his wound, recalling how Yang once feared blood, doubt rising in his heart. The audience grew noisy, confused about what was happening. Many shouted for the referee to continue, while Haiming remained still, ignoring the cries demanding Yangen's disqualification. Yangen covered his mouth, his face white and breathing ragged. Amid the crowd, his master sighed silently, blaming himself for forcing his disciple onto this path. He remembered the past, when Yangen had tried to explain, but he had ignored him. He coldly scolded and left, abandoning him in pain and loneliness. That year, Yangen stared at his bloody hands, mute in despair. Now the master regrets, wondering if things would change had he listened. The audience rages, shouting for him to leave the arena. Yangen stammers he can't continue, his mind collapsing completely. Dizo roars, silencing the entire arena. He glares at the stands, ordering silence as the chaos drives him mad. Dizo suggests continuing the duel, but Yangen refuses, exhausted. He grits his teeth, declaring hellfight with full power. Yangen trembles slightly, fear creeping into his heart. Dizo shouts hell crush any Huashan disciple blocking his path. He specifically mentions a man he met before, vowing to cripple him forever. Yangen trembles with anger, shocked by Dizo's cruel words. Dizo sneers, mocking if hell run again and betray his master's kindness. Those words deeply shake Yan. Emotions surge within him, his eyes blazing. Dizo coldly reminds him their master once risked life defending Huashan. Yet now, out of fear, Yangen wants to give up everything. He growls, asking if he plans to keep running. Yangen lifts his sword, saying it can wound but also protect his revered master. Dizo shrugs, saying their ranks are no longer equal. He declares that as successor, he'll reshape Huashan and rule it. A strong wind rises as he swings his sword, stunning the crowd. All are terrified by Dizo's deep inner strength. He laughs arrogantly, asking if Yangen is ready, claiming the world belongs to the strong. Yangen smiles calmly, saying that's the Dizo he once knew. He regains confidence, asking if Dizo deserves to lecture others. Dizo shouts proudly, calling himself heir of the strongest clan, mocking tiny Huashan. Yangen bursts with fury, his energy erupting. He shouts that Huashan is not as small as Dizo thinks. The spectators gasp at his sudden power. Yangen's aura surges, petals swirling around Dizo. Dizo freezes as a dragon spirit bursts from Yangen's sword aura. Has shocked. Realizing Yangen has transformed completely, the dragon's roar echoes its Huashan's ultimate skill. Sword dragon, Yangen charges forward, petals spinning like spiritual energy. He strikes precisely. Dizo dodges by a hair, sweating. Dizo sees Yangen now fights without hesitation. Dizo counters, his sword moving so fast it becomes a red flash. The wind mixes with a strong floral scent across the arena. He attacks repeatedly, but Yangen moves lightly like smoke. His face shows no emotion, only coldness. Dizo grumbles the scent annoys him and grows in rage. He swings, creating a gale that blows all petals away. Yangen smiles mockingly, saying Huashan's swordsmanship can't be blown away so easily. He whispers that the scent was meant only to distract him. As he finished speaking, peach blossoms fell thickly. Dizo realized it was the 24-blossom reversal sword art as petals filled the stands. NamGung pondered that with more time. Huashan might rival the NamGung clan. Yangen shouted the finale and swung his sword, creating a fierce sword storm. The Heavenfall Blossom Strike terrified Dizo. He hadn't expected to provoke such fury as the ground shook from the blast. The crowd screamed that Huashan was about to win. Jia Jixang anxiously called out to the young master in fear. Someone pointed, shouting that Dizo was still slashing the petals midair. Dizo poured all his strength, swinging madly, refusing to lose. His eyes turned red. He couldn't believe he'd lose to such a move. Yangen stood still, smiling provocatively, further enraging Dizo. Dizo hesitated, astonished by Huashan's refined swordsmanship, wondering if another technique remained. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed amid the petals. A fierce golden dragon lunged straight at Dizo. He froze, blaming himself for wasting too much inner power. The peach scent filled the air as petals swirled wildly across the arena. He realized it was all a trap, screaming in despair as he understood too late. Before Dizo's eyes, the dragon was Yangen charging with a glowing sword. He instantly gathered all his power. Ready to counter, Dizo declared he'd use a technique made to counter the boundless sky sword, vowing to prove his strength. His eyes blazed, filled with determination to tear the sky apart. Haiming shouted in fear, unable to believe he'd faced that legendary strike. NamGung watched from the side, eyes full of interest. Dizo roared that his strength surpassed the heavens and could cut through the world. He leapt toward Yangen, preparing for the final blow. The swords clashed, sparks bursting as the sky-sundering cut sliced into the dragon. The golden dragon roared back, radiating light like a meteor, but it was finally cleaved in half, the scene like a shattered sky. The audience gasped, seeing the very heavens split apart. Yangen froze in disbelief, mumbling that it was impossible. Before he recovered, Dizo was already beside him. He called for him to stop, but Dizo coldly said there was no time to talk. A heavy sword strike slammed onto Yangen's head. He screamed in pain as a large bump rose, while Dizo calmly sheathed his sword. He said coldly this was only the beginning of the lesson. Dizo kept delivering heavy blows to his opponent's head. The crowd shuddered, pained by his cruelty. Yangen collapsed, his head swollen with bruises. Dizo dropped his sword, exhaling in satisfaction and relief. He noticed the stands had fallen silent. puzzled by what just happened. Dizo lightly patted Yangen's head, worriedly asking if it hit too hard and if he was okay. Haiming stepped up, praising him for exposing the Boundless Sky Sword's fatal flaw. He chuckled, saying it'd been long since he'd felt such excitement. Leaving Dizo confused, Haiming continued, his tone full of hidden meaning. He explained that by defeating a Hoshin disciple, Dizo proved NamGung wasn't perfect and taught Hoshin a lesson in arrogance. Stunning him further, Haiming's mockery enraged Hoshin disciples, furious at being publicly trampled and feeling their honor deeply insulted. Dizo remained confused, sensing he wouldn't sleep peacefully tonight. A man from the stands shouted he'd settle scores with him, startling Dizo. Suddenly, Haiming raised Dizo's hand, declaring him the first victor among the 4 kings of the NamGung clan. The crowd erupted in cheers as his supporters celebrated wildly. Praises echoed across the arena, hailing Dizo as a new hero. Despite victory, he wondered if he should truly feel happy. No one noticed Yangen had awoken and quietly left the arena. He lowered his head sadly. Admitting total failure, he whispered he couldn't face his master or peers and must leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind him said they would go together. Yangen looked up, eyes filled with tears. Tears fell as he saw his master standing before him. The master smiled gently, apologizing for making him bear too much. Yangen asked in shock if he truly meant to leave. What about Huashin? He laughed, saying he'd already abandoned everything. Stunning Yangen, Yangen urged they must leave quickly, fearing pursuit. The master frowned, saying they'd already been found. Confusing Yang, he tossed Yangen a small pouch, calling it a keepsake from years serving Hoshan. Yangen opened it and asked what it was. The master softly said, "It's the Hunyuan pill." At that moment, voices shouted behind as pursuers caught up, ordering them to stop. Yangen quickly asked if he had more pills. The master said 3 remained. He begged for them all, saying he'd return the pills to Atone. He bowed and offered the pills, shocking the man opposite who could believe Hunyuan pills were in their hands. Yangen asked if they hadn't come for the pills, but the man solemnly bowed and said, "Sect Master." Yangen hurried to take the blame on himself. Everyone knelt, pleading for the sect master to return and lead Hoshin, some willing to leave if he agreed. The words frightened the crowd, sweat dripping down. The master sternly said not to kneel to him. They had come for Yangen looked around in confusion, asking what he meant. The master calmly declared his disciple would answer in his stead. Yangen panicked, saying the burden was too great. The master kindly said he once gave him the sword out of ambition, but now the choice was his. He placed a hand on Yangen's shoulder with sincere encouragement. Win or lose, the master said, he would stand beside him and share the weight. The words moved Yangen to tears, filled with gratitude. Those around were also touched by their deep bond. Yangen reaffirmed his love for Hoshan, uplifting everyone's spirits. He twirled a few petals in his hand, eyes gentle. He vowed the peach blossoms would forever bloom and never wither. The group joyfully embraced him. Asking how he made them bloom, he simply smiled. From afar, a lone figure quietly departed. The master watched, smiling in satisfaction. That figure was Dizo, who exhaled in relief, seeing peace restored. Despite defeat, Yangen was acknowledged and remained with Hoshan. Dizo felt relieved, thinking this way his junior wouldn't become a sword demon. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. He saw Reijixang smiling and waiting for him. Dizo awkwardly greeted her with formality. Reijixang was surprised, wondering why he was so polite, then tried to act natural. She remembered advice that if embarrassed, just bow her head since the young master liked that. Reijixang closed her eyes, summoning all her courage. She whispered that today he could do as he wished. When she raised her hand, Dizo was startled in confusion. He wondered where such a strange girl had come from. She blushed, unsure if her action was appropriate. Suddenly, he reached out and gently turned her around. When he touched her head, Reijixang's face flushed red in embarrassment. Dizo pitied her inwardly, thinking she was pretty but a bit odd. When she returned, the young ladies excitedly asked what had happened. Hoye asked if she'd decided to return the Jiaji clan. Reijixang sat dazed, silent amid the questions, thinking of Dizo's handsome face. She decided to stay a little longer. The referee's voice rang, announcing the next match as the crowd cheered eagerly. He introduced the first fighter, Fan Kai from the north. Seeing his massive frame, many marveled at his strength. Next was his opponent NamGung Shan from the NamGung clan. Fan Kai sneered at the thin opponent and arrogantly drew his sword. He swung with thunderous force. The blade struck, shaking the arena violently. His face reddened in rage as he shouted had proved Northern Fan's swordsmanship was supreme. NamGung Shan stayed calm, his indifferent gaze angering Fan Kai further. The referee grew worried, sensing Fan Kai's unstable sky force proof of top-tier family power. Fan Kai roared that NamGung Shan was belittling his sword. NamGung Shan stared coldly, his gaze unwavering. He replied that no matter how fine the sword, it's useless if the wielder is weak. Fan Kai tensed, muscles bulging to display dominance. NamGung Shan smiled and slowly drew his sword to counter. He spun it lightly, saying confidently he never underestimated weapons, making Fan Kai laugh mockingly. Without another word, NamGung Shan set his sword on the ground, causing a violent explosion. Fan Kai froze, utterly stunned. NamGung Shan declared firmly that his sword too weighed several tons. The audience gasped in awe at his hidden strength. The Fan family head pondered, recognizing a rare genius with both external and internal fortitude. External strength is built through rest, while internal fortitude demands ceaseless endurance. As muscles are torn repeatedly, Many become crippled from the pain, but those who endure it achieve miracles. The life current within begins to flow, healing every torn muscle. New muscles infused with that current become twice as strong as normal. Training internal fortitude requires absolute control of inner force. One mistake can destroy the body, making it nearly lost art. Yet what they saw now was true internal fortitude. Perhaps the martial world was on the brink of great upheaval, and a new chapter of martial arts was beginning. As the shout rang out, Fan Ke charged and slashed at NamGung Shan. The two swords clashed, sparks flying. Fan Kai froze in utter shock. He couldn't believe his strike was blocked while his opponent stood unmoved. NamGung Shan's calm face further confused him. It felt as if his strike had hit an inanimate object. Fan Kai roared angrily, asking where his opponent was looking. He followed the gaze and saw NamGung Shan staring toward the stands. Dizo pointed himself in surprise, and NamGung Shan smiled, saying, "Found it." Fan Ke shouted furiously, vowing to crush his opponent's sword. He charged madly, striking nonstop while NamGung Shan remained composed. NamGung Shan turned back, his eyes cold as blades. He launched his first counterattack, swift and devastating. Fan Ke panicked, barely blocking and nearly losing balance. Realizing danger, NamGung Shan released killing intent, forcing his foe to defend with full power. Fan Kai strained to resist and barely blocked the flurry of blows. He sighed in relief, thinking it was easier than expected, but NamGung Shan calmly continued his relentless assault. Fan Kai watched every sword path, believing he'd caught the rhythm. Steadying himself, he planned to counterattack while defending. They exchanged blows continuously, offense and defense locked in balance. Though at a disadvantage, Fan Ke felt his strength rising with each clash. He waited for a single mistake to strike back. He pictured victory in his mind. Smirking confidently, NamGung Xian observed, noting the fight had reached its climax. He said Fan Kai was adapting to the third young master's rhythm. Dizo pitied him. When NamGung Xian asked about the third young master, he denied it, saying he meant the opponent still had a slim chance. Xian was shocked when he heard Dezo say the third brother had only just warmed up. Fan Kai struggled to the end, believing victory was near. When NamGung Shan exhaled slightly, Fan Ke took it as his only chance. He shouted, unleashing his ultimate move, Tiger Gate Slash. Sword energy gathered, then burst into continuous attacks. From his blade, phantom tigers lunged at the opponent. The crowd roared in excitement. Fan Kai thought this was the perfect moment when NamGung Shan's breath wavered. If the opponent lost rhythm, he could seize control. Dizo watched in astonishment. He recognized NamGung Shan's stance as the legendary Iron Dragon form. Fan Ke shouted confidently that he had won. NamGung Shan stood firm, slowly lowering his sword in the ancient stance. The blade swept through, shredding the tigers into shimmering dust. They vanished before Fan Ke's eyes. He froze, unable to believe what he saw. The sword's gust made him stumble and fall to the ground. The entire arena fell silent, then erupted in amazement. Fan Ke was utterly defeated. While NamGung Shan calmly pointed his sword forward, he softly said, "I will stand at the peak, waiting for one worthy." The referee immediately announced NamGung Shan as the winner. Dizo on the stands was stunned, unable to hide his admiration. A burning desire to fight the third brother ignited within him. Assistant strategist Lion teased him, asking why he was so excited. Everyone nearby joined in, making him blush with embarrassment. A few playful hits left his head swollen amid laughter. Below, the referee called the next match. The six-pack monk entered. Full of fiery energy, his martial aura spread powerfully across the arena. His opponent trembled, praying the monk wouldn't hit too hard. He recalled Master Sun's teaching that true strength comes from inner calm. If one attains tranquility, power will be fully unleashed. He clasped his hands, gathering energy, reminding himself to stay calm. His initial aura withdrew, leaving his opponent confused. The foe panicked, puzzled why the fierce monk had suddenly become so serene. Suddenly, he focused power into his fist, ready for his strongest strike. He shouted that he would crush all obstacles. His body glowed with brilliant golden aura. The opponent turned pale, feeling annihilation imminent. He thought despairingly that he was about to meet his ancestors. The foe gathered his remaining strength for a final attack. He struck swiftly, hoping to defeat the monk. In an instant, he was already upon him, but his blow landed on something as hard as steel. The monk's skin was solid, completely unhurt. Instead, cry of pain came as his own hand swelled red. The monk had activated the immovable diamond 8 strikes, one of Shaolin's highest defensive arts. He smiled brightly and counterpunched at lightning speed. The opponent panicked and knelt, begging for mercy. The monk paused as the man trembled, pleading to be spared. He cried for the referee's help amid the crowd's laughter. When victory was declared, he lamented not landing a single hit. On the stands, Dezo admitted the monk was stronger than before. While Fun Than joked no one dared punch him now. The deputy strategist quietly asked Dezo if he noticed who was staring at him from below. That man gritted his teeth, vowing to surpass Dezo and claim the title of Little Sword King, shocking him as he coldly replied to wait and see. Soon after, his opponent stepped onto the arena. The newcomer greeted with a Nam stunning the crowd. He was from Wuding. His polite greeting oddly offended the other. In truth, he meant nothing unusual, but with the name Godzilla, he always felt awkward, so he just forced a nervous smile. The match began as his foe charged at lightning speed. Godzilla calmly swung his sword to block, A shimmering whirlpool of water formed around the blade. He said coldly, "I need not name myself before the unworthy." His sword traced a twisting current that engulfed the enemy. In a flash, the overwhelming pressure flung the foe into the air. The referee declared Godzilla the winner. The crowd chanted his name, making him even more embarrassed. Godzilla blushed. Ashamed of his name, the deputy strategist laughed hysterically, calling him a true clown, but Daizo seriously warned not to underestimate him. His power was formidable. Elder Meng of Wuding beamed with excitement seeing his disciple shine. He slapped his knee and laughed proudly. Then he turned toward Daizo, shouting, "Just you wait." He declared he would pass all martial knowledge to Godzilla. The elder vowed the next little sword king would belong to Wuding. The following matches gradually lost excitement. Everyone now saw Daizo as the one to surpass, because his overwhelming strength inspired them to grow stronger. However, Daizo only smirked, viewing them as insignificant insects. He completely ignored their provocations. The only one he cared about was the third brother, the absolute powerhouse. At that moment, in Hoshin Manor, the master insect leader met. It turned out he was an old acquaintance of the steward there. After greetings, he invited her for a drink, and she happily agreed. Their bond was so close that the sect leader even held her hand. At that moment, Bia Zun passed by and widened his eyes at the sight. Bei Zun angrily shouted, "Who is that old man?" The steward smiled kindly, saying he was just an old friend. She gently explained, making Bazun blush in embarrassment. The Hoshin leader noticed something odd in her behavior. He understood she looked youthful because she was happy. Smiling contentedly, Bei Zun, still jealous, wanted to know the rival's identity. The sect leader teased him, asking if he also liked the steward. As soon as he finished speaking, dust filled the air. Bazun unleashed a move to distract everyone, but the leader saw through it. Soon after, Bei Zun turned and left abruptly. He suggested they talk outside, and the rival smiled and agreed. His disciple still kept his gluttonous habit from childhood. While the two drank happily, a group of elders suddenly burst in. They were the senior members of the NamGung clan. They entered aggressively, clearly there to cause trouble. The scene turned chaotic like a noisy classroom. One man angrily asked why the place was so crowded. Shouting while eating, the elders surrounded him. Eyes full of suspicion, they demanded to know how he broke that mysterious energy barrier. Everyone was amazed, seeing Hwashin sect as something miraculous. They acted like hungry tigers, desperate to extract his secret. They begged him to reveal how he broke the technique. Specifically, they wanted to learn how to counter the boundless sword of NamGung Lawkeeper. Elsewhere, NamGung, the divine doctor, and the strategist sat atop a roof. They leisurely sipped wine. Watching from afar, NamGung seemed displeased, his eyes quiet. He likely felt it had been too long since the elders had tasted true discipline. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, terrifying the old men. It was the NamGung patriarch, fury blazing in his eyes. The group panicked, murmuring, unsure why they'd been summoned. Some guessed it was due to the teacher's mistaken lesson. The patriarch stayed silent, then raised his hand. A sword flew into the air, spinning above them. After a few turns, it landed perfectly in his grasp. He squinted and ordered all five to attack at once. His cold voice declared, "From now on, you'll hear no more questions." The patriarch's killing aura filled the room, terrifying all. He suddenly struck, cutting down the nearest man. That man trembled, unable to see the move. He blamed himself, realizing he was still far beneath the patriarch. The patriarch coldly told them to use that thing. The elders cried in fear, then agreed to counterattack together. Scarface advised escaping amid the chaos, and all nodded, but before they could act, the patriarch struck again, blowing them away like leaves. The room echoed only with screams of agony. At that time, Daizo and Duan wandered the streets. Daizo sighed that those elders would soon face retribution and asked after Xuan's condition. Daizo asked if Duan was okay. He said it was just a scratch and would heal by tomorrow. Daizo thought karma truly strikes fast. He wondered what exactly had happened and what his junior meant. Daizo said he had struggled to keep his junior in the old Taoist at Hushan, so why had he left yet? Duan laughed, saying it was just as he guessed his senior had helped them. Hadn't he? Daizo scratched his nose shyly, saying it was merely something a friend should do. Duan insists on staying at Hoshan as a successor disciple. Easing Daizo's mind, Duhan adds that their master has resigned as sect leader. Shocking Daizo, he feels dizzy as past life memories resurface, fearing tragedy will repeat. Duan says the master became grand elder to stay. Daizo sighed, scolding him for half-telling. Duan offers a small gift in gratitude, but Daizo shyly refuses, seeing it's a violet revival pill. He quickly accepts, joking not to take back what's given. Daizo cheerfully asks for another. Both laugh, growing closer. The next day, the arena buzzes with excitement. The crowd cheers wildly for the two fighters below. NamGung So wins decisively. Next, Dian from the Murong clan faces Zongshan of King sect. On the stands, spectators chat eagerly about the next match. Someone mentions the upcoming big-headed young master. Everyone laughs, saying it's rare to see someone get hit on the head so much. The match ends with Xian as the victor. Now it's Daiso's turn, and the crowd chants head smasher. Head smasher. He fumes, annoyed by the nickname from once striking opponents' heads too often. His opponent this time is Dujun from Hoa Shan Sect. Hearing head striker, Dujun shudders. He bows politely, apologizing for past disrespect. Diso rests his chin, smiling, asking if he'll settle the old score. He recalls Duan's plea to go easy on the poor Ha Shan disciple. Diso smirks, saying such people need a beating to wake up. Duan urges restraint. Diso casually agrees. Diso decides to repay the violet revival pill through worthy action. On stage, Dujun draws his sword, pouring all focus into his opening move. He reminds himself that mastering the 7-form Peach Blossom sword might grant victory. Diso asks if he knows the hidden fragrance motionless technique. Has stunned it's a legendary Hoshan skill. Diso draws his sword, telling him to watch closely. The sight leaves him frozen in disbelief. Peach blossoms bloom everywhere, unreal yet vivid. He can't fathom how that young master could wield it. Diso smiled, saying he learned it from the senior the man once mocked. Earlier, Ruin had asked why he sought the hidden fragrance motionless. He said it was curiosity after today's duel and promised to go easy. Ruin agreed to explain what he knew. He grew fascinated by the technique. That was when he first grasped the diamond motionless body art. Though both say motionless, diamond motionless means perfect stillness. Hidden fragrance motionless embodies flowing grace and freedom, opposite yet sharing the same essence. He believed. Duan pondered deeply, beginning to understand. He vaguely described it as everywhere yet nowhere. Confusing Diso. Back in the match, Yujin remains dazed by the scene. He twitches his nose, sensing something odd. There should be a peach scent but none exists. He secretly rejoices, thinking it's mere illusion. Dushin charges it, mocking that the opponent mimics form without spirit. Furious, he vows to punish the one insulting Hua Shan. He raises his sword and slashes fiercely at Diso. Despite strong power, his sword is blocked by Diso. His terrified the flower's scent differs, not peach at all. The sword move is the seed. Inner force nourishes its bloom. Diso admits he mastered Ho Shan's inner art, so no peach blossoms appear, but he believes no flower should be limited to one kind. He vows to let the flower in his heart bloom fully. High above, the NamGung patriarch watches intently. He says such a sight belongs in the finals, the bloom is near. Memories return to young Diso scorning wild roadside flowers. He asked the housekeeper why she loved them. She gently replied they're small yet beautiful. No matter the storm, wildflowers still bloom. She said she admired their resilience. Diso laughed, promising to pick many flowers for her. Back to the present, he says this flower is a gift for the head maid. It's also the first gift he ever gave her. On the stands, an old man mocks his friend's weak art easily copied. The other just snorts. Below, Diso unleashes his self-created sword style, filling space with sword aura. The ground itself bursts with vibrant life. The old man above turns pale, realizing something alarming, has stunned, wondering when the opponent learned mimic core technique. His friend laughs, teasing that even has been surpassed by juniors. In Diso's mind, countless buds appear but haven't bloomed yet. Dense sword light paints wondrous images in midair. Both elders panic. He even copied the peerless void vision. Diso shouts that the moment of blooming has come. Yujin freezes, overwhelmed by the crushing force. He steadies himself, knowing he can't stay idle. He resolves to make his own peach blossoms bloom. Yujin unleashes the 7 Peach 7 Harmony sword move, but it still falls short of Diso's little flower sword art. The scene becomes a garden of blossoms, dazzling Yujin. Finally, Diso performs the little flower sword art's first form. The second form is called knocking the world's head. The cold blade slashes straight toward his opponent's head. In an instant, Yujin struck, stunned that such beauty was just a lesson. In the end, Yujin is utterly defeated by Diso. The flower he once promised the head maid finally reaches her. She softly catches the blossom drifting in the wind. Her heart fills with emotion and joy as she whispers thanks. The referee declares Diso the victor, ending the bout in awe. The audience murmurs, shocked he mastered so many arts. Some call him a genius. Others say he's gone mad. Atop the stage, the NamGung patriarch fumes, his aura terrifying all. Wherever his gaze lands, people bow and avoid eye contact. He sternly asks if anyone knows why he's angry. One man panics, trembling that maybe the Lord is unhappy. The patriarch presses what causes my displeasure then. All freeze, sweating under his relentless questioning. After hesitation, a monk blurts out that he might be menopausal, ignoring the patriarch's darkening face. He keeps talking. He even eagerly recommends tea to balance that phase. The patriarch crushes his armrest, roaring who told him that. Those nearby gesture for the monk to stop before implicating them all. But the monk, clueless, replies that Diso told him so. The patriarch's face turns purple, blaming everything on that brat. He growls, thinking the boy nearly died yet still causes trouble. Weak but clinging to life, like a dying flame refusing to fade. Alone, it sows seeds across vast land, unafraid of solitude. And from that, new vitality begins to grow. Those words remind him of 2 ancient seniors. He murmurs, grow strong, reach the harmony realm before I discipline you. Elsewhere, Diso suddenly shivers, sensing someone mentioning him. That night, he tosses restlessly, unable to sleep. Remorse makes him want to practice sword forms before bed. But stepping out, he sees a girl training in the courtyard. At a glance, he recognizes her moves as Little Heaven's sword art. No, it's clearly the Great Heaven sword art. She trembles in fear yet keeps gripping her sword. Gaze and stance radiate fierce determination. She's just like him, once reckless yet steadfast on her own path. She tells herself that overcoming this time is enough, but from overtraining, her hand can no longer hold the hilt. She stubbornly believes mimicking the old masters will bring success. Even with bleeding hands, she keeps trying again. Diso can help but warn her to stop. He says she lacks the inner force for the Great Heaven sword art. She bows, teary-eyed, admitting she knows that. Memories of mockery echo. Tightening her chest, she softly says if has here only to sneer. He should leave. Diso snap, calling her a fool. She flinches, covering her head by reflex. Fearing a hit, he points out her sword is no longer clean. Then he calmly demonstrates a few basic moves, astonishing her. She can't believe he perfectly performs the form she failed to master. He explains each motion while slashing close to his body. Then he thrusts sharply to show proper power flow. He returns the sword, asking if she knows her mistake now. She awkwardly admits she still doesn't fully understand. That angers him, and he scolds her harshly. He growls that if she can't learn after teaching, she should stick to needles instead. He explains the move works only if inner energy flows from Danshin to fingertips simultaneously. He grabs her hand, telling her extend it for energy sensing. He orders her to stay still as he feels her internal flow. He concludes her inner strength equals 8 years of training, making her blush. She's touched by his patient guidance. Hidden elders watching chuckle, saying spring has arrived at Lanlong Hall. Diso concludes that with 8 years of inner buildup, Senzako has trained over 10 years in heart method. He asks which cultivation method she practices, calling her a she by name. Seeing her hesitate, he loses patience and shouts for her to speak. She blushes and yells that she only practices a basic breathing technique, bought at the market, and a simple family art. She once heard the old seller say anyone could become a master with it, so she bought it. As speechless, scolding her for choosing a worthless art that can't build inner power. Suddenly, a faint light glows where their hands touch. She chokes up, admitting she knows it's wrong but had no choice. He softly praises her perseverance, training 8 years nonstop. He acknowledges her effort as truly admirable. Hearing that, she bursts into tears. He assures her she can achieve it on her own. He adds that his help might make her feel uneasy. Then he asks if she minds him offering further aid. She wipes her tears, nodding but allowing it only once. She bows in gratitude. She says to thank him. She'll let him hit her head once. He doesn't hesitate and strikes her hard. The loud sound echoes far away. He thinks no man can resist when a girl offers her head like that. That's simply male instinct, but he realizes he might have hit too hard. Still, compared to what she's about to gain, it's nothing. He smiles, saying that was her reward. He places a pill into her mouth while she's unconscious. He muses that despair can be the strongest motivation, but it can also become chains that bind her forever. He says all he can do is ease that burden slightly. He notes she's lucky though low on energy. Her foundation is solid from 10 years toil. What she lacks is just the final piece of completion. He'll use a revival pill to fill that void. The medicine's energy seeps in her body like rain on dry soil. Her body absorbs it, overflowing with new vitality. Inner energy sprouts vigorously within her. The next morning, she wakes, dazed. Asking where she is, he replies it's his room and teases if she forgot. The head maid says the young master carried her back after she fainted. The maid's face hardens, asking what they did last night. She blushes, stammering they just held hands, maybe more. She adds that he hit her head, confusing the maid completely. She hurriedly explains she asked him to hit her, leaving the maid sweating in disbelief. This morning she feels unusually full of energy, unlike before. Thinking that, she tries jumping once. To her shock, she nearly touches the ceiling with little effort. She's astonished by her newfound lightness. She mutters, "Wait, what on earth is happening? Maybe that strike last night changed something inside her." She smiles, feeling the surging power is wonderful. The maid sighs, suspecting she's been hit into madness. Then she leaves the room, heading to the arena. Excitement brimming, she swings her sword to test herself. The sensation within her body is clearly transformed. She believes she can now accomplish far more. Her movements grow smooth and precise, like a seed sprouting strong under the morning sun. She's amazed as she really succeeded. Just then, Diso shouts for her not to stop. He shouts, "Fly, Sua, higher!" A giant white crane illusion appears behind her. She's stunned. Has she achieved the death form already? Diso keeps yelling, "Don't stop, keep going." He urges her to soar higher, beyond her limits. His words make her recall the past. In her clan, only a few elder brothers ever reached the death form, and only her eldest brother attained the 5th form. She was told just to marry well, but she swore to own the sky. She shakes her head, thinking she can't. This is enough. Diso shout, "Raise your head, open your eyes, look to the sky. Nothing blocks your path." He tells her to fly, touch the heavens, and surpass all bounds. She wonders if anyone has ever believed in her like this. Pushed her forward so fiercely, she grips her sword tighter, resolute not to retreat. She chooses to trust the one who believes in her. She screams, Great Heaven Star Sword technique. The terrifying shadow in her mind fades away. Finally, that illusion shatters with one sword strike. Diso notes she has entered the selfless realm and won't stop till exhaustion. He sighs in relief when she halted at the third form. He worried. Now it's her choice. In the distance, a group approaches to watch. Diso frowns and yells, "You've been spying since yesterday? Aren't you ashamed?" An old man pats his shoulder, laughing. "Thanks, good man. It's the so-called Big Head No.28 Daigat San." They talk. Diso asks his relation to Sua, maybe her ancestor. He says he left the Jago clan over 50 years ago, so don't jinx it. Then he mentions Diso's next opponent is the Jagao clan's eldest son. San sighs that even after decades, that family never changes. He just hopes someone will teach that boy a lesson to wake him up. Disoto agrees, saying it's doable, but nothing's free. San grumbles, calling him shamefully greedy. He retorts that men like San made him this way. San startles, asking if he still wants more money, calling him a leech. He grins slyly, saying since San's the girl's granduncle, helping her means helping him right. Big head uncle. San reluctantly nods. After counting, Diso holds out his hand, demanding the remaining 850 taels. The old man flushes red, calling him a robber for demanding more after taking all. Diso replies, did he think the girl grew stronger overnight without his help? The old man gasps she improved thanks to him. Diso firmly says yes. He says he gave her a precious violet revival pill. The old man realizes that pill stabilized her foundation. He mutters that Diso is sly, then asks for a discount for acquaintances. Diso sneers, saying don't dream business is business. Scene shifts to the arena. The referee announces the second winner of round 16 is Gyujia from Wuding sect. He then calls the two fighters for the final match. A purple-haired man steps out, stirring the entire crowd. The women scream, begging him to look their way once. Is known as the Jade-Faced Gentleman. His name is Tanjiang of the Jago clan. Strikingly handsome, because he's too handsome, many men envy him, shouting big head, hit him. To cheer Diso, his opponent is none other than Diso of the NamGung clan. The two facing off, Tanjiang sneers, saying, you and Sua are truly birds of a feather. He covers his mouth mockingly, saying they're a perfect match and it's an honor to meet young Master Big Head. Diso roars, calling his true name, Jago Sinriang. Called by name, Tanjiang fumes, mocking him as crude like any Nangong brute who only swings swords. He smirks arrogantly, saying he can't wait to see if Diso smiles after his skull is cracked. The crowd murmurs that the guy's far too arrogant. He asks why Diso hasn't drawn his sword yet. Diso calmly says this is enough to deal with show-offs. No need for formality and both charge in. Tanjiang attacks relentlessly, while Diso dodges with agile footwork. The crowd notes Tanjiang's sword mastery is clearly superior. Diso silently doubts if his moves truly share lineage with the Heaven Star sword technique. During battle, Tanjiang even flirts with female fans. The girls blush, while the men boil with rage. Tanjiang halts, taunting Diso with words. He mocks that low-born men always think themselves special. He claims Sua once told him that, leaving Diso speechless. He throws back his head, laughing madly, saying the weak always dream of freedom and hell takes Sua after this match. He adds that the best thing Sua can do is marry into honor to glorify her clan. Then he slashes straight at Diso. Diso parries calmly, replying, you're not wrong. He adds that after meeting Sua, even he realized that truth, cutting him off. He says, but you know what? Nothing's more irritating than a weakling bragging. The man snarls, are you talking about me? Diso sneers, when a tiger stays silent. Dogs think the forest empty, yes. I mean you, a foolish dog who knows no measure. Infuriated, he screams and charges wildly. Meanwhile, Sua rushes in panic, realizing she overslept the match. Fortunately, when she arrives, they're still fighting fiercely. On the stage, both unleash flurries of strikes, their sword auras colliding violently. Sua watches, overwhelmed. The realm she dreamed of unfolds before her eyes. Only days ago, he was someone she couldn't even look up to. Now she clearly sees where he stands. She worries whether the young master can defeat her elder brother. That face bears the same expression he once wore facing defeat. Both unleash the great Heaven Star sword technique, their moves lighting up the sky. If Diso is a small dove, then Xinjiang is a lone eagle soaring high. All who see him are awed by his might and beauty. Yet, Sua, used to that brilliance, feels no awe. Even his twin wing soar move is neatly dodged by Diso. Diso smirks. An eagle's still just food fried or steamed. Both tasty. Xinjiang laughs coldly, saying Diso stands frozen from fear after witnessing perfect swordplay. He says hell let Diso taste the essence of the great Heaven Star sword technique. Sua shouts, too high. She wonders wasn't that move meant for flight. She realizes starlight is but the stepping stone toward the stars. But in Diso's eyes, everything in the sky is still just food. He points jokingly, look, a roast chicken up there. Sua is speechless, thinking this foodie is hopeless and tells him to focus. Xinjiang shouts, great Heaven Star sword technique. First form, meteor. He dives down like a shooting star tearing the sky, then confidently declares the match over. Diso stays calm, noting the eagle is fast and nimble timing is key. He suddenly moves with one swift, precise kick. He strikes directly at the opponent's Facebook id, then grips his sword, gauging force carefully not too hard or the eagle meat gets tough. He smirks, says just right, and taps the opponent's head with his sheath. Tenderize the meat, it tastes better. As a result, Xinjiang is knocked clean off the stage. His head swells with lumps as he curses furiously. But Diso doesn't stop, pounding his head repeatedly, growling, "Where do you think you're going? It'll break your legs too." He yells for him to stay down and obey. Seeing the idol beaten, the women can't bear it. Xinjiang grows dazed, not understanding what's happening. He recalls being a Jago noble praised by all. He burns with rage at the humiliation, hiding a weapon in his robe. NamGung Diso vows not to forgive him. Some quickly notice the telltale sign. The crowd gasps as a forbidden weapon appears on stage. A furious roar erupts as he charges forward. He instantly launches the hidden weapon at his foe. The spinning blade emits a sound that scrambles the target's mind. Many masters have died unable to block that strike. If the NamGung here dies, the Jago clan faces destruction. Sua screams in panic, calling the young master. Then a shocking scene freezes everyone. Diso crushes the hidden weapon with one hand. The crowd can't believe it was shattered so easily. Though thin, it was forged from ancient cold iron. Diso declares he too came prepared. He summons the celestial binding threads, his aura flaring fiercely. 5 streams of powerful energy coil around his arms. In an instant, Xinjiang is bound. Unable to move, the beaten man is now nothing but helpless prey. Diso grits his teeth, striking back to vent old anger. The opponent screams in terror, refusing to believe a weaker foe beat him. But before finishing the sentence, he's smacked senseless. The audience stares, unable to believe their eyes. No one expected the young master to defeat his senior brother. They chatter that the fight was full of kicks instead of swords, but still thrilling. Xinjiang sighs, alive but crushed by defeat. Others grow excited, eyeing the precious item in his hand. They say he'll be punished for using a banned weapon. Some scoff that the weapon wasn't impressive anyway. Legend says that hidden blade can pierce any defense. Only the invisible dagger can halt a duel. The battle ends, and the crowd is told to leave. The referee confirms both fighters safe and asks the Jago patriarch's opinion. He trembles in fear, too shaken to object. To all, Diso now stands as a formidable powerhouse. At the Murong family estate, silence fills the air. A man's voice asks who his son just fought. A young cultivator is deep in meditation. He opens his eyes, saying he just dueled NamGung Diso in his mind the next opponent. The father feels proud, seeing his son as a true battle beast. He fought hundreds of matches daily against masters from everywhere. Wanderers, beggars, and drifters had all been his opponents. Constant battles pushed his strength beyond human limits. Now he could duel anyone within his mind. The youth said Disu was unlike his previous foes. His father asked, and he explained Disu fought as if many merged, using 153 techniques. He calmly said mastering many martial arts grants great advantage, but his father doubted a young man could grasp them all deeply. He confidently declared he would win the next battle. His father reasoned it was absurd for NamGung young master to know 153 arts. At such speed, it would take over 1,000 years to reach that realm. Even his hardworking son only halved the training time. Ordinary people would still need years despite daily fights. Even hundreds of bouts a day couldn't shorten the years required. His father reminded him that numbers are theory, humans have limits. A 15-year-old couldn't possess such battle experience. Scene shifty Su trains with servants, exhausting them. When they complain, he coldly says it's only 459 matches. He commands 600 matches, making everyone cry out. Another beaten group moans as his mother appears. She is shocked he won't stop after nearly 600 bouts. Everyone wonders who drove him to such madness. He roars in anger, demanding the next challenger. Meanwhile, Xinjiang wakes filled with rage over defeat. He vows revenge on NamGung Disu at all costs. A young girl enters gently, calling him to rise. He grips his sword, saying he'll seek her immediately and prepare to leave. He decides to return to the Jago clan as soon as possible, but her response leaves him confused. She says she cannot return yet. Shocking him, she insists on staying, believing she'll find what she longs for. He grows angry, thinking she doubts his strength. He reproaches her, saying he spoiled her for her cute face. Now he wants to discipline her as a future clan leader should. Despite his anger, Sua recalls Disa's words. Fly higher still, that line echoes in her mind. She grips her sword tightly, eyes firm. He is terrified as she points her blade at him. A flash of light, a white crane appears in the air. He freezes seeing her unleash the rare dual heaven technique. In an instant, her blade rests at his neck. He dares not move. Sua coldly asks forgiveness and to make one request. She wishes to stay and train her swordsmanship, asking him to tell her father. He is stunned that the once gentle girl has become so strong. He wonders what Disu did to change her so. The next day, two figures one old, one young face off in the arena. The youth replies, ready to observe the duel. Elsewhere, an old man discusses NamGung young master with his disciple. He asks if he could win against that young master. The disciple confidently says there's nothing he can't break. The old man laughs, asking if he also worries for that young master. He admits NamGung young master still cannot surpass the third young master. He thought the opponent practiced swordsmanship for interest, not battle will. But what if such a man truly became a warrior? That thought excited him uncontrollably. The referee announced the opponent Xian from the Murong clan. Xian stood firm, eyes bright like a NamGung warrior. This battle promised to be fierce. Disu greeted him, saying his clan once bore the royal title. He said though he once reclaimed the Sword King title, it was taken again. Xian drew his blade, vowing to step over him to regain old glory. He unleashed the heaven and earth unbeaten sword technique. Disu stayed calm, battle spirit rising, declaring he would win too. Zion attacked in a flash, yet Disu still parried. Zion's sword force drove Disu backward. He noticed the gap in experience and relied on speed. Disu calmly analyzed each strike, waiting to counter, but Zion was too fast, evading every blow. He said he predicted every step and struck half a beat ahead. A weaker foe would already have collapsed from breath loss. Disu was stunned his opponent matched his speed. Zion confidently exploited the half-beat difference to counter. He accelerated further, reaching incredible speed. Zion mocked that Disu only fought spoiled nobles. He said he knew the pain of defeat himself. Losing isn't shameful, he said, then slashed forward, but his strike hit only Disus' afterimage. In an instant, Disu appeared behind him, shocking him. Zion wondered why his opponent held half a beat's pace, then realized Disu had surpassed a full rhythm. They clashed, blades roaring like thunder. Zion sensed his opponent shared the same warrior nature. His eyes blazed, admitting he once trained only in his mind. He had grown wary that the body could not surpass its limit. Being surrounded by mechanical fighters suffocated him, but Disu was different, the rival he had long sought. Suddenly Zion stomped, dust exploding across the arena. He grabbed a handful of sand, readying a move. The sand flew toward Disu, blurring his sight. He claimed he wasn't using dirty tricks. The crowd raged, calling him disgraceful to the duel. Disu lost direction, unable to see around him. He closed his eyes, sensing the incoming strike by hearing. He countered precisely, slicing through a flying stone block. Once again, Zion's feint was broken. All were amazed he calmly dodged a killing strike. Zion didn't stop and launched another blow. While moving, he switched sword hands, catching Disu off guard. The strike hit his waist, a critical wound. Zion leapt high, shouting in excitement. He vowed not to let Disu escape. The next kick struck down like thunder. Disu blocked it but bled from his mouth, trembling in pain. The battle tilted entirely toward Zion, forcing him to defend only. Zion praised him, saying Disu was strong but inexperienced. He said next time victory would be harder since Disu had learned. Yet for now, Disu still couldn't surpass him. Disu smiled, accepting that truth. He admitted this opponent was unlike any before. Then he asked back if Zion was truly fine becoming like that. Zion was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Disus' eyes lit up, saying Zion should have finished him when he could. Disu rolled his shoulders, saying he no longer needed restraint. He recalled brutal NamGung clan duels where life was always at risk. With lethal blows banned, he wondered why he still took such risks. He reassured himself that as long as no one died, it was fair. The audience whispered, curious how far he would go. Some noticed Disus' eyes, saying the opponent was doomed. That gaze belonged to one who endured 1,000 hits and now held nothing back. Disu suddenly lunged, using iron sword form. Earth 10 body. Zion recognized the NamGung family's unique move, thinking defense was enough, but he quickly sensed something strange in the technique. Disu used the sword sheath as a secondary weapon. Surprising him, Zion sneered, claiming it was within his calculation. He was sure he wouldn't fall for such a simple trick, but Disu truly attacked with the sheath, catching him off guard. Zion had to raise a leg defensively in panic. The recoil hurt him sharply. Eyes widening in shock, Disu had poured all his inner force into that strike. Zion gritted his teeth, blaming his own carelessness. Disu unleashed a new move, Dragon Claw Strike, a Shaolin secret. Zion staggered, suspecting he'd trained in Buddhist arts. The motion twisted strangely, unlike the original technique. Dragon Claw should be straight. What was this style? Zion stepped back, realizing it was a feint. It turned out Disu mixed styles from Tang sect, Kung Feng, and Hainan. Zion confidently said he had mentally trained to counter all of them. Disu laughed, saying he never truly used any of those moves. Zion guessed he used 72 Soul Break Sword to mislead him, thinking he saw through it. He prepared to block an upward strike, but Disu swept sideways, throwing him off balance and down. Zion wondered if he'd purposely angled the strike to deceive him. As he rose, the Heaven Thunder Imperial Art. Thunder Palm struck. Zion unleashed his last defense, Heaven and Earth Invincible. Their inner forces collided, sending waves of power surging. He calculated that absorbing lightning through earth energy was his only chance. Disu roared, launching Lightning Abyss 10 Demon Granny Sword, then shifted Iron Sword form mid-attack, trapping Zion completely. Disu raised his hand, declaring the fight wasn't over. Zion panicked. Recognizing the dreadful familiar stance, he hesitated between 100-step Divine Fist or Total Wind Angle. Disu shouted and struck with 100-step Divine Kick, blasting Zion away. Zion clutched his stomach. Shocked by the unseen martial art, he suspected it was Heaven Vision Art or the Lost Arhat Step. His eyes lost confidence, unable to predict the next move. Disu's strikes grew faster, hitting Zion repeatedly. The crowd marveled that one man wielded countless supreme techniques. At first, they only wanted the young master to learn basic forms, but after 2 years, Disu fused and transformed all martial arts. From one move into many, he became the embodiment of mortal martial way. Just watching him gave chills, recalling his head-smashing training. Those once struck by him still hadn't forgotten that terror. Zion never expected to be so utterly overwhelmed by Disu, yet he smiled, having finally found his opponent's only weakness. He was obsessed with striking the opponent's head in duels. Zion gripped his sword, determined to exploit that flaw. Disu leapt high, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Zion predicted it, convinced the strike would aim for his head. In the stands, an old man trembled, regretting hiding the past. He admitted he still felt some bond with his former disciple. He wished Disu would understand his desire to make amends. On the arena floor, Disu's sword came down like thunder. Zion thought he'd seen through it and countered confidently, but the move was only a feint to mislead him. Midway, Disu changed direction, the sheath striking his side. Zion reeled in pain, shocked at being tricked. Disu calmly said he'd strike wherever he pleased, then feigned another cut at the waist. He instantly took a defensive stance around his midsection, but Disu deceived him again, striking the opposite way. This time he truly knocked him on the head, making Zion dizzy. Zion writhed but refused to collapse. Disu shouted head, with every hit, further confusing him. Zion gritted his teeth, struggling to stay focused amid dizziness. He tried to read the next move, expecting another head strike, but Disu missiled him once more. The next hit landed on his waist, forcing him to kneel, and then the final strike smashed straight into his head. Zion fell to the floor, unable to rise. The head-targeting habit now became Disu's perfect finisher. Disu raised his hand in victory, but the crowd booed loudly. They shouted he fought dirty, calling it a street brawl. He grew angry, yelling it was supreme strategy and threatening the crowd. After Disu's match, other rounds quickly decided their winners. The late Sword King was Long NamGung So, and the Stone King was Hai Long Jiang Chan Qian. The Fist King was Quan Long Li Gun. Only the final Little Sword King title remained. The final match, NamGung Disu vs Sword Dragon Gujija of Wudang. Gujija recalled his master's warning not to relax in this fight. He was known as the blood hair of the martial saint. Born genius, Gujija drew his sword, showing true Wudang disciple grace. He declared a righteous duel but accidentally chanted Amitabha, confusing the crowd. Disu sweated, realizing his opponent used powerful defensive sword arts. He knew if he couldn't break the defense in one strike, had be countered. He saw in his eyes the mark of the big-nosed master who once tormented him. He gripped his sword tight, rushing into attack without pause, but Gujija easily deflected the opening strike. Disu grew frustrated, realizing he was dragged into the opponent's rhythm. He knew even blocking meant taking all the impact himself. He stepped back, shouting, "Will you hide forever behind that defense?" Gujija calmly replied that Wudang swords were born for absolute defense. Disu mocked that Wudang fighters were slippery as eels. He knew breaking that guard would not be easy, but if the weak point was found, even stone walls could crumble. He mentioned Tai Chi, saying he had once mastered it. Gujija doubted him, refusing to believe it. Disu laughed, claiming he only knew a few basic Tai sword gathering moves. He pretended to praise him, making the opponent think he had fallen for the trick, but Disu smirked darkly, boasting he'd created a sword art beyond old Tai Chi. The Wudang master turned purple with rage, feeling insulted. Gujija flushed in anger, shouting what he had just said. Disu secretly smiled, knowing his provocation worked. He mocked further, calling Tai Chi stagnant ice reeking of rot. He said melted polar ice carried a terrible stench. Such style suited Ho Shansek's spirit, right? Gujija was led astray, his moves turning chaotic. He began counterattacking much more fiercely. He needed his mind shaken a little more. Hoa Shen defense drew strength from still, calm focus. Even a small disturbance could open a fatal gap. He muttered he'd planned to hold back as his master advised, but a Hoa Shen disciple couldn't endure such humiliation. Yes, the angrier he got, the more he lost control. Even dogs bite when their masters are insulted. You'll die today. Is defense all you can do? He ignored everything else and attacked instantly. The priest unleashed his ultimate art, tenfold silk severing. The arena shook violently. It was unclear how far Disu had been blasted away. I may have gone too far, he thought. He lost control, using a forbidden move as violent aura raged. Stop him, the young master will die. He trembled, begging to end the match and admitting defeat. Cries arose, accusing him of madness and trying to kill the young lord. One man declared he'd intervene himself. The old master pulled him back, saying they exaggerated everything. Look closely, see who your opponent truly is. In the red storm, one figure still stood firm at the center. Isn't that the precious jade blossom? A new aura emerged within the tenfold silk severing. Impossible, what's happening? Looking closer, it was truly the precious jade blossom. That tiny aura absorbed the opponent's power and grew. It was the pure Ho Shan essence. Unleashed by NamGung Elder, like a domain expanding, the demonic energy was drained away. The old man asked, "Don't you notice something else? It's not being absorbed but guided, causing the energy to spiral." The currents merged and destroyed themselves completely. He sweated, realizing the young master had both survived and countered. See, in NamGung clan, none are sharper than him. I understand now has at a completely different realm. Admitting defeat, he sheathed his sword and left the arena. Young Taoist, don't lose heart. Even the strongest masters have been fooled before. Hearing that eases my heart, he replied. At that moment, Disu regained consciousness. The referee grabbed his hand, declaring Disu the victor. Thus the tournament's 4 strongest warriors were confirmed. NamGung Disu was praised. Some said they believed in him since the Catfish Prince days. The crowd cheered loudly, celebrating the win. He stood confused, complaining the match ended too soon. He fumed, frustrated he hadn't unleashed his finishing move. At the main hall, a powerful voice thanked everyone for attending the summons. He announced the upcoming Chen Long Battle Assembly and offered suggestions. He proposed abandoning tradition and turning it into a true life or death combat. Someone asked if lethal techniques would be permitted. Some elders objected, saying it was too dangerous for the youths. The NamGung clan leader reminded them of the tournament's true purpose. Besides finding geniuses, it aimed to prevent repeating past mistakes. He reassured them, saying safety measures were in place. 9 additional elders would supervise alongside the main referee. Everyone agreed that was safe enough. A bearded man asked if poison techniques were allowed. The martial world feared those silent weapons despite great skill. A single drop of poison could kill where swords could not. Those of the 100 Poisons immunity realm were safe, but poison remained deadly. Some asked for confirmation that it was truly permitted. They agreed, as long as invisible toxins undetectable to referees were banned. Some worried since the young lord's opponent, Tang Zama, was famed for poison. Others mocked that the NamGung young lord might turn to ashes. The clan leader laughed, saying that would make the match exciting. A warning voice said it'd regret allowing it. In the end, all unanimously approved the decision. Major sects like Shaolin and Wudang also agreed. All were eager for the most thrilling battle ever. Afterward, the elders left the Great Hall one by one. The clan head's aides stayed, worrying if he was truly certain. Some were shocked that even a war god like him could err. The clan head declared he wanted to expose the secret NamGung Disu hid. Scene shifted to Emila's hot rice trays were served to the young master. The maid apologized nervously for forgetting the side dishes. When she left, the room returned to silence. Elsewhere, Dokachi immediately took action. He secretly slipped poison into the food when no one was watching. Then he left quickly, leaving no trace. Disu appeared, delighted to see the steward's special meat soup. He eagerly planned to eat it all and even asked for seconds. He lifted his chopsticks and tasted the food. His expression suddenly turned serious. The steward passed by and asked if the taste displeased him. He burst into tears from how delicious it was. Relieving the steward, he praised the steward, wishing him health to keep cooking such dishes. He soon finished everything on the table, praising non-stop. He glanced over and asked servant number 44 what he had added to the food. Dokachi was exposed and laughed loudly, amazed he survived the lethal toxin. He recalled previous times Disu suffered from poison. Treating it as amusement, Disu silently handed him a bowl of soup. The man froze, confused about his intent. Disu coldly ordered him to drink, threatening violence otherwise. The man begged in fear, saying the soup would kill him. Disu shouted angrily, "Choose drink or take a punch." He scolded him for defiling food, saying it wouldn't kill him since he was still alive. He mocked that Dokachi never learned, still using poison with a strong scent. The day of the grand tournament finally arrived. A NamGung elder appeared, stirring the audience. Several more elders arrived as well. Since deadly moves were allowed, they came to supervise and heighten the thrill. The referee announced the opening of the first match of the Qianlong Battle Assembly. The Little Kings were invited to step onto the arena. Little King Haplong Tang Chahan, Little King Ice Dragon NamGung Diso. He complained to the referee, noticing his opponent's poison pouch. Upon hearing the rule, he was shocked, blaming the opponent's greed. Another replied that the clan chief had approved it, angering him further. Tang Zama said there was no grudge and hoped for no hatred. He bit his lip, outwardly furious but inwardly prepared. In truth, he was pleased, carrying many weapons and poisons himself. The opponent looked down on him. Certain of victory, the crowd was outraged they dared use poison openly before the Tang clan. He warned the opponent, offering a chance to surrender safely. He scorned him for using poison against a righteous fighter, saying one dose could kill. The man coldly replied that he was naive and ignorant of true poisons. He scoffed with contempt. He snapped, calling the opponent arrogant for his age. He drew his sword, saying he'd end it quickly but was angered by full play. He threatened to fight until the opponent collapsed if he didn't yield. The man sneered, saying reasoning with a madman was pointless. He grew furious and hurled a small pouch at him. He raised his arm to block his face. Instantly, his sleeve corroded and tore apart from the toxin. The crowd panicked, asking if the poison might spread. Some replied the elders had formed a protective barrier. Thus, the toxic mist was contained and couldn't escape. Qian boasted the poison would seep through skin, melt organs, and cause agony, urging surrender. On the stands, 2 elders whispered it wasn't ordinary but a blend of 10 deadly poisons. Previous toxins were nothing compared to the tenfold mixed Tang Jaka used now. To fools, all poisons might seem alike. Some noticed Isu struggling not to laugh to him. Poison was nourishment. He smiled lightly, saying the special fertilizer only made him stronger. The spectators pitied him, urging him to retreat and take antidote. He mocked that Tang clan poison was nothing impressive. Hearing that, his opponent's face darkened. Angered at the insult to his pride, he roared, saying if he wanted death, had granted it. He threw another pouch. Unaware, Disu smiled behind the toxic smoke. He pretended to cough, then calmly asked, "Is that all?" He mocked that such weak killing threats were disappointing. The opponent went mad, flinging more poisons non-stop. Qian thought even masters could only endure poison briefly, yet he stood firm. He trembled, confused why 3 doses hadn't felled him. He panicked, wondering if Disu had reached the Huashen realm. He sweated, sensing Disu's ki wasn't strong yet immune. He realized if Disu countered, had surely died too. Dokachi panicked, shouting to stop the match, fearing even antidotes would fail. Dokachi cried that the young lord was in danger, but the clan leader stayed cold. The leader sternly said the duel wasn't over and forbade interference. His overwhelming aura made Dachi tremble in fear. All were stunned by the invisible energy pressure spreading out. No one understood why such terrifying force existed. They wondered what cultivation level his martial arts had reached. Dokage collapsed exhausted. Realizing the situation was dire, he had forced his opponent to unleash all Tang clan poison. Leaving no escape, he activated the Death Formation, the strongest toxin capable of melting the ground. Even the Tang clan used this only in Pyrrhal, yet he dared use it on a boy. Dokage screamed that he had warned them many times before. The clan head calmly replied that the fight was not over yet. He desperately begged, pointing toward the arena. But when he looked down, he froze. The young master was unharmed. He suspected the boy had taken an antidote and accused the clan head of humiliating the Tang clan. Meanwhile, Disu bent down to do something that drew everyone's curiosity. He was gathering the scattered poison powder. That act stunned the entire audience. He actually consumed the poison, a mix of 10 deadly toxins no one dared touch. He sneered and asked if his opponent wanted more. A Tang Qian asked in horror if he was talking to someone or had gone mad from the poison. Behind him appeared phantoms of 3 pet cow spiders. He said those creatures were born from premium food, yet they were very greedy. Qian shivered in terror, believing he had gone insane. He screamed, asking what he truly was, human or poison being. He replied he wasn't a poison being, but asked if he wanted to know why he was unharmed. One spider near his ear chirped, making him nod approvingly. He said they sensed something fragrant above. He demanded it too, revealing it was his father's special poison, the Tang clan's 10 great toxins. Dokage shouted his agreement. He immediately jumped into the arena. Someone stopped him, asking why he interfered in the duel. The NamGung clan head ordered to let him be. He commanded the elders to raise the strongest barrier possible. He warned that any mistake would cost them their heads. The elders panicked and obeyed at once. Dokage released all the poison he had. He laughed loudly, swiftly absorbed it all, and asked, "Now tell me, how did you think I survived?" He smiled and said he would let them witness it themselves. He raised a finger, on which a drop of pitch-black liquid rested. The air trembled. When it hit the ground, it corroded deeply, smoke rising thick. Dokage covered his face in horror. The toxin could melt blue steel. He couldn't identify the poison as 3 small spiders appeared on his hand. They passed their venom to one another, merging into one. When the new drop fell, its corrosion far surpassed before. The small pit spread quickly, scaring the arena floor. Dokage trembled, puzzled by the faint floral scent of the toxin. Disu calmly said that thanks to this poison, he was immune to all toxins. The man was stunned, unable to believe such a thing existed before him. He smiled and asked if he wanted to taste it. Though its toxicity was terrifying, Dokage pounded his chest. Boasting as Tang clan chief, he feared nothing. He coolly said if he wanted more, take it all from the pit, making the man gratefully rejoice. Dokage drew some poison with a needle. He lifted it to his lips and swallowed it whole. His eyes bulged wide, filled with fear and awe. He exclaimed in shock at meeting the real Poison King. He asked in confusion what the man was doing. Dokage knelt on one knee before him, leaving him embarrassed before the crowd. The man solemnly said it was a gesture of respect among poison cultivators. He frowned, helped him up, telling him to stand, but sensed something odd. The man's face turned purple as he admitted being poisoned. Leaving him speechless, he urgently called for a healer to take him to the medicine hall. Things eventually settled, and the match resumed the next day. A red flashed across the arena. The monk opponent was blown off the stage. The impact stunned the audience. With one move, the result was decided. The referee declared NamGung the victor. Defeated, the young monk bowed his head in sorrow. Someone asked about his injuries and learned his right ear was broken, saved only by diamond body technique. Anyone else would have been crippled long ago. The divine doctor examined him and praised that he had surpassed 9-star level, nearing 10-star, but he suddenly noticed something wrong at the bioacupoint. He asked if he had tried to force open that point himself. He bowed, admitting impatience had caused a grave mistake. The doctor sternly explained that Bahi was key to reaching the highest realm. He said it wasn't his fault. Anyone facing such a rare chance would take the risk. The strong may fail, the weak may succeed, life's unfairness itself. He encouraged him, saying his effort was admirable and to hold his head high. The doctor added that failure was an inevitable outcome. He explained that the Bayu of the diamond body was too rigid to break by oneself. Another method was needed. He was about to reveal it when Disu suddenly burst through the door. He loudly challenged Li Jun. The doctor laughed, saying the answer was simple, just strike the head hard. As his master taught, both froze. Just hit the head. Disu grew excited, warming up for a full-force blow. They entered the arena, and Disu asked how it felt to face Tam Ka. Li Jun replied that Tam Ka was incredibly strong. He was stronger than him. 10 exchanges would be enough to defeat the young master in one strike. He recounted the rematch next week, believing he'd still lose in one blow. No matter the effort, the outcome wouldn't change. Even if he reached the 10-star realm of diamond body, Li Jun said solemnly, even then he couldn't win. He extended his hand, saying that made it worth trying. They clasped hands, laughing like comrades in arms. They agreed to follow the plan. Then Disu used a wooden sword to repeatedly strike Li Jun's head as instructed by the doctor. Each hit was fierce, yet Li Jun showed no pain. On the contrary, he urged Disu to hit harder. The spectators whispered they'd been hammering his head for 2 days. Unsure if they were clearing or breaking it, some replied that if the divine doctor said so, it must be right. Who could understand Tanwu or diamond arts anyway? Disu grew angry and pointed, scolding the onlookers. He ordered them to join in. leaving them confused about how. He told everyone to take turns hitting Li Jun's head harder the better. They stared at each other in silence for a few seconds, then they all grinned wickedly. This task suited them perfectly. Usually the young master hit their heads, now it was payback time. Disu instructed that if Li Jun collapsed, they should transfer inner power to him, and everyone agreed. The crowd shouted, "Of course, he can take it, right?" Li Jun clenched his fist firmly. "Of course." Disu shouted that real men must endure. Goal, 100,000 hits. Keep the same force as his. Someone quietly asked, "Young master, shall we rest?" He insisted they must complete all 100,000 strikes without stopping. He scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if they should restart counting, worried for Li Jun. To their surprise, Li Jun remembered exactly 32,132 strikes. Disu was shocked, asking if he was still counting, saying they did this for him. The group shouted in unison, "That's right," reigniting the wild training session. Elsewhere, NamGung trained barefoot with his blade. He recalled his battle with Li Kun. One powerful slash shook the arena with a loud boom. He vowed to grow stronger to reach the finals. Disu awoke, shocked to see everyone fainted around him. A raised arm startled him. Thinking a corpse had risen, he turned back to look. Li Jun stood tall, his head glowing like the sun. His diamond immovable divine technique had reached its peak. Disu cheered joyfully, congratulating Li Jun, but he quickly sensed something wrong in his opponent's state. Li Jun silently launched a fierce attack. Disu was forced to draw his sword and fight back, training amid battle. Martial arts is the path of endless pursuit of perfection. Two elders nearby drank wine, commenting on the stubborn youngsters. They had been fighting for 2 days straight, fists and sword clashing endlessly. A newcomer arrived, surprised to see them drinking. The sect master came, politely greeting the seniors. They laughed and welcomed him, thanking the Brotherhood's devotion. Suddenly, the group sensed something unusual, their eyes turning serious. The young master was preparing to unleash the Tai Chi sword convergence. But it didn't stop there. His other ear was also activating the Heaven's 10,000 Changes move. Both unleashed multiple high-level techniques simultaneously. He surpassed NamGung Disu by just half a step speed. Others gasped, asking when the young master had arrived. He replied he had long foreseen the opponent's location. The opponent coldly retorted. Disu shifted direction, retreating and questioning his intent. The birds nearby commented, analyzing each of the young master's moves. The elders happily observed, discussing martial philosophy with excitement. One reminisced about his own youth. They suddenly realized all the food was gone. The group cried out as everyone had finished their share. Someone stood up to get more. The cook said more had been prepared so all could eat their fill. Sua's dishes were so delicious that everyone fought over them, causing chaos. She heard someone call and turned her head to find the speaker. Someone greeted Sua, asking why she worked so hard in the kitchen. He realized she was the famed beauty of Hubei, Zijixit, whom had only heard of, but Sua's graceful image shattered as she wildly cheered for her master, shouting to hit the opponent's head. Her master was cornered, nearly out of options. Sua smiled confidently, believing the young master was not yet defeated. She predicted he would leap. Was it the counter-injury swordless technique? Another replied that the move had a unique variation. It was invented when NamGung elders debated while striking the young master's head. This was a powerful upgrade of the counter-injuried frame. Disu swung his sword down from above. Li Jun immediately gathered his Qi to counterattack. He planned to block the sword strike with his head. He activated diamond immovable body and great golden head techniques. Disu realized hitting the head was right. His sword shattered, admitting defeat. His eyes blazed, vowing to surpass his limits within 3 days before the semifinals. After that, Disu continued training with Li Jun, extending each bout to 8 moves. He felt frustrated by slow progress. Knowing he wasn't strong enough to face NamGung, Li Jun panted, admitting this method couldn't break his limit. Disu told him not to blame himself, it wasn't his fault. He said as long as he could block one strike from NamGung, there was a chance to win. Li Jun suggested finding the elders to demonstrate ultimate techniques. Disu refused since their martial systems differed, making imitation difficult. He sighed, unsure where to find someone with skills like NamGung's. At that moment, a junior brother arrived with premium beef. Disu's eyes lit up, an idea forming when he saw second brother. He asked if second brother had ever needed more than one sword move in any fight. Second brother replied only when battling eldest brother. Disu immediately asked to spar with second brother, but second brother refused, saying fighting him was pointless. Disu decided to use his final tactic. He pretended to be cute, flattering him for agreement. Second brother got goosebumps, sighing to the heavens in embarrassment. Disu felt mortified by his own act. Though humiliating, the tactic actually worked. Afterward, the brothers ate together, and Disu thanked him. They went to the training hall, where second brother said third brother's strength was worlds apart. He understood why third brother was obsessed with that perfect sword technique, for he too had once walked that path. Eldest brother's flawless swordplay could entrance any viewer. He had once pursued it, But after failing to achieve it, he chose another path to surpass him. That's why third brother forged his own path called Tao. He wondered if his food-loving little brother realized that it was thanks to him that third brother could grow stronger. He laughed, wanting to say it but fearing it'd anger him and ruin future meals together. Second brother gripped his sword tightly, admitting he couldn't fully recreate third brother's technique. Even so, he went all out but had no intent to kill. He coldly declared the move dragon-slaying strike. The blade roared, its aura like a dragon crying to the sky. To Diso's eyes, the slash seemed strangely slow. He suspected his brother was deliberately holding back to teach him, but fear struck as he realized his whole body was bound. Paralyzed, even his breathing was restrained. Second brother shouted, forcing him to focus on the technique's details. Without using ki, the strike still produced shockwaves, a result of years of hard training. A guard arrived, calling for the young master's presence. He was dragged away from meetings with the trade guild, sex, and the royal court. He postponed their meal, leaving Diso one final piece of advice. Third brother was strong, but his sword move wasn't perfectly flawless. The flaw lay within the move itself. He told him to reflect on it before leaving. Diso remained dazed, feeling that sword strike could cleave the world in half. Yet second brother claimed it wasn't perfect, prompting him to seek the flaw. Time passed, and the day of the decisive battle arrived. The audience roared, eager to see the arrogant one defeated. Diso's opponent this time was NamGung. He closely observed his foe to gauge his true strength. Though outwardly calm, his inner energy was about to erupt. NamGung closed his eyes, hand on his sword, saying at first found his junior intriguing, even when he thought it'd fall. He kept standing and advancing, earning his respect. He sensed in Diso something he once saw in their father and eldest brother. Diso blushed and scratched his head shyly in response. NamGung gazed deeply, saying that even knowing what he was, his junior still treated him the same. He reminded him that because of Diso, the entire NamGung clan had changed, including himself. He drew his blade, declaring he would discover his own limits. If Diso was ordinary, he would defeat him to prove himself. He wanted eldest brother to see that his chosen path was right. His desire was to become the true dragon and challenge eldest brother again. The aura from NamGung surged, overwhelming Diso. Diso trembled, afraid to draw his sword, fearing he couldn't withstand it. Cries from the stands echoed, cheering, "Go, young master!" His two brothers above discussed, realizing third brother wished to challenge eldest brother in his own way. One asked if the frail junior could endure even a single strike from third brother. The other was surprised that second brother spoke so much. Unlike his usual cold self, he analyzed that third brother's attacks seemed flawless. But if it were him, he'd find another way instead of blocking head-on. He decided to start from the flaw that third brother had yet to perfect. Diso tightened his grip, knowing he could evade eldest brother's blow. Even if he blocked it, he'd still fall unless he broke the offensive flow. He roared, vowing to overturn the entire world. A yin-yang 5-element diagram appeared beneath his feet, spinning. Energy reversed flow, the 5 elements inverted and transformed endlessly. The next scene shocked everyone beyond belief. None could believe their eyes. Diso had blocked the sword move that once defeated all masters. Eldest brother looked down, admitting this opponent was no ordinary man. NamGung noted he used surrounding forces to mend flaws but was still incomplete. He said true power comes when the world itself bends to one's will. Second brother objected, saying the younger one had far greater potential. He possessed something both eldest and third brothers lacked, a special quality one only their father once awakened. Even beyond his reach, the younger was reshaping the entire NamGung sword art none had dared alter. If Diso failed, all reforms in the clan would collapse. At that moment, he struggled against NamGung's relentless slashes. To overcome the wall before him, he had to break his own limits. He stepped into a path no one had ever walked. It was no longer the balance of yin and yang, but two yang forces merging in explosive harmony. Exhausted, he still gritted his teeth. Refusing to retreat, he unleashed a storm of ultimate techniques, forming a furious combo. NamGung suddenly paused, sensing an imminent burst of power. A dragon's roar echoed, shaking heaven and earth. The black dragon within Diso awakened, breaking its cocoon and rising. Everyone feared he'd be harmed if he kept pushing himself. Diso called to the spirit within, feeling the boiling heat surge. He allowed it to release, believing where yang exists, yin will arise in balance. 5 elemental dragons: ice, fire, water, wood, metal, earth rushed toward NamGung, but with a single fatal sword strike, he cleaved them all apart. The 5 dragons were sliced apart and vanished midair. Diso was horrified, unable to believe his full power was shattered so easily. His hands trembled, too weak to block the next strike. He bitterly realized the gap between him and his brothers was still vast. The feeling of defeat mirrored his past life when his Danshin was destroyed. He knew losing now meant his arm would truly be crippled. The audience murmured that the match was decided, the third young master's power far beyond expectation. Someone shouted jokingly that if the young master really lost, they'd hit his head for revenge. Another grumbled that even in defeat, the young master caused an uproar. He was horrified upon hearing the wager of 500 taels of gold. One confessed to betting that amount on the young master. Everyone was stunned, suspecting what would be said next. It turned out the old men had bet on the opponent, being scolded as traitors. All agreed the result was sealed if struck. Diso would be gravely injured. One tried to intervene but was suppressed by overwhelming power. The NamGung clan head had stopped him. In Diso's mind code, what do I wish to become? The answer, a cultivator of the martial path. Then he realized what he truly loved was martial arts itself, not asceticism. Memories of past and present merged. He only wished to stay with everyone a bit longer. He suddenly understood how to break third brother's move. To win, he must create a sword technique beyond all others, a move more perfect than any before, its image forming in his mind. Before returning to the moment the duel among the young masters began, it was the technique that once ruined his life, now the key to salvation. He smiled, for this irony had become opportunity. His two brothers were shocked, realizing he was using the supreme sword style, the ultimate art of their father, the only flawless sword move ever taught. Even they had admired and longed to learn it, unsure how their youngest knew. The art was reserved for those of royal bearing, the NamGung clan's highest secret, unquestioned by all. Diso recalled the single move, pouring his entire life force into this strike. NamGung smiled slightly, saying this was the true battle had awaited. He admitted Diso was his only worthy rival. He had sparred with many elders and masters, learning much yet never satisfied. One elder praised his strength, saying he'd soon surpass eldest brother. Gradually, he realized they had always gone easy on him. Pity disgusted and frustrated him. He envied those who could fight wholeheartedly against equals. Now he finally understood that feeling. He shouted, vowing they would duel many more times. Someone beside him whispered for him to lower his voice and sit. Diso asked when they would meet again. Someone joked their lady was cutest while eating so meat at the next meal. NamGung so warned he'd go all out and might not restrain his strength. The blade in his hand radiated killing intent. As if able to cut through everything, the third brother's sword art flowed as one with his very being. The slash swept across, unstoppable before it, but he was still flesh and blood. No one could truly become the blade itself. Diso shouted loudly, determined to win and leave the NamGung clan. The elders ordered men to descend and protect the arena from collapse. The debris from the arena scattered everywhere as they swiftly obeyed the command. The two young masters faced off again, preparing to unleash their final strikes. Among the younger generation, he had become the most outstanding. The guards cheered with joy as the young master regained consciousness. He asked in confusion how long he had been out, and was told nearly 2 days. He was surprised the girl was still there. She said it was her last day at the NamGung clan and wanted to see him once more before leaving. He panicked, thinking she had been threatened to leave suddenly. She reassured him she merely had personal matters to handle and would return later. He saw her expression and knew further questions were useless. He suddenly asked about the outcome of the last duel. Hearing a vague reply, he guessed he had lost and wished her a safe journey. He smiled bitterly, knowing he had at least given his all. He noticed she had left something behind. Eldest brother NamGung Day brought rare tonic pills as a gift. He was touched that his brother visited personally, then left immediately. The spiritual pill was of the highest grade, radiating strong medicinal kai. He curiously opened it to look. Third brother NamGung appeared, smiling and asking about his recovery. He told him to take the medicine first to heal faster. Even without meditation, he already felt vitality returning. Third brother proudly said had been chosen as this year's rising star. He asked if Diso knew his request to the clan head. Diso guessed he wanted to duel eldest brother, but in fact he had requested transfer to Blue Dragon Hall where Diso stayed, because he wanted to spar with Diso every day. He groaned, realizing the more he tried to avoid trouble, the worse it got. Third brother said they'd talk more once he fully recovered. Their father appeared, teasing that his son was so weak he slept 2 weeks before waking. He smiled, saying that weakness was exactly why his brothers loved him so much. He noticed Diso had used the Great Emperor pill and Pure Essence pill. Surprised by the lingering fragrance, he was about to ask why his father came personally when the man cut him off. His father woke him abruptly, making him think something big happened, but it was just a health check. He sighed that life had become so peaceful it was boring. Outside, someone joked the old man looked unusually cute. Another retorted, asking if the boy could still circulate kai. The answer was he couldn't even stand. An elder scolded affectionately, saying without him and the father, the boy would be playing chess with Yama in the underworld. He said the father would explain everything himself later. His injuries were so severe his dantian had cracked, life hanging by a thread. To save him required pure inner energy equal to 10 great restoration pills, but no one knew where to find such energy. One man signaled everyone to move aside so he could handle it himself. He had transferred energy continuously for 7 days without rest. No one expected that man to be so devoted to saving his own son. He teased that Diso had won over third brother, making him gasp. The man said the official notice was released that morning. Rumors spread by Duichion across the martial world claimed he now rivaled the NamGung clan's power. He cursed furiously, vowing to deal with the madman who spread it. A voice called out, asking him to wait 1 year until that person could return, worthy to stand beside him. Diso stirred slightly, joyful that his body was beginning to recover. He fumed upon learning Jito had only left a letter and vanished. Resolving to wait for his return, the current scenery reminds him of his first days learning martial arts. After time reversal, this was also his first training place. He once swung his sword all night to practice the 3 talents sword technique. Now he senses the energy flow of heaven and earth around him. Perhaps it's due to learning swordsmanship from senior brother NamGung Day. The sensitivity in his feet lets him feel the structure beneath the ground. His fingertips share the same sensation. The energy circulation is clear. He perceives every breeze that brushes past his body. He believes he can now grasp even the wind itself. Images of his senior brother, father, and Daicheon flash in his mind. He shakes his head, deciding to stop those idle thoughts. Now the only thing to do is restore his broken body to its original state. After so many dry days, the falling rain makes him feel utterly refreshed. He jokingly asks those around if they enjoy this rain. He only meant to create a light drizzle to test his strength. But the sky suddenly pours down like a waterfall. He panics, worrying the small spirit beast might drown. Then he realizes his inner energy has tripled. He's astonished that his power is nearing the heaven infusion realm. His meridians double in size, and his danshin grows immensely stronger. His body has completely transformed. Reaching a new level, he suddenly remembers there's something more important he must do right away.